Hello and welcome to Clay Pigeon for round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Kart Championship. I am David Sullivan. I'll be taking you through all of today's action, making my SuperOne debut, stepping in for Double Dash Media duo Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell. Clay Pigeon, the shortest track on the calendar at 815 metres, 6 turns, a little bit of elevation, most of which will be found at the horseshoe, the left-hander after the hairpin. We'll run you through that track in a full layout shortly. Was the first class have just started their engines on the dummy grid for our first race of 8 in the cycle before the lunch break. We've had time qualifying this morning. It's time very, very shortly for heat number 1 in Coma C50 Bambino. They'll be out. You can see them there, all the parents. You can see the orange of all the parent helpers. They'll have their high vis on. They'll make their way out onto the track as well in a few moments. They'll go into the centre green. Any driver that goes off the track, they'll be able to help them get them back on. And it's a standing start for the Comas. So they'll just come straight out of there and straight onto the grid. And they'll take their positions very, very shortly. We will treat you in a few moments' time then to the grid after the qualifying session this morning for our Coma C50 Bambinos. Parent helpers are heading out onto the track. We're going to head to our first bumper of the day for our first race of the day. It's time for heat number 1 in Coma Bambino. Parent helpers are waiting as the Comas make their way out onto the grid. They don't do a rolling lap for the standing start. They're going to be straight into position for the Coma C50 Bambinos. So we may well not be able to have time to get the grid up for you on the screen. We'll have a quick look at where we were after the qualifying session this morning, but I think we could be ready to go very, very shortly. Noah Wicklow put the kart on pole position. There he is, closest to the screen, with Ernie Wade alongside on the front row. It's Ollie West and Jesse Bailey on row 2, with Calmon Simon and Arthur Bowers on row number 3. We're about to go racing then for the first race of the day. Heat number 1 in Coma Bambino is away, and it's a good start from the outside of the front row, effectively the inside, as the track curves left by Ernie Wade, and he takes the lead from Noah Wicklow as they make their way round the right-hander for the first time and then up towards this very, very tight chicane. It's single file for most classes. Tell that to Coma Bambino from when we were watching yesterday. They were 3 and 4 wide through there as they head up towards the hairpin for the first time. Far end of the track. Track banks in to that corner. It's very on camber, and then you rise up a hill. The camera doesn't really do it justice. When we did the track walk yesterday, they go up and high over this left-hander, through the right-hand bend, then into the final turn. Ernie Wade's made a break for this one. He's miles away at the front, but that will, I am almost certain of it, get reeled in. If this race is anything like Coma was yesterday, it was a case of just pushing other drivers away and then try and catch the leader. Ernie Wade, though, made the breaks yesterday and was caught by the rest of the field. That's the nature of Coma racing. Ernie Wade then leads from Noah Wicklow. Jesse Bailey and Ollie West, Arthur Bowers and William Wainwright round out the top 6 in front of Benjamin Chivard, the BM plate, with Calmon Simon, Henry Hales and Henrik Spallat rounding out your top 10. Heading up towards the right-hand hairpin. It looks like Ollie West has found a way past Jesse Bailey. Ollie West, yesterday's race winner in the Coma Bambino class, pulling double duty once again this weekend. He's racing IAME M1 as well in what will be the 4th race of the cycle of 8. The field make their way through, and you can see already the gap was 7 tenths at the end of the lap last time, and Ollie West's found his way up now into 2nd place. He's got past Noah Wicklow, and even with 2 overtakes, he's managed to take nearly 5 tenths out of Ernie Wade, and he's going to take the lead as well as Wade goes right wide round the first corner, and Ollie West, in the space of a little over a lap, has gone from P4 up into the lead. We'll go tight into the right-hander. You notice with the Comas, they can go a lot tighter. We've got a bit of a field spread there because from William Wainwright, I think, and then there's a gap back to Benjamin Shiva, Calmon Simon. The field has spread out ever so slightly with that right-hand hairpin, causing the field to break up. A little bit of overtaking in there. Henry Hales on the top end of the back end of the top 10 as he crosses the line shortly. Still within touching distance, drops down to 11th, and there is around about a second gap. They're going to have to work hard. At the front though, Ollie West and Ernie Wade look like they could be working together slightly here to move away. Noah Wicklow in a little bit of Coma Bambino no man's land. Even though it's only 3 or 4 kart lengths, he's not got anybody to work with at the moment. If he can catch up onto the back of Ernie Wade, and then hopefully the two of them then can catch up onto the back of Ollie West, I'm sure that's the plan. Comas at the moment being very, very reserved compared to yesterday. We had the pleasure of watching heat number 2 from the gantry where our camera is in the middle of the track, and yesterday they put on a great show. And I get the feeling that this will be another case of that once again. I think heat 1 could be a little bit more reserved. Heat 2, as Ernie Wade goes very, very wide over the start-finish line, that's allowed Noah Wicklow to close up, and Wicklow is levered wide slightly there by Jesse Bailey, and Bailey's going to get the run down the inside, and he's through. Wicklow's not giving this one up, runs over the curb, but Wicklow's going to be wide now because Jesse Bailey is being helped along by Arthur Bowers, and Bowers is going to come through down the inside of Noah Wicklow as well. Wicklow, who won heat number 2 yesterday, had a tough final. A wheel issue caused him to drop back through the field for Noah Wicklow, but he's got the pace to win some races, as he proved yesterday in heat 2. The pace is definitely there with the pole position this morning. Ollie West, though, continues to lead with what will be 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock as he crosses the line from Ernie Wade. The gap was 0.4 of a second on the previous lap, out to 0.7 this time round as Ollie West turns the screw. Ernie Wade with a similar gap then. Back now to Jesse Bailey, Noah Wicklow in 4th, Arthur Bowers, William Wainwright, Jax Wong has had a great race. He appears up now inside the top 10 in P7. Hendrix Falat, Benjamin Shiva and Calmon Simon will round out your top 10 as it stands at the moment, with Arlo Gamble, John Stevens, Rafe Owen, Logan Hodgetts, who currently leads this Coma C50 Bambino Championship, struggling here today after having a strong day yesterday, is not finding the Sunday here at Clay quite to his liking just yet. In P14, Henry Hales, Max Armitt, Oliver Daniels, Jensen Drummond, Ava Garrett and Harry Wass are your top 20. Now we're seeing a little bit of working together from those drivers in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Arthur Bowers on the back of the train. They're going to need to work together if they're going to catch Ollie West at the moment. As you can see, 4 of them in that train. See if they can punch the hole through the air. They need a second to catch up to Ollie West before the end of this race. 1 minute and 20 to go, and it's going to be a case now. If they work together, they can catch West, but if they start battling over 2nd place, then the lead's definitely going to have gone. Ollie West looking to score a double this weekend, having taken the Coma victory yesterday. And let's keep an eye out on the time. It was 0.9 of a second. It's down to a little under 0.8, but the gap noticeably closer. And if they can carry the speed through the chicane in the same way that they did on the last lap, this gap's going to be down even further, and it's noticeable on exit from the S's as they head up towards the hairpin, and 0.7 has gone in the blink of an eye. Looks like we're going to be a move later on. Noah Wicklow's made the move up from 4th into 3rd place. That's Jesse Bailey's demoted a place, with Arthur Bowers just on the back still, once again ready to pick up some pieces. The leading duo though now are in a battle, and Ollie West, the gap at the front, we saw this before, we saw this yesterday with Ernie Wade. He pulled the gap out and then got reeled in. It's the same with Ollie West, as Noah Wicklow needed a bit of a push there from Jesse Bailey. Bailey goes wide, and now Bailey's going to try and dive to the inside, and Bailey's through on Noah Wicklow. Wicklow's going to go wide, and Arthur Bowers is going to do them both. Arthur Bowers, what a move from the 99 as Noah Wicklow battles back down the inside of Jesse Bailey. Arthur Bowers, who we saw do a very similar move yesterday, taking 3 drivers into the same corner, has done 2 into the S's and the first corner. Yellow flag out, no overtaking, as it looks like we've got Calmon Simon off in the 12 on the centre green. So no overtaking into the horseshoe. They're going to have to set this one up then for 1 final lap of Clay Pigeon. This has been a great race to start the day here at round 6 of the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. Ollie West, Ernie Wade crossed the line with less than a tenth between them, and maybe a few millimetres from the noses. Once again, Noah Wicklow is levered wide at the first corner. Manages to hold on this time. I think he has. He's up to 3rd place. And despite the great overtake on the previous lap, Arthur Bowers has been demoted back down into P5. The 2 leaders still as you were. The battle for 3rd place raging on though between Noah Wicklow, who goes wide once again. Then the 33 of Jesse Bailey comes back and tries to find a way back to the inside. Final 2 corners though for our race leaders. Ollie West, who had it comfortable mid-race, has had to work really hard in the final few laps. Can Ernie Wade get the run out of the final corner? I think he's alongside, but he's going to have to go the long way round the outside. He's not going to have enough, and Ollie West holds on to win the first race of the day here at Clay Pigeon from Ernie Wade and Noah Wicklow. Jesse Bailey and Arthur Bowers rounding out the top 5 with Jax Wong. A great effort to get up to P6. Arlo Gamble, Will Wainwright, Wraith Owen and Hendrix Falat round out your top 10. The remaining runners in Coma Bambino. John Stevens up into 11th, Benjamin Shivar in P12, Logan Hodgetts in 13th, then it's Max Armitt and Henry Hales 14th and 15th, Ava Garrett, Oliver Daniels, Jensen Drummond, Harry Voss and Santo Amico round out the runners that saw the checkered flag, with Calmon Simon rolling to a halt on the centre green at the Horseshoe with 3 laps to go, completing 7 of the 10. He'll finish and be classified in P21. Comas then will make their way off. Everybody's taken the checkered flag, and because we don't want to miss the grid this time round, we're going to move swiftly on to our second race of the day. It's heat number 1 for Honda Cadet. Honda Cadet qualifying this morning saw Sebastian Burlington take pole position with Luke McGall alongside Cian Sullivan and Peter Webster on row 2. Arthur Bowers and Charlie Quine running the IM plate, the Isle of Man champion, in P6. And it's Daniel Hulse and Teddy Roberts with Joshua Knayston Wade and Eloisa Burlington on route number 5. J.M. Prakash on route number 6 in P11 for our Honda runners. Yesterday saw a really close battle between the 2 leaders. They crossed the line with less than a tenth between them, side by side, between Luke McGall and Cian Sullivan. I think the gap was 0.019 seconds, with Luke McGall taking the victory. Cian Sullivan taking P2, Sebastian Burlington in 3rd place yesterday, and that's how they sit in the championship as well, with McGall leading by 2 points after round number 5 yesterday from Cian Sullivan. Today though, it's Sebastian Burlington who will lead them round. So they try their hardest to get some heat into their tyres. Shouldn't be too hard here around Clay Pigeon. It's a very grippy track. The sun's shining already, and I would advise anybody, certainly if you are watching from Clay Pigeon, respect the sun. I didn't yesterday, and I have a very red head for it this morning. Turns out that being bald in the sun does not have any advantage really at all. Rolling start for Hondas. They're going to roll round in their 2x2 formation. Into the tram lines they go. Going to power down, and we're away and racing in Honda Cadet as Sebastian Burlington goes to the inside. It's Cian Sullivan though, who from 3rd place, who's managed to squeeze through up into 2nd. That drops Luke McGall down into 3rd place, and it looks like we've had a false start. We're rolling round. Drivers will have to retake their original start positions and go back into their 2x2 formation to have a second bite of the cherry for our Honda Cadets. Arthur Roberts, who debuted yesterday for the first time in SuperOne, along with Peter Webster. They were both on the taking the trophies yesterday in 4th and 6th respectively. 4th for Webster, 6th for Roberts, as we have a second attempt, and we've got another roll round. Another false start over the start line, so they're going to have a third go at getting Honda Cadet underway here. Now, yesterday, all of our Honda Cadet racers got going very, very quickly, so clearly a slight change in procedure this morning. Maybe drivers going a little bit too quickly, or alternatively not being in their tram lines, but we'll see. Looking out the window there, the instruction was the point towards the front row and being told to slow down. So it's definitely a pace issue rather than a tram lines issue. So we will see if we can sort things out this time round. As Burlington leads them in the blue cart, now being instructed to slow down with McGall on the other side. Here we go then. Burlington and McGall looks a lot cleaner this time, and we are away and racing by the look of things. And once again, it's Cian Sullivan who's diving down the inside from 3rd place up into 2nd, as we're 3 wide. We're going to get sandwiched for Peter Webster, and Arthur Roberts is going to take advantage. He's going to come up to 3rd place. Luke McGall will drop down into P4. Peter Webster very, very lucky to get away with that one. He was squeezed in the middle. Didn't really have anywhere to go. McGall's going to squeeze in this contact between McGall and Arthur Roberts. McGall with the arm up in the air, but Roberts didn't really have anywhere to go. That's a racing incident. Looks like that's Peter Webster out onto the grass on the outside as they run up towards the final bend. He doesn't look too happy either. And, I think everyone just needs a little bit of a breather, because out at the front, the 2 leaders have got a gap, by look of it, by around about 1.5 seconds already between the 2 of them. 1.6 back from Cian Sullivan to Luke McGall. And Sebastian Burlington takes a tighter line into the hairpin. They'll run side by side up towards the horseshoe, as Burlington will try and get a switch back. He's on the outside. Won't cut to the inside up towards the top bend, the final corner. It's often too fast round there to be an overtaking opportunity unless the driver makes a mistake. McGall, though, with the fastest lap on lap number 2, takes 0.4 of a second out of the leaders as Peter Webster slides down the inside of Daniel Hulse, and that's going to allow Charlie Quine to come through as well in the red and black cart. Driver joining us once again from the Isle of Man. There's Arthur Roberts with a helmet tap, suggesting that drivers should work with him to push forward, but then he goes slightly wide, and that's going to allow an opportunity now for Peter Webster to come through down the inside, and looks like he's through. So they run up towards the top bend. Indeed, he is, and Peter Webster will go up a place. He will run now P4, having crossed the line on the previous lap, in P6 with Arthur Roberts, Charlie Quine, Daniel Hulse in P7. And there's a gap back to the rest of the field. Luke McGall once again with the fastest lap of the race, and he is back on the train of the lead, and that's because Sebastian Burlington has been defending hard off Cian Sullivan, and Luke McGall is down the inside of Cian Sullivan as Sullivan switched wide. Do get the feeling that because McGall was so far back 2 laps ago, that maybe that was a bit of a surprise attack by Luke McGall, as Burlington went wide to try and maximise his entry and then ultimately his exit, and McGall's going to go down the inside into the first corner as well. That's going to allow Sullivan to come through from 3rd into 2nd. Cian Sullivan back up into 2nd place. Luke McGall with another fastest lap, but now it's McGall from Cian Sullivan and Sebastian Burlington. The top 3 still 3 seconds down the road from the rest of the field, from Peter Webster, Charlie Quine, Arthur Roberts, Daniel Hulse. Then it's Joshua Canaston Wade, Teddy Roberts, Jehan Prakesh and Eloisa Burlington rounding out the 11 kart Honda grid. The top 3 though, nose to tail, and now Luke McGall leading the way from Cian Sullivan. That's Charlie Quine pushing Peter Webster away from Arthur Roberts and Daniel Hulse behind them, but then Webster going slightly wide, thought that was going to allow Quine to get the opportunity to get down the inside into the S's. Not quite close enough. They will continue to try and work together, although Webster a lot tighter on entry than what Charlie Quine is. That should give Quine a run, but doesn't hamper the driver, given the nature of the circuit here at Clay Pigeon. It's a very short lap, and 90% of the corners are the opposite way to the previous one. It's right, left for most of it, which means that drivers can often get away. They have to set moves up 2-3 corners in advance, and that's now what Charlie Quine's done. Got a good run out of the final corner and finds a way through on Peter Webster, and then will defend a little bit into the next corner. That should give him enough to hold position. So they then go into the left, get the run round, then through the right. At the front, McGall is still leading from Cian Sullivan. They are moving away a few kart lengths at least from Sebastian Burlington as the battle between Charlie Quine and Peter Webster. Can Webster do what Quine did to him on the previous lap? There's a kart length between them. He's going to have to be late on the brakes and then try and get the cut back down the inside. It's a later turn. You turn in a kart length later, try and get to the inside on the S's, and then the driver on the outside has two opportunities. They either try and stick it out with a high level of risk that you're going to get run over the curb or off the track, or you drop back into position and live to fight another corner. Jayan Prakash picks up a warning for contact. He's in a battle for 9th place with Joshua Knayston Wade and Eloisa Burlington. Quine with a look over the shoulder, as at the front that was Luke McGall taking a line, and then that was a little bit unorthodox. That allowed Cian Sullivan to come to the inside. I know why he's done it though. It's because we're on to the final lap of Honda Cadet, which means now Luke McGall's going to take the white line route down the inside of most of these corners. Out wide goes Sullivan. Is Burlington close enough to stick the nose down the inside? Sullivan's alongside as they go through the second left of the horseshoe. Still side by side as they run up towards the top bend. And down the inside comes Sebastian Burlington. He's taken advantage of Cian Sullivan going for the win. Luke McGall's going to take the checkered flag. Sullivan bangs the helmet in frustration in going for the win. He's come out in 3rd place. Sebastian Burlington in 2nd. Charlie Quine then in P4 after your top 3, with Peter Webster, Arthur Roberts and Daniel Halls. Teddy Roberts. Then it's Joshua Knayston Wade, Jayan Prakash and Eloisa Burlington. And going back to that battle at the front, I know Cian Sullivan's frustrated not to finish in 2nd place and to lose a place, but he went for the win. And that's the main takeaway for me there. He's gone for the win. Yes, it hasn't quite worked out, but he gave it his all and went for the position. Before we move on, I'm just going to, in fact, we'll move on really quickly actually, just because all of our Hondas are already off. When we've got bigger grids, I'm going to dip into the live chat comments and we'll see what everybody's saying. So if you could let us know who you're watching, who you're supporting, where you're watching from, that will be fantastic. Also, if you there's any, just if you're looking forward to any races as a whole rather than just drivers, let us know in the live chat. We'll be back in that live chat very, very shortly. It's time to move on though to the 3rd of our 8 races before the lunch break. It's Micromax. They'll be heading out very shortly. We've still got quite a lot of activity going on down in the holding area at the moment, but I think they'll be heading out very, very shortly. There they are. It's a rolling start, so we're going to rattle through the grid very, very quickly. Alfie Garrett qualified on pole position this morning. Yesterday's final winner, Ansel, goes off P2 alongside him, with Logan Jones and Ethan Lloyd on row 2, Toby Cannon and Marley Fisher on row number 3. Row 4 sees Daniel Stangarian and Oscar Churches, with Jack Daniels and Isla Parsons rounding out your top 10. Morgan Weston and Xavier Ramsey go off row number 6. Once again, we're going to be a rolling start. The only ones that have standing starts are our Bambino classes. That's Coma and IAME M1. They're out next after this one. Field rolls round. They look nice and tightly packed. We've got the 22 taking the middle route. We'll see whether that gets looked at later on, but we are away and racing in our Micro Max class. So they all safely make it round the first corner. And heading up now towards the hairpin. It's a tidy lap, and it looks like the RCE trio at the front are making a very early break for it as the rest of the field slots in. Interesting there with the 22, Daniel Stangerin looks like he's running his onboard camera. Most of the drivers run it either mounted somewhere on the engine or slightly back on one of the chassis rails, and I'm just having a quick look, but it looks like he's running it very, very close to the front, maybe off one of the front bars. But as the top three go through, Ansell's made a good start, moving up from second place into the lead on the opening lap in front of Alfie Garrett and Ethan Lloyd. Marley Fisher and Logan Jones has dropped down from third into fifth place in front of Toby Cannon and Isla Parsons. Daniel Stangerin, who we were speaking about, will try and get onto that car in a few moments and just have a quick look at what is on the front end of that one. There it is. It looks like he is actually running a 360 camera off the front of that car. Oscar Churches and Xavier Ramsey, Jack Daniels and Morgan Weston round out your 12-kart grid. So the top two are already on a breakaway at the front. Ansell in the number 96. Not only wears the 96 on the front, the side and the rear of his kart, but has also helpfully got the number on the back of his helmet as well. Yesterday's final winner, leading from Alfie Garrett. Head up towards the right-hand corner. Final run towards the timing line. With a 15-point lead in the championship, just needs to keep Alfie Garrett, his nearest rival, in sight really, as Alfie Garrett sets the fastest lap, goes sub 40 with a 39.842. As there's looking to be a change there, it's Logan Jones by the look of things in the 73. It is, with the white nose panel going for third place on Ethan Lloyd, and looked like he had enough but then backed out of the move. Ethan Lloyd holding on, and they're still side by side. Just behind them is the 17 now of Toby Cannon. He's moved up in front of Marley Fisher, and that looks a very defensive line from Ethan Lloyd, and that's going to give Logan Jones the opportunity to get down the inside into the top bend. Once again though, Ethan Lloyd holding on in the 66, and Jones is going to have a second run of things in towards round Billy's and then into the first corner, and once again Logan Jones can't take advantage of Ethan Lloyd. This looks like he's got the pace, just doesn't have as later braking as what Ethan Lloyd has, and then Lloyd is tighter into the hairpin, doesn't allow him to get a good run on the way out. And now Logan Jones is down the inside. Ethan Lloyd's back alongside though. Jones should have track position through the right hand run up towards the top bend, and does, and now Ethan Lloyd is going to get shuffled back. So it looks like Toby Cannon's got down the inside as well. He is. They're side by side as they run up and over the timing line, and Toby Cannon is through down the inside, and I think that's where it's going to end. No, Ethan Lloyd's back down the inside as Toby Cannon slides wide and runs off the track, drops the wheel on the outside, and you can see the kart there bouncing as he found the rumble strip. I think the rumble strip did him a favour as well. That rotated the kart back towards the S's. And in the background, it looks like we've had Isla Parsons there in the 50 in the white, in the rally replay colours, has found a way past Marley Fisher as well. So all change in the middle of the pack. At the front though, 2 tenths or less than a tenth sorry, between the two leaders. And look what the battling behind's done, because Logan Jones has managed to pull a gap, but there's 4 seconds between the leading duo that are working together and the pack behind, third down to what appears now to be the 14 of Xavier Ramsey in 8th place. They're all battling between each other, and they've lost roughly a second a lap in terms of track time to the two leaders that at the moment are working together. They'll battle later on, I can assure you of that, but at the moment they're just trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Toby Cannon and Ethan Lloyd battling it out once again. Cannon still in front now. It wasn't on timing, but they were very close last time over. And then Cannon made the move into the first corner. Alfie Garrett second place, fastest lap of the race. Cannon and once again goes wide, and that's going to allow Ethan Lloyd to come back through. Once again, Toby Cannon carrying too much speed into that first corner for the second time in this race. Will make the move into the hairpin, and then he goes wide once again, and that's going to allow Isla Parsons to draw alongside. And then Parsons will switch through. We're 3 wide, could also be 4 if we can get Xavier Ramsey in the mix as well. They'll sort themselves back into something like single file as they head through, and Isla Parsons has just slowly just chipped away one at a time at all of the drivers in this battle from what is now 4th down. She's going to lose a place to Ethan Lloyd, who's got that first corner nailed. Could be an extra one, but no, she's back down the inside. And we've got driver round, that's Ethan Lloyd round. And we've got Xavier Ramsey up into the air and off into the wall as well. He's going to get out. Hopefully he can get that kart dragged back onto the track, but I don't think he's going to. Too much frustration. Xavier Ramsey is out with a minute to go in heat number 1 of our Micro Max class. Take a deep breath as the field now just appears to have been split slightly because of that. And we've still got a yellow flag out at the S's. Not sure if we're going to get another look at that later on, but at the moment with a minute to go, it might have to wait till the end of the race. Ansel and Alfie Garrett still battling it out for the lead. At the moment with one overtaking spot neutralised there at the S's. Alfie Garrett's going to have to think about this. 2 laps to go. They won't get round next time. They're doing 39.5 second laps and with 20 seconds on the clock. When they cross the timing line, they can do a move. The yellow's still out. They can do a move into this first corner and then they have to fall back in line. I think the yellow flag is in though. So the kart has been recovered to safety. Driver as well. Morgan Weston has also retired, although that was towards the start of the race and being shown as 7 laps down. Lap and a half to go as Ansel goes slightly wide. That allows Alfie Garrett to get a good run. As Garrett played the long game here, we haven't really seen a lot of the action, but Alfie Garrett at the moment appears to have just been happy to sit in the wheel tracks as Ansel lifts the radiator flap as they head on to the final lap, and Alfie Garrett is close, but is he going to be close enough? Ansel with the move into the first corner. Ansel slightly wide, but not enough for Alfie Garrett to stick a nose down the inside, and Ansel will lead them up towards the hairpin. Half a lap to go and he's tight on the inside defensive line, and will that allow Alfie Garrett to draw alongside? Garrett, wide line, he's going to look to chop to the inside, and they are side by side, but he's going to take the long way. Will he switch to the inside? No, he can't, because Ansel's got it scouted into the top end for the final time. They'll run towards the checkered flag. Alfie Garrett closes in. Alfie Garrett up the rear of Ansel 3 times, but Ansel holds on to take the checkered flag and the victory in heat number 1 for Micro Max from Alfie Garrett and Logan Jones. Toby Cannon will cross the line in P4 in front of Isla Parsons and Marley Fisher. Daniel Stangarian and Ethan Lloyd recovers after the spin earlier on the final lap to get past Oscar Churches for 8th place. Churches crosses the line in P9. Jack Daniels and then our 2 retirees, Xavier Ramsey and Morgan Weston. Before we move on to IAME Bambino, we're just going to have a quick look at the incident that saw 3 of our drivers involved. Xavier Ramsey off into retirement because of that. Isla Parsons and Ethan Lloyd as well, and there it was Ethan Lloyd and Isla Parsons, and Xavier Ramsey, collateral damage really, had nowhere to go, no involvement in the early part of that, and really unfortunate for Xavier Ramsey because before that he'd been charging through the field. Both him and Isla Parsons were there just really picking up the pieces as other drivers were going for moves and going wide. They were just finding a nice way through, so it's an unfortunate end for Xavier Ramsey, but does have the pace clearly. And as the track is being cleared, we're going to dip into the live chat comments and then we're going to go to our grid for our IAME M1. Thank you for everyone that's got in touch already. Zach Charles asked what class was out first. That was right at the start, and we had our Coma Bambinos. Daniel Ottaway saying let's go. Kamika. We've got Mr. Tom Butters, Mr. Butterworth, my good friend, hoping for some exciting battles. Well, hopefully he stuck around there for Micro Max because that was an exciting battle. We've had Jacob in just saying amazing job from Luke McGall, and then asking whether the commentators look at the comments as I read out his comment. Then we've got Jack Charles saying Intermax is going to be a good race. They'll be out in around about 20 minutes time. ED Karting saying watching from the Isle of Man. Come on, Alex McCullough. Layla Bell, who hopefully will be joining me in the commentary box later for a chat. She's saying come on Isla for Isla Parsons. And we've had Gunn saying it's better than the 24 hours of the Nürburgring right now. Well, we were watching that last night while we were eating our tea at Pizza Hut in Yeovil. Other pizza places are available. We just want to make sure that we're keeping on trend. IAME Bambino are out next. They're going to be rolling out onto the grid. It's time for heat number 1 in IAME M1 Bambino. Mickey Gonzalez will start the race on pole position with Freddie Baker alongside Ralph Martin and Elijah Sang, with yesterday's final winner Bode Batch going off P5. Heath Smith the company on row number 3. Then it's Leo Harang and Jensen James Williams, Ethan Hume and Oliver Woodall complete the top 10 with Jesse Plowman and Ollie West on row number 6. Patrick Wood starts 13th, Max Joy alongside Max Santana and Presley Knight are on row 8, Logan Edwards and Daniel Genov are on row number 9. And then it's Teddy Smith and Nicholas Ansett with Charlie Holmes and Archie Ashworth on row 11. Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Freddie Dye are on number 12. 24 runners in a bumper IAME grid. They do get a rolling up lap rather than our Comas who just roll out and into position. Bambino class it may be, but drivers are slightly older in IAME. The weight limit is higher and they also have slick tyres, whereas the IAMEs earlier on were out on the LeConte all weather. So whether it rains, which I don't think it will, and it's very unlikely given the fantastic weather that we've had here at Clay all weekend, but if it does, the IAMEs will change tyres, whereas the Bambinos, they just stay on the same set of tyres, although they go then. Parent helpers moving to one side. For a clearer grid, the board will be turned round for 5 seconds. Drivers will look up at the overhead gantry and we're away already. It's been a good start from effectively the outside of the front row from Freddie Baker, and he will lead, and the pole sitter's already down into 3rd place as the rest of the field make their way up and round the first corner. It's been a good clean start so far as driver in 5th place there takes a huge chunk of curb. We'll pick the number out shortly. It's 6th place actually as the top 5 have broken away. Got a little bit of air up and over the curb, no harm done though. Everybody's still running, and it is Freddie Baker leading the way. As out on the outside there, that looks like it's Ralph Martin. They're 3 wide into the right-hander, and at the front Freddie Baker's going for the lead on Mickey Gonzalez. By looking at it, it's not Gonzalez. Gonzalez dropped back at the start. They crossed the line at the end of the first lap, and it's Bode Batch from 5th place on the grid will lead into the first corner, but it's only brief as down the inside comes Freddie Baker and Ralph Martin forces his way through as well. Martin up into 2nd. After that it's the 22 of Mickey Gonzalez who dropped down, and then he's come back through the field. Freddie Baker goes wide at the hairpin. Ralph Martin will look for a switch back, but he can't find a way through. So we'll sort out the positions because the positions went up on the screen, but it's been massive change, and it looks like we've had a great start at the first few laps from Elijah Sang. He's up into 3rd place in the gold machine. So Freddie Baker leads then from Ralph Martin with Elijah Sang, Mickey Gonzalez and Bode Batch, who led and then has dropped back to 5th. So he started in 5th, got into the lead and now has dropped back into 5th once again. Heath Smith, JJ Williams and Ollie West as for 3rd place. Mickey Gonzalez goes down the inside of Elijah Sang into the hairpin. Sang's back down the inside and Sang is holding firm. Looks like they were going to run side by side, but Elijah Sang managed to just slide the car in front of Mickey Gonzalez. So Freddie Baker and Ralph Martin leading away at the front. Currently just trying to put enough of a gap between the two of them that they can have a two-kart battle for the lead. Elijah Sang and Mickey Gonzalez, third and fourth. They're battling as well. Bode Batch and Heath Smith with broke off into duos as once again Mickey Gonzalez is down the inside of Elijah Sang. Elijah Sang's going to try and get through once again, but it looks like Mickey Gonzalez has done enough this time to hold on. Then he goes wide into the horseshoe, but should be enough. Will it? No, it won't. Elijah Sang once again sweeping through and holds on for third place, but what it's done is allowed Bode Batch and Heath Smith back into the battle for third place. Ralph Martin picked up a contact warning a few moments ago in this battle for the lead with Freddie Baker, and also picks up the fastest lap of the race as well, 43.624, and we've got a driver round in the middle between the first corner and the S's. We'll pick out who that is in a few moments because they'll drop down the order on the timing. Picking out at the end of this lap when they come through. Elijah Sang once again battling it out with Mickey Gonzalez over third place. Could well have been Bode Batch because Heath Smith, there's only three drivers. We'll confirm it in a few moments, but keep an eye on the 88. He was P5 on the previous lap, but keep an eye because it's going to look like a fruit machine. We've got drivers dropping now. Bode Batch is still there. It's Mickey Gonzalez who's out of this battle for the lead. Both Batch and Gonzalez, and Ollie West's got a mechanical flag. The driver that's pulling double duty is in sixth place, but he's got a mechanical. He'll be just off the back of this one, so we'll be able to just drop back in a few moments and try and find out what's happening to Ollie West. There he is in the green, but he's got a mechanical flag. Rear bumper's still in place, but it looks like we could be missing a chain guard potentially for Ollie West. He's going to see it when he comes over the start-finish line this time round. The overhead gantry will break the news to him with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go for Ollie West. He's going to see that there's a mechanical flag, and it is indeed the chain guard that's missing for Ollie West in the 24, and his run into sixth place will come to a premature end. Jensen James Williams will inherit the place. Everybody else, Ethan Hume, Jesse Plowman, Oliver Woodall will all move up a spot. That'll promote Patrick Wood inside the top 10. Two leaders though, still just doing what they need to do at the moment, which is try and break away from everybody else. There's some lap traffic though in between them and the rest of the field. Looks like that's the Lucas Oakley Thistlethwaite. Ollie West once again showing the mechanical flag. He continues to circulate with the green helmet as the battle for third place will catch the lap traffic towards the S's, and then we'll cut to the inside, and Bode Batch is going to take advantage of the move. Bode Batch, surprise attack, goes from fifth up into third place as the field got caught behind the lap traffic. Now this is the important part here. They've got to find a way through, and they've got to find a way through cleanly. It is not the slower driver's job to move out of the way. They maintain their normal racing line, and the faster driver finds the way through. So if you do see any blue flags, this doesn't work like Formula One where the driver has to move out of the way. The faster drivers have to find the way through. The blue flag is solely there to tell the driver that there is a faster kart approaching. Into the S's, Ollie West is still out there, and now that mechanical flag has been changed into a black flag for Ollie West as he continues to circulate, having received the mechanical. He looks left, he looks right down at his kart, and I get the feeling now he will be pulling in at the end of this lap. See whether he does there. Arm is in the air for Ollie West. He comes into the pit lane safely as the field crossed the line. 2 laps to go. They'll see the last lap board next time round. Ralph Martin now leads from Freddie Baker and appears to have a gap of 2.3 seconds. Not sure what's happened to Baker, but on the previous lap Ralph Martin was nearly a second quicker. I get the feeling that that was lap traffic induced as well, because Ralph Martin has got a gap of 2.3 seconds, and those two have been very evenly matched throughout the race thus far. Martin then leads from Baker, Bode Batch and Elijah Sang. Heath Smith round out the top 5. Last lap board awaits the leaders as they head up towards the timing line. There's Ralph Martin with the black helmet. He leads from Freddie Baker. 1 lap to go of Clay Pigeon. Then it's Bode Batch, Elijah Sang, Heath Smith. They've all crossed the line to start their final lap. JJ Williams, Oliver Woodall, Ethan Hume. Jesse Plowman should cross the line shortly. He does, but it's behind Max Joy, Leo Harag, Mickey Gonzalez, and a few others as well. Jesse Plowman, a turbulent lap for him, loses 10 seconds and 8 places as well. Drops out of the top 10. Bode Batch up into third. More lap traffic in front though for them to negotiate, and I'm sure they'll catch them before the checkered flag. Out of the final corner though, Ralph Martin comes through to take victory in the first race for IAME M1 from Freddie Baker. Bode Batch should be in third, but look what the lap traffic's done. It's closed the field up once again. Batch, Elijah Sang and Heath Smith, JJ Williams and Oliver Woodall. Then it's going to be Ethan Hume coming through in P8. There's changes on the last lap as well, as Leo Harang and Mickey Gonzalez, who recovered after the earlier incident, the spin at the first corner, gets himself back inside the top 10. Freddie Dye and Max Joy are in 11th and 12th. Patrick Wood, Max Santana, Daniel Zhenoff, Logan Edwards and Jesse Plowman, Presley Knight and Nicholas Anser in front of Charlie Holmes, Archie Ashworth, Teddy Smith, Lucas Othithwaite, and then Ollie West, who will be classified, although that remains to be seen after the mechanical and then ultimately the black flag in P24. So it may well be a case there for Ollie West that if he'd have come in under the mechanical flag, he would have scored points, but because that's a black flag now, he won't score points, which nonetheless, even the mechanical dropping him down to 24th means he's got a very, very difficult final, because he won't be picking up points for heat number 1. Points from heats 1 and 2 accumulated together to set our grid for our finals. IAME's making their way off track. Now it's time for our first senior class of the day on the first of 3 full-sized classes in terms of chassis. We've got junior Rotax later, we've got senior Rotax later. Now though, it's time for Rotax 177. Rotax 177 already making their way out onto the grid in the background. Yesterday's final winner, Philip Howard, will start on pole position with Ian Branfield alongside Shane Collins and Scott Smith on row 2, Luke Oliver and Reese Llewellyn on row number 3. Row 4 sees Ashton Parsons and Cole Edwards, with Stephen Horner and James Frost on row 5, Ben Johnson and Keith Mason on row number 6. Then it's going to be Zach Bolton in 13th place, with Mark Gillibrand and Andy Ward completing the 15-kart Rotax 177 grid. Scott Smith, the current championship leader, with Shane Collins 7 points behind. Then it's a further 10 to Luke Oliver. That completes the top 3. Yesterday, Shane Collins on the podium in 2nd place, Ian Branfield 3rd. It was Philip Howarth, the pole sitter, taking victory yesterday, with Scott Smith, the leader in the championship, finishing in P4, Luke Oliver finishing in P5. Let's see how Sunday fares then for Rotax 177. Howarth on the left with the gold helmet. He will lead them through. Nice pace into the tram lines. You can hear there that they power down, and we're away and racing in Rotax 177. Run up to the first corner. These are probably the first class that have really had to brake for that first corner on a rolling start, such as the pace that they carry. Through they go, and Philip Howard's gone. We've got a driver off over the grass at the S's. They'll drop down, and we've got a driver into a half spin as well there in the background, and stopping on the inside on the grass. We've got a driver out already, have we? Nope, it looks like they're going again, just looking out the commentary box window, and they are carrying on. It's the 18 of Mark Gillibrand, and with a problem. Field don't cross the line for the first time. Philip Howard, Ian Branfield and Scott Smith, the top 3. Shane Collins, Cole Edwards, Luke Oliver and Reese Llewellyn, Ashton Parsons, Keith Mason and James Frost complete the top 10 in front of Stephen Horner, Ben Johnson. It looks like it was Zach Bolton who was over the grass on the first lap. No, it wasn't. It was Andy Ward, and then we saw Mark Gillibrand stop as well. So Zach Bolton P13, Andy Ward off and over the grass in the number 4 machine. In front though, Philip Howarth has a gap of nearly a second, and that is often the case. You'll see this with the full-size chassis classes, Rotax 177 seniors and juniors. You will see that if the leader can get a good start and then the rest of the field start battling behind into that first corner, they will pull the gap and they're able to break away from the rest of the field. Mainly because this circuit is not a slipstream circuit. There's no really long straights. Even the over start finish, you're curving right and left. Down the inside goes Cole Edwards on Shane Collins for 4th place. Good move from Edwards, just set the car up nicely down the inside. And you'll see here, out of that final corner, they're turning right, then they're turning left. They never really straighten up, and with all the other corners being back-to-backs in terms of rights and lefts, even here where they've got a right-hander into the S's, it's not really 2 right-handers. The car never straightens up in between. Hard on the brakes for Ian Branfield. Snaps sideways, gets it stopped though. You'll see a fair bit of that from our Rotax classes. It was quite spectacular as we were setting the camera up at the hairpin point yesterday, just seeing the best way to get the kart stopped there is often just to throw the kart sideways. Drivers though also have to bear in mind that this is their 2nd day on this set of tyres. Parc Fermé conditions, the tyres handed back after every session and then remounted to the kart as Ian Branfield once again treats us to a majestic slide into the hairpin. Yeah, tyres get remounted for every race, so they don't leave Parc Fermé, they get left with the scrutineers. Got to everything nice and fair. Philip Howarth trading blows on fastest laps. It was Cole Edwards last time round, and now it's Philip Howarth. The gap extending out in front to 1.47 seconds. The battle for 3rd place now sees Scott Smith under pressure from Cole Edwards. And Edwards on a bit of a charge, already found his way past Shane Collins earlier on in this race. Put a few kart lengths between himself and Collins. Luke Oliver down in 6th place is on the back of this train, and then there's a gap back to Rhys Llewellyn. He's got Ashton Parsons for company. There they are in the background. Parsons in the all-white car, all-black suit. Now it's Ian Branfield's turn to take the fastest lap honour. Gap at the front is down by a few tenths as well. Branfield at 1.25 takes 2 tenths out of Philip Howarth at the front. Whether Scott Smith can go with him. Similarly to Cole Edwards as well, but there was half a second last time. Gap is out by another 10th. Philip Howarth extends. All he's really got to do is just keep it where it is at the moment. Philip Howarth, the time starting to elapse towards the 0, 2.5 minutes to go. Has to be mindful as well in terms of tyres, and we spoke about this yesterday with a few drivers on the podium presentations, that when they got to the front and they had a gap of a second or so, they started to really consider managing their tyres ahead of the race day today, as the tyres will be seeing them through both race weekends. It's a 12-round championship over 6 weekends for SuperOne. Each set of tyres will last both race days, so you have to be gentle to them, something Ian Branfield probably isn't doing as he goes in sideways, but it's a very, very grippy track here at Clay, so you can sort of use the tyres to your advantage really. In terms of looking after them, you can use them quite a lot and the track will still stick for you because of the amount of rubber that's laid down on that racing line. Gap is down once again at the front, another 10, with Ian Branfield closing in, but he's not closing in at a fast enough rate at the moment, and Philip Howarth is just doing enough to manage that gap. Scott Smith, Cole Edwards, Shane Collins remain your top 5. Minute and 20 to go. So looking at the calculations, they're doing 35 second laps. Minute and 10 is where it needs to be crossing start finish, which they won't. So Philip Howard will cross the line this time round. 3 laps to go in Rotax 177. Once again, the time at the front comes down ever so slightly. So nowhere near enough for Ian Brandfield to close in. Brandfield, though, is moving away from Scott Smith, Cole Edwards and Shane Collins. So he's now working on his own, really. Gap was 1.1. It's still a 1.1. Again, it's come down fractionally, but not enough. Philip Howard's going to do enough here, unless something drastic happens to hold on to the victory. See whether Collins has got enough, though, to get onto the back. And similarly for Cole Edwards. Now I get the feeling Scott Smith's going to start taking a bit of a different line on this final lap. Up towards the first corner, over the timing line they go to commence the final lap. Brandfield once again closing in, and that's what I mean about the tighter line. Scott Smith hugging the white line on the inside. We've not seen that line throughout the race, but as soon as that last lap board comes out, a little switch goes on in the driver's head, and they start changing the line to the more defensive one, although Smith not as tight as I thought he would be into the hairpin. He is this time into the horseshoe. Looks like he's done enough to hold on to third place. Out of the final corner, though, Philip Howard will take victory in the opening heat of the day in Rotax 177. He takes heat 1 from Ian Brandfield and Scott Smith. Cole Edwards and Shane Collins are 4th and 5th. Luke Oliver and Rhys Llewellyn. Front of Ashton Parsons, James Frost and Stephen Horner will complete the top 10. Keith Mason, Ben Johnson, Zach Bolton, Lee Ward and Mark Gillibrand will complete the 15 runners in our Rotax 177. Once again, we're going to move on very, very quickly because we have a capacity grid of junior Rotaxes for us to run through in a few moments' time. You can see they're getting ready down there in a very, very busy holding area. So it's time for our grid in junior Rotax. It's an all-female front row in junior Rotax. Yesterday's 3rd place podium for Jasmine Taylor, and today it's a pole position for the 84 machine. Alongside her on the front row, yesterday's race runner-up Emily Cotty. Harris Roberts, who led the final yesterday but had a mechanical flag when his rear bumper came unseated from the rest of his car, will start in 3rd place with yesterday's race winner Jarek Metters alongside Albert Wilton, and the current championship leader Ben Horner starts on row number 3. Then it's going to be Riley Bishop and Rory Hinckley, with Kieran Denyer and Tom Holden completing the top 10. Owen Keenan and Archie Dyson are on row number 6. Row 7 sees Harry Hurst-Grover and Jack Dimbleby, Max Rowley and Max Gray-Trex are on row 8 with Rufus Holmes and Amelie Ackett, 17th and 18th respectively. The 20 completed by Noah Sales and Hani Sadiq, with Lucas Reeves and Alex McCullough in front of Lewis Holt and Arthur Frey. Then it's going to be Toby Dukes and Finley Hands, with Jaden Robinson and Oliver Lomax on row 14, Freddie Snelling and Elliot Foster on row 15. The junior Rotax grid will be completed by Harry Cottrell in 31st, Sam Flynn in 32nd, with Archie Flint in 33rd, and then in 34th we've got Karthik Kumeta. Field is rolling round. They're only going to get roughly half a lap to get some heat into these tyres. Given that it's such a short lap, by the time they head up towards the horseshoe, which is the left hand of the leaders are at now, they have to start forming the field up, because if they don't, the tail end of the field won't catch them in time for them to have a good rolling start. So they have to start backing up early. So what this will provide us with, I'm almost certain of it, is a very, very entertaining run towards Billy's on the opening lap and then up towards the S's. Hold tight and strap in It's time for Junior Rotax at round 6 of Super 1. As they cross the line, we are away and racing, are we? Yes, we are. No flag in the background. And it's Emily Cotty who's made the jump at the start, and Cotty's through on Jasmine Taylor, and Emily Cotty will lead them up towards the hairpin at the first time. Everybody looks like they've made it round safely to the first corner. Cotty then leads from Taylor. Top two as it's Harris Roberts has dropped back. There he is in the 43 in the black and gold colours. Drops back from third place down into P5, and we've got a bent rear axle for the 49 of Harry Cottrell. He'll be out of the race as they cross the line for the first time. Cotty leads from Taylor and Metters, Horner and Roberts, Bishop, Wilton, Holden, Hinkley and Dyson, your top 10. In front of Keenan, Denyer, Dimbleby, Hurstgrover and Holmes. Rowley, Greatrex, Sales, Sadiq and Hackett. That's the top 20. They run up towards the hairpin. Harry Cottrell will drop down and out of this race. He's already in pit lane by the look of things. Won't cross the line at the end of the first lap. So, run up. Harris Roberts has found a way past Ben Horner for fourth place. In the gold colours, the Nauseo panel flopping around, but you can see the gold colours in that black. When that kart is stationary, you can barely pick out the gold on that kart, but as it moves through the sun, really just reflect off the front of it. In second place there's Jasmine Taylor in the 84. Third yesterday, but certainly knows her way around the track. The current Wessex champion who had a second place on the Saturday and a win on the Sunday in that championship here at this track a few weeks ago. To take the WC plate, crossing the line in second place at the moment. Yesterday's race winner Yarrick Metters, another driver who knows his way around Clay Pigeon, his home circuit. In the background there we've got the 72 of Archie Dyson levering his way through in the first corner, and also finding the fastest lap of the race as well, 35.1 for Archie Dyson, and he moves up into the top 10. So it looks like he was finding a way past Rory Hinkley, because now he's up into 9th place. The front gap was 3, just under 4 tenths. It's come down slightly. Ben Horner now with the fastest lap in 5th place, heading towards the 34-second mark for Ben Horner. A tenth quicker than the race leader on the previous lap, so it looks like we could have a 5-kart battle, and I can assure you that 5-kart battle, once it becomes a 5-kart battle, will soon be a 6, because it won't be too long then before Albert Wilton's on the back of it as well. With 4 minutes to go, heading towards half race distance in this opening Junior Rotax race. 7 minutes plus the lap at the end after the time elapses, and Jasmine Taylor takes half a tenth out of Emily Cotty at the front and sets the fastest lap, sub 34 for Jasmine Taylor, as the rest of, we've got 2 off at the hairpin. The 18 of Finley Hans was the first one, trying to pick out the second number of the colours. We've got the yellow flag out, so there'll be no overtaking. Finley Hans, and it looks like it's Kathleen Kamuta in the 95 off as well down at the hairpin. Both drivers appear to be okay. They're up and out their karts behind the safety of the barrier. Albert Wilton sets the fastest lap, and I said it wouldn't be too long before he's in the mix as well. Gaps down to 2 tenths at the front. Another 10 out of Emily Cotty by Jasmine Taylor on that previous lap. No overtaking though down at the hairpin, as they still got karts off track. Waved yellows down into that corner, so that negates an overtaking spot. And if those yellows stay out to the end, that'll mean that Cotty won't have to defend into that corner on the final lap. She can take the normal racing line. So one driver who will be hoping that the yellow stays out will be Cotty. The rest of them are hoping that they can get them karts behind the tyre barrier, and the tyre barrier back in place, that will become an overtaking spot once again. You can see the waved yellow down there on entry to the hairpin, as the marshals will cease working as the field comes through, and then we'll have 20 seconds or so in order to get the karts behind the barrier and the tyres back in place before they have to cease working again as the field comes through. Waved yellows remain then. 2 minutes to go. Emily Cotty, Jasmine Taylor, Yarrick Metters. The podium from yesterday, just not in this order, as Jasmine Taylor sets the fastest lap of the race. Still the yellows out on entry. Barriers look like they're almost complete in their refurbishment. 2 minutes and still plenty of action to go as Emily Cotty, Jasmine Taylor, Yarrick Metters, Harris Roberts and Ben Horner, the top 5, still with Albert Dyson there. There's just 6 on camera. Then there's a gap back to Archie Dyson, Riley Bishop, Tom Holden and Rory Hinckley. Yellow is in, up towards the hairpin. That will please those behind Emily Cotty at the front of this race. Cotty into the double left of the horseshoe. Through the right-hand bend up towards top bend, the final corner. Minute and 14 left, so they'll get round the next time, then it's going to be the last lap. 3 to go in junior Rotax. It's going to be interesting now to see how Jasmine Taylor plays this one, because the heats are all about getting the points for the positions in the final. Will she settle for second place and give herself an opportunity of being at the front, or will it be all out for Jasmine Taylor, trying to find a way past Emily Cotty, who also won the Girl Power Award yesterday for the highest finishing female driver in the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship at round 5 yesterday. Cotty leads then, looks over her shoulder, the gap out slightly, but certainly not visually. Jasmine Taylor continues to hound Emily Cotty through the S's. Cotty's got enough of a gap up towards the hairpin. Taylor with a more extravagant braking style. Cotty letting the cart roll in. Still nose to tail as they exit. 10 seconds on the clock. They'll be down to 0 by the time they come round, almost certainly. They'll cross the line now to be greeted by the final lap board. And 0.2 of a second separates Emily Cotty and Jasmine Taylor. Cotty wide enough that she didn't have to defend on the inside. We'll see whether it's a similar run up towards the hairpin. It is. She's confident that Jasmine Taylor's not going to be close enough. There's 2 cart lengths between them, but that's the difference between Cotty having to take a defensive line and an aggressive line. She's currently on the normal racing aggressive line, and Emily Cotty's going to have done enough here to hold on from Jasmine Taylor, Yarrick Metters and Harris Roberts to take victory in heat number 1 of junior Rotax. Cotty takes the victory from Taylor, but then it's Metters and Harris Roberts, Albert Wilton, Ben Horner, Riley Bishop and Archie Dyson, Tom Holden and Owen Keenan. Round out your top 10. Behind them, Rory Hinckley, Jack Dimbleby and Max Rowley, with Harry Hurst Grover, Kieran Denya, Rufus Holmes, Noah Sales and Max Gray-Trex, Lewis Holt and Harney Sadiq. Top 20. Then it's Archie Flint, Toby Duke and Arthur Frey, Elliot Foster, Alex McCullough and Amalie Ackett, Sam Flynn, Lucas Reeves and Oliver Lomax, of Jaden Robinson and Freddie Snell. Then our drivers that retired from that one, we had Karthik Kumeta and Finley hands off at the far end of the track up the hairpin. We've got 2 trolleys going to collect those 2 carts, and Harry Cottrell with his bent rear axle on the opening lap, unfortunately for him. Got 2 more races before we head to our lunch break. That doesn't mean that you can go anywhere, because we have got our grid show from this morning, where we'll see all of our drivers in all their attire, and we've got our interviews from yesterday's race winners from the podium ceremony yesterday, before we come back with heat number 2 and our finals. The penultimate race of the morning session will be Intermax. They'll be out tomorrow. So they'll be out in a few moments time, sorry. And it was a great day yesterday for JJ Plowman. He took a clean sweep with a pole position, 2 heats and a final, and he will start once again from pole position. We'll have a look at the grid in a few moments time for heat number 1 for Intermax. So it was JJ Plowman by the slightest of margins this morning from Lucas Esser, who finished in 3rd place yesterday, with Stanley Stafford and yesterday's runner-up Jensen Sale in 4th place. Noah Moulton 2nd in the championship, goes off row 3 with Jack Holmes alongside in 5th and 6th respectively. Kurt Kaplan and Lewis Hall with Oscar Roach and Layla Bella on row 5, Charlie Hobbs and Alexander Adams on row 6. And Jay Birmingham is shown in 13th place, but he won't be taking part today. He had an incident yesterday that means he will take no further part in the race weekend here at Clay Pigeon. So we're down to 12 runners in our Intermax class. If Jay is either at the track watching at home, we hope that you get better soon. I know it was a bad one yesterday, but we hope that you are back racing with us here in the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship at the next round, which will be at Fulbeck early part of July for that one. So hopefully it's not too bad for Jay. I think Fulbeck might come a little bit too soon, so it might be on to the next round of that one. But for the next round of SuperOne, the weekend of the 6th and 7th of July, we'll see the championship roll to Lincolnshire for round 7 and 8 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. 2 carts being recovered back into the pit lane at the moment. Finley Hand, he's walking back. The helmet is still on, normally the sign of a angry driver. It's normally a fairly easy sign. If they take the helmet off, they're normally okay. If they leave it on, they don't want to be spoken to. The 95 machine of Karthik Kometa being wheeled in. That's got some front end damage. The team will need to work on that one when they get back in. Whilst the sun is out here at Clay, it is very, very windy still. You can hear it and you can see it in the flags in the background, but it's still very, very windy here at Clay Pigeon. Track is clear, which means that we should have the penultimate race of the morning, which is Intermax, out shortly. Then Senior Rotax will follow shortly after them. So field making their way out onto track. JJ Plowman leading the way. Layla Bell there making a late appearance. Looks like that cart might have had some problems getting going. Duke racing driver, racing in her own colours, her usual colours of pink, black and white rather than the navy blue and white DJR colours. She's out on the track. She'll slot into her position P10 on the 5th row. We'll dip back into some live chat comments a little bit later on, so thank you to everybody that's got in touch, including ED Carton saying come on JJ Plowman. Well, we're about to see how he goes in a few moments time. There he is on the left towards the start line. It was a very, very tight qualifying session. Let's see what Lucas Essig can do there in the orange on the right hand side of your screen in the 55 machine. They'll cross the line now as they get this race underway, and Plowman will get through, and Esser's going to have to sweep all the way around the outside, and I think he does to hold on to 2nd place, because Plowman was forceful in holding on to the lead on the opening lap. He leads up towards the hairpin for the first time. Everybody's through nicely. And Jensen Sale with a move down the inside there on the 43 of Stanley Stafford to get himself up into what will be 4th place for Jensen Sale, last year's Micromax champion, moving up into Inters. 2nd place yesterday for him. For Jensen Sale, currently sits 3rd in the championship after a trio of 2nd places yesterday. Closed in within 2 points of Noah Moulton, who had a trio of 5th places. The driver of the 54 machine, currently running just 1 place in front of Jensen Sale at the moment. Moulton in 3rd place. There he is in the white helmet in the 54. Sale behind in the number 40 cart. So the 2 of them going into this race meeting with only a 2-point gap between them. Plowman leading from Esser, Moulton, Sale and Stafford. Holmes, Kaplan, Roach, Hall, Hobbs, Bell and Adams. It looked like we had Lewis Hall going for 8th place in the background. We'll keep an eye out on that at the end of the lap to see if there's any up or down changes on the live timing. round to cross the timing line at the end of lap number 3. Still JJ Plowman, although Lucas Esser's closing in slightly. Jensen Sale is indeed up now into 3rd place as Esser sets the fastest lap of the race. Stafford into 4th, Moulton down into 5th place, having crossed the line on the previous lap in 3rd. Jack Holmes and Oscar Roach both move up as Kurt Kaplan drops down from 7th into 9th behind Lewis Hall, who we did say earlier looked like he was making the move at the first corner to move through. Then it looks like Kurt Kaplan was finding his way past Oscar Roach there. Expect some changes in that mid-pack from 7th further down as they cross the line this time round. So Lewis Hall does indeed move up in front of Oscar Roach, and it was Kurt Kaplan who was trying to find a way through as well on Roach. Roach in the white suit, pink helmet. Kurt Kaplan just behind in the green helmet, and then Kaplan catches a little bit of rear bumper and gets some snap oversteer. That could give Charlie Hobbs a good run, and Layla Bell's on the back of the train as well. Mix there, 6 karts in inters, and there's a gap back to Alexander Adams, who we see going through the camera shot just there. JJ Plowman a later turn in than Lucas Esser. Later on in the race, that's going to give Esser an opportunity. I just don't think he wants to stick the nose down the inside just yet, mainly because Jensen Sale and Stanley Stafford are closing in as well. Sale is going to be on the back of this one within a lap, I'm sure of it. He's there, but he's not close enough to attack Lucas Esser. And what they really need is a bit of a work together to try and get onto the back of JJ Plowman, who goes wide at the final corner, makes a bit of a mistake, and is going to be punished into the first corner by Lucas Esser. Esser down the inside, Plowman back through to retake the lead, so Plowman loses the lead for a few metres at least, and now Esser's coming back to the inside up to the hairpin. Can he get it stopped in order to stop Plowman getting the run? He can, because Jensen Sale is trying to go down the inside of JJ Plowman as well, and that's going to give Lucas Esser the opportunity to come through, and Esser leads now from JJ Plowman. Jensen Sale in 3rd place, Stanley Stafford P4, 2 minutes and 30 to go in Intermax Heat 1. Then there's a gap back to Jack Holmes now in 5th place. Noah Moulton drops down into P6. Kurt Kaplan's up to 7th. Oscar Roach down to 8th, with Lewis Hall and Charlie Hobbs completing your top 10. As they arrive through the glittering sunshine up towards the hairpin. Now Lucas Esser, with clear track in front of him, appears to have just enough pace to gap JJ Plowman. It was 3/10 on the previous. Let's see what happens this time round. It all stemmed from that slight error by JJ Plowman, going slightly wide at the final corner, and it allowed Lucas Esser to get the run up towards turn 1 round Billy's. And though, despite Plowman managing to get through, Esser then had enough peak pace to run up towards the hairpin. JJ Plowman, who's been the winner in every race and qualifying session thus far, has 1 minute and 20 seconds to try and hold on to his 100% record. Still the championship leader though, heading into this race weekend after a great day yesterday. Opened his championship lead up to 15 seconds. So 15 points, sorry. It's the right hand hairpin. Even though he's in the middle trying to attack, takes a slightly tighter line into the horseshoe. Doesn't seem to do him any harm. Gap's down to 2/10 on the previous lap. Jensen Sale and JJ Plowman, it's out by another 3, but I think that's deceiving slightly by the line that they take over start finish. And wide goes Lucas Esser through the first corner at Billy's and then up through the chicane, but he's managed to not lose too much time round there by the look of things. A minute to go really in this race when you add 20 seconds plus the normal lap time on. You might not get round Let's see. If they do, then it's going to be 2 minutes rather than 1, but I think they'll just about cross the line in enough time that Lucas Esser's going to have to defend this one off for 2 laps. Esser leading then from JJ Plowman as Plowman closes the gap by 1/10 of a second on the previous lap, with Jensen Sale there as well, ready to take advantage, just like he tried to do earlier when Esser got past JJ Plowman, and he was alongside Plowman round this hairpin bend. It put him on the outside then for the horseshoe, and he couldn't find the way through. But Lucas Esser goes round top bend for what will be the penultimate time. Round Billy's into the first bend. Through then the right hand of the Esser. Once again, Lucas Esser goes wide round that corner, but it does give him a good run. JJ Plowman not close enough at the hairpin to make a dive down the inside, although the camera almost deceived us slightly with his line. Lucas Esser with 2 corners to go when they come out of this one. Looks to have done enough. Round the right hand, up towards top bend for Lucas Esser. The 100% record for JJ Plowman has gone as Lucas Esser takes victory in heat number 1. Plowman in second from Jensen Sale and Stanley Stafford, with Jack Holmes and Noah Moulton, with then Kurt Kaplan, Oscar Roach and Lewis Hall in P9. Charlie Hobbs crosses the line in P10 in front of Layla Bell, and Alexander Adams will cross the line shortly. He'll come into camera shot. There he is, crossing the line in P number 12. Field will roll round. We've got one further race in a few moments for Senior Rotax. Dipping into the live chat comments, Dave Nichols saying great Honda racing this morning. Good to see the Hooton and Teesside boys and girls doing so well. J123 saying come on Presley Knight. Gavin Pitt saying let's go Cole, and we've got good luck for Harry Hurstgrove as well from Emma. We've got happy birthday to Hugh Jarden from Stuart Bell, and we've got good luck to Jack Daniel and Oliver Daniel from Carrie Kristen. Final race of the morning before we head towards our lunch break is heading out onto track right now. It's time for Senior Rotax. Grid on screen. It was Tom Day on pole position after this morning's qualifying session. He's the first one round there with Zach Fletcher. And on row 2 with Tom Taylor for company, Cameron Crockett and Zeki Hussein on row 3. Row 4, we'll see Lewis Wild and yesterday's winner Billy Edgecombe out of position, with Elliot Thomas and George Sanders, Jack Maidment and Dan Milner on row number 6. Then it's Ollie Naylor and Ethan Priest, John Hobbs and William Young, with Jake Richards and Kyle Ride completing your 18. Then it's Sky Fraser and Alfie Barron Oxbury, and we're away and racing already in Senior Rotax. The run up towards the first corner. Tom Day over the curve on the inside, then he's going to get forced wide on the outside, and he will have to hand over the lead as we've got a driver off onto the grass on the opening lap. We'll pick out who that is when they come through on timing at the end of lap number 1. Everybody through, and Tom Day's back down the inside, and then there's some contact between him and Zach Fletcher, the 2 drivers off the front row, and that has opened the door for the 77 of Tom Taylor to come through. His multicoloured machine will lead us over the line at the end of the first lap from Tom Day and James Cassiolek. We've got drivers round the 5 of Cameron Crockett. He came into contact with James Cassiolek, and they are both round at the first corner. That's 3rd and 4th, and Billy Edgecombe, who started in 5th in the 21 machine, is up into 4th already. Zach Fletcher in 3rd place. The driver that we missed there as Sanders and Ollie Naylor go side by side round the horseshoe. So once again, we're going to see a bit of a jumble up of the timing screen as the drivers that were involved will drop down. Cassiolek and Crockett are down into 18th and 19th respectively. So Taylor leads from Tom Day and Zach Fletcher. Billy Edgecombe in 4th place from Dan Milner, George Sanders, Ollie Naylor up into P7. Jack Maidman, Lewis Wild and John Hobbs 9th and 10th respectively, with Jake Richards, Zeki Hussein, Kyle Ride, William Young and Ethan Priest. I know we've had a slight change there in timing because it looked like Sky Fraser didn't pick up on lap 1. We'll keep an eye out what's happening there because we've jumped back down into P20, so it's looked like that we've had a bit of a mishap on the timing there for Sky Fraser. We'll keep an eye out. We've got a mechanical for the 70 of Ethan Pierce as Tom Day goes down the inside of Tom Taylor for the lead. Change at the front of this pack. We'll keep an eye out on the 70 of Ethan Priest. He's in 16th place as to what the mechanical's for. So we'll try and pick that out shortly, but it is Tom Day leading from Tom Naylor and Zach Fletcher. There's your top 3. But Billy Edgecombe is edging his way back onto the battle at the front. Fastest lap of the race on the previous 34.5. Billy Edgecombe, who's won all the finals here on a Saturday in SuperOne. So he's won round 1, won round 3, and has won round 4. When it comes to your Sundays, it's George Sanders who's been the driver to beat. He's currently in 6th place. He's won at round number 2 and round 4, both the GYG and Rowler respectively. When it comes to the finals, so Day, Taylor, Fletcher and Edgecombe, the top 4, all within one camera shot now. And down the inside tries to go Tom Taylor into the horseshoe. Here the car, the nose is skipping over the bump on the way into top bend. And Taylor's going down the inside into turn 1 on Tom Day, and Day's going to get freight trained here on the outside. Can he hold on? Yes, he can. I thought that Zach Fletcher was going down the inside. That would have allowed Billy Edgecombe through as well. And back down, and down the inside now goes Fletcher. Edgecomb's on the outside. Dan Milner's going to get in the mix as well as Tom Day comes back down the inside. And oh, we've got 2 round. Billy Edgecombe's up 3 round in the end. Edgecombe from 5th as the rest of the field comes through as well. Fletcher and Dan Milner involved in that one. We've got a Nauseo panel looking all squiffy. They'll drop down. Taylor and Day got through that, and Ollie Naylor in all of this is going to appear in 3rd place. There he is, the driver in the 84 machine. So he's up into 3rd place. Ollie Naylor, having started in the periphery of the top 10, has taken advantage of everybody else battling it out. Keep an eye out on that nose panel though, on that number 85 machine. It's looking very, very low. And you can see whether it's wobbling round as we pick them up as they come round. It looks firm, so maybe no drop down there for Naylor as he's made his way through. Naylor then up into 3rd place. Jack Maidman P4, George Sanders, Lewis Wild and Elliot Thomas with Jack Hobbs. And it's Billy Edgecombe who was involved in that incident earlier on. Zaki Hussein and Jake Richards with Cameron Crockett, who was off on the 1st lap. With Zach Fletcher moved down the inside there by the 37 of Elliot Thomas on Lewis Wild. That moves him up into 6th place. 1:40 to go. Ollie Naylor holds on to 3rd place, but is now coming under pressure from Jack Maidment in the 29. 2 leaders are close back together. Maidment down the inside of Ollie Naylor into the hairpin. Maidment up then, and then looks over his shoulder to defend off the Nottinghamshire driver, Ollie Naylor. The 2 leaders, Tom Taylor now has been closed back in by Tom Day, who dropped away slightly in his battle earlier on with the drivers that were with Zach Fletcher and Dan Milner. Billy Edgecombe as well in that battle earlier on. Is now closed back in at the front. 3 laps to go. Can Day close in? Naylor's dropped off the back of Jack Maidment, and he's going to come under pressure now from George Sanders, the driver that's won all of the Sunday finals so far this season in the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Behind them, Elliot Thomas up to 6th, Billy Edgecombe recovering up to 7th on that previous lap, finds a way past Lewis Wild, Zaki Hussain and John Hobbs complete your top 10. Fastest lap of the race so far by Dan Milner on lap 5 as he closed in on that battle earlier on. Saw him set a 34.434. It'll be a race towards the timing line to see whether we get round with 1 to go. We do get round. We're going to have 2 more laps. They cross the line with around about a second to go. And Tom Taylor will now have to hold on from Tom Day. And he cannot hold on from Tom Day. Down the inside into the hairpin by the 65 machine. Gets the move done cleanly. And Tom Day is through on Tom Taylor. And immediately has opened himself up a bit of a comfort gap from the driver of the 77. Now we start the final lap. Jack Maidman in 3rd place, holding off Ollie Naylor. There's a gap that looks comfortable for him, but now Naylor's got to hold off George Sanders. Then there's a gap back to Elliot Thomas. He's going to come under pressure on the final lap from Billy Edgecombe. Down the inside of Naylor goes George Sanders. Sanders is through, and it was a late move. It was almost like he didn't realise he was going to make it until he saw where Naylor braked and thought, oh, I'm going to go down the inside into the hairpin. And on the final lap, George Sanders is up into 4th place. Tom Day takes victory from Tom Taylor, Jack Maidman and George Sanders, Ollie Naylor, Elliot Thomas and Billy Edgecombe, Lewis Wild, Zaki Hussain and a recovering Cameron Crockett in P10. Then it's John Hobbs, James Kosiolek with Dan Milner, who had great pace until that incident earlier on, finishes in 13th. Jake Richards, Kyle Ride, and then in P16, Alfie Barron Oxbury will finish just behind Sky Fraser, who looks to have moved up on the final lap into P16 in front of Alfie Barron Oxley. Then we've got drivers who didn't take the checkered flag: Zach Fletcher, William Young and Ethan Preece. Unfortunately, Preece had a mechanical flag. We saw the Fletcher incident, not quite sure what happened with William Young. He's had a difficult weekend here so far this weekend for rounds 5 and 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. As you can see, no carts waiting for us in the holding area because we are heading shortly for the towards our lunch break here then at Clay Pigeon. We'll be back in a short moment after we've had our grid presentation from this morning, where we'll go down and have a look at all of our drivers in their suits and their helmet, and we'll have our interviews as well from yesterday's final winners from the podium here at Clay Pigeon.
take breakfast wrap.
Tea. I hate sweet. I like it. I like sweet.
I think it saves everyone in chat, look. I think it saves everyone in chat. That's what I mean.
Dan Holtz was here at 6:30 this morning. He just folded his bed away, so come for your prize. Well done. Where are we going? One that way. Around that way. Oh, here he is. Yeah, get in, get in. Here, you're getting in. There you go. Well, I'm looking that way. You've got a full one. Chin up for the one. There we go. Well done. So, who's going to draw next? Where's he gone? Here he is. Right. Who do you want to draw out?
Oh, my neighbour!
That one's stuck on the side. Right, you've got to be here to win it. William Young.
Stop!
William Young.
Not William Young's here.
That's a fine, I heard.
Max Rowley.
If they don't come up within 5 more seconds.
Morgan Weston. Oh.
No!
Is he? Where is he? Here he is. Keep those up with you. What? Right, Josh is going to go up there. How do you want him, Josh? He'll be out of breath when he gets Right, guys, all come round me here, I think. Where is he? Here he is. Where do you want him? Right, everybody round me. Big semicircle round me. Looking at Josh up there. Any of these?
Dance as well.
We'll have a full group shot. Please. Right, start here. You're looking at... Right, guys, clear the front of the grass. If you want to be in or behind, come on, you lot, everyone behind. Josh, give us guidance.
Okay, keep coming in.
Keep coming in tight.
Can you all see me?
Can you all see Josh? All look up at Josh.
Danny, are you ready? Logan, put your hand out. Okay, big smile.
My eyes are burning.
Got the helmets up. Got the helmets helmets up, John.
Yeah, okay. Go
Hold
on.
your helmets up, everyone.
Okay, and last one, big cheer for us.
Happy?
Pictures. Pictures. Go on, big cheer.
Joined by the winner of our Micro Max class, Ansel Murray. Ansel, you've got 2 trophies. I'm holding one because it was looking a bit heavy. You've decided to keep the big heavy one. Race win at round number 5. Talk me through the race.
Harry from RCE, one of my coaches, really taught me how to drive last year. And
when you're out there on track, were you thinking like what he's taught you, and that'll help you out there? So, in the final, in that micro. Last year I saw you in an electric kart. This year now you're in a Micro Max. So how have you found the adjustment to a normal engine?
good. And when I was in Bambino, I started last and came first.
And you're obviously out there. I've been watching you for most of the day. You've been running right at the front with your RCE teammates, in fact. So you've been, team must be doing something well, and you're obviously doing well to take the victory here this weekend on the Saturday.
Thank you.
Good. Well, I'll give you your rookie trophy back as well. You can take your winner's trophy, and all the very best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Winner in senior Rotax, or as we shall now call him, Mr. Saturday, after his third Saturday win of the season, Billy Edgecombe. Billy, first of all, talk us through your final.
Great success.
Good.
I mean, I sat in third for the whole race, and then the front two had a bit of a coming together, and I just went through, and it worked out my way, really. Yeah, nothing else really more to say. I just sat in third the whole race, and just sat with it.
Good. Well, if we're doing accents, I'll do the rest of the interview in my Dutch one. No.
That works. we can do that.
Fair enough. So, we appear to be very, very strong on Saturdays. We're winning, that's our third Saturday win, which means we get to talk to you again for the third time. Think we can pull a Sunday out tomorrow?
I hope so. I'd like to win on a Sunday because I won't have to do this again, but,
we can,
I don't really know what happens on a Sunday.
we can make a special appearance for you,
Well.
if you want. Interview you on Sunday.
I would rather not.
No,
we just keep it as it is.
Fair enough. Anyone
Yeah.
you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, Team Momentum Motorsport, my dad, Aaron Racing Engines, Ian Elliott, Pete Harris, and to all my other sponsors and to everyone that made this possible.
Well, wonderful. Well, hopefully you stood on the top step again tomorrow.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Good. Billy, all the very best.
Thank you very much.
Here with our winner from our IAME M1 Bambino Final, Bodie Batch. Really close final once again. We're really seeing it at the moment. The top two starting to break away and then battling it out towards the end. Talk us through your final, because I didn't get to see it. I've been doing trophy presentations.
Yeah, so it was a really close battle between me and Freddie. A back marker nearly spun me out, and then one pushed me onto the grass. In the final corner, Freddie nearly got me, but on the straight, I redid him.
So you've been at the front for most of the day, so we're obviously quite happy with that. Happy with the pace. It's going to be even hotter tomorrow, so we're happy, certainly with it not raining. So I think it's the first round we've had, hopefully, fingers crossed it doesn't rain tomorrow, where we've had a full dry weekend. Are you happy with the performance of the kart?
Yeah,
Wonderful. Do you expect to be at the front again tomorrow?
yeah,
Good. Think you can take another victory?
maybe.
Well, we'll see, and look forward to tomorrow. All the very best, and hopefully you can pick up some more silverware tomorrow.
Thank you.
Emily Cotty, second overall and the Girl Power Award, but let's talk about the week as a whole. Let's go back a week to Fullbeck. It wasn't the ideal ending.
And I was leading into the second corner and I just went, but I got put in the wall and then I didn't finish, which wasn't ideal, but we moved on from that, so yeah, it was all right. We were like 1.3 seconds faster in the wet, so we know we had the pace. So.
Some people would have probably had a couple of weeks off maybe, but you were out testing in the week in a car at Donington.
Yeah, we were testing at Donington. It was quite wet, but yeah, it was good.
Formula 4?
Yeah.
And we're doing some Nordic rounds, are we, this year in Formula 4?
No, not anymore. Because I couldn't get my licence because of some issues and stuff. I couldn't race, but at the end of the year, yeah.
I feel bad now for digging that up, sorry.
Yeah.
Tell us about your race weekend here then today. The pace has been good. You've been at the front for most of the day from when we've been walking around setting cameras up. So happy with the pace going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, after the final, I mean, we were quite fast. I think we were like second fastest on track or something. And in the heat before, we were 2.5 tenths quicker than anyone. So yeah, happy with the pace.
Good. No setup changes for the mechanic tomorrow then?
No.
Just tell him to bolt the wheels back on and away we go?
Yeah.
Good. Wonderful. Well, hopefully you can go one step higher and take the winner's trophy home tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks.
Thank you. Junior Rotax final winner, Jarek Metters. Jarek, you just told me that you've guested at a few rounds of SuperOne. First win though here this weekend at your home track. You must be thrilled.
Well, yeah, we had a bit disappointing clay last year. We started on pole for the final on Sunday. Contact happened. Nothing could be done about it. But yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled. I've been needing this. I've had really bad luck for the past few months. Been from engine builds, bad frames, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm just really, really happy with this and needed it.
Good. Obviously, your home track, so you've turned a wheel around here a few times.
Yeah.
But happy with your performance today?
Yeah, last few months where I've been doing like the club rounds here, we've been struggling quite a bit, especially with the frame. But my granddad supplied that for us. Thank you, Grandad Craig. And yeah, pace was good all day. Qualified second, third in one of the heats, second in the other, and won the final. So quite happy with that.
So talk us through the final, because we don't get to watch them, you see. We're doing trophy presentations, so talk me through your final.
Well, I was on the front row for the start of the final, and then dropped down to third, and then I got back up to second, and the person in front I got past, but they were going to have a mechanical flag anyway, so. And then obviously the Battenbergs came out, so there was quite a few minutes behind them. I wanted to get back going again because I was pulling the gap to the guys behind. And then at the end, there was only a few minutes left. It was just about keeping my cool and keeping the gap.
Good. Think we can do it all again tomorrow?
That's what I'm hoping for.
Happy days. Finally, anyone you want to say thank you to?
I want to say thank you to Grandad Craig for the chassis, Ayrton from IAM for the engines, Bond, Timber, Simon from Select Motorhomes and Newton Abbott. Thank you for all your help. And obviously Mum and Dad spending all the money.
Fantastic. All the very best.
Oh, and
for
also Cam, my mechanic.
Good. We don't forget the mechanic, because if you do, he might leave a wheel off. Good. Jarek, all the very best, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
JJ Plowman looks incredibly happy with his victory. You've been on the pace though all day. Throughout the heats, qualifying as well. I watched one of the heats from down the bottom end. The kart looks like it's on rails. So first of all, tell me about the kart.
It's been really good. We've had LRG, Louis, helping us with the kart this race. So they've got it set up nice with my dad as well. He's been very helpful, and some driver coaching has also really helped.
Oh, I'm going to ask, but why has he been replaced as the main mechanic man?
Not good enough.
He can hear you, you know. Good. Second win of the season at round 5, leading the championship. You've extended the lead. Going into tomorrow, we're expecting similar conditions, if not a little bit warmer. Confident of a repeat?
Yeah, hopefully. The tyres will be a bit warm, but we've managed them a bit through the day, so hopefully they'll be just good.
Well, that's the important thing, isn't it? With one set of tyres for both race days, and you're having to hand them back in. So at what point throughout the race weekend have we started thinking, look, these have got to do me tomorrow as well, let's leave a bit of life in them?
Just through the heats, then in the final I just went for it. Just kept going in the final. Through the heats, a bit of management though.
Fair enough. Finally, anybody you want to say thank you to without looking at your suit for reminders?
To my mum and dad for bringing me here, and all my sponsors for helping this happen.
Good. Well, all the very best, and after this race weekend, safe journey back to the Isle of Man.
Thank you.
Luke McGall, an interesting final, mainly because you led about that much of it. You were there at the front for most of it, yourself battling with Kian, and then onto that final lap, you pipped him right at the end. Talk me through the race as a whole, and then that last lap.
Well, I was second all the way through, and then coming into last lap, I was second, and into the last corner, the door was open, so I just went for the gap, and it was very close drag down to the finish line, but I won, so yeah, it was good.
It's close. We've had a look at the numbers. I think it was 0.019 of a second, so it really was tight between the two of you. It's been a bit of a tight battle, not only throughout the race, but for most of the season so far. Enjoying it, looking forward to tomorrow as well, mainly.
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Now, clay as a track, very, very quick. Every corner there's like it's a switchback. You're going from a right to a left to a right, then into another left. So how do you find it? Is it just a case of just sort of waiting for an opening? You can't really make one happen here.
Well, just wait for the opening.
And if it's on the last corner, take it.
Yeah, definitely.
Wonderful. Luke, thank you very much, and all the very best going into round 6 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ollie West, a busy day because we've been racing in 2 classes. We've done Comas, we've done IAME. We'll start with IAME before we get onto the one where you've won some trophies. Great final for you. You've come through from 22nd through to 9th, so a great final. Talk me through your IAME final to start with.
Most of it, I know I can't get up the front very well, but I just get in that toe, get ducking, and then go.
Good. And how is it different to driving the Coma? Because obviously it's a bit more powerful, the IAME.
The IAME, because my other chassis got bent, and I had to run on my other chassis, and the front is a bit switchy around that top corner over there, so it throws me about a bit, but I don't mind. No, I just keep my foot down and steer the wheel.
Good. Well, let's go back to the one where you have won your trophies in the Coma class. It's been a really, really tight class for most of the day. We watched it earlier on while we were setting trophies up. So we were setting the cameras up earlier on, and it's a great little battle in the Coma class. At the front, it was really, really tight for the winter. Tell me about the final few laps.
I kept the defence on. I kept on ducking, and if somebody overtook me, I'll just get in their toe immediately. So like on the last lap, I could basically I would have more power than them, so I could overtake them and just get the win.
I had a feeling then that you'd almost forgot about the Bambino Coma one because you've been out in the IAME when I asked you about it, and then you had to think back about it. But going into the race day tomorrow, are we confident of a repeat?
I'm pretty confident. Unless my engine doesn't conk out.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Finally, anybody you want to say thank you to that helps keeps you on track?
MP Coach and my mum and dad, and the best engine builder in the country, Tim Larego.
Good. Wonderful. Thank you very much. All the very best for your round number 6 later on today. Philip Howard, what a start to life in SuperOne. First meeting and a first place trophy.
Yeah, it was good really. Yeah, a challenging day from the start. We dropped back to second in the second heat, so we made a few changes. But yeah, we got there in the end, and it's been a brilliant day. Sun's out, and yeah, nice first place trophy. It's good.
You can't ask for a better race weekend when it's sunny.
Not.
I'm making a guess that you've been to Clay before.
Yeah, I've
taking the win.
Yeah, 6 championships I've won here, so it's I've done a lot of rotations.
Once or twice then.
Once or twice, yeah.
Good. Pick your lid up for me.
My lid.
Just because on a sunny day you're not going to get much better than that.
No.
Talk me through the design.
Well, I just love gold. I've just been gold from the start. But some old chap in a dirty garage painted it for like real cheap, and it's turned out lovely.
It's nice, isn't it? Well, I mean, like days like today when the sun's shining, that's glistening, and you're taking a trophy home. Happy days.
Good. Yeah, no, brilliant day.
Think we can replicate it tomorrow?
I reckon so. Yeah. I don't see why not. I think we should do it definitely. Yeah.
Happy days. Well, anyone you want to say thank you to? Because the
thanks
suit's
to the
got
old,
some stuff on.
Thanks to the old man, because he's got to clean it at the end of the day. So he does all well.
White's not the best colour, is
I
it?
wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So yeah, massive thanks to him.
Got to clean the suit as well. And
George Robinson for producing some nice WAF this weekend as well.
Happy days.
Yeah, he sorted us right out again. So yeah, it's been good.
Good stuff. Well, all the very best for tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back to Clay Pigeon, round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Comer's already out on the grid, parent helpers clearing the grid. And we will get the 5-second board very shortly. Once again, Noah Wicklow on the front row, Ernie Wade for company, and we're away and racing already. And once again, it's Wade with a good start, second often being better than pole here at Clay, and Wade will take the lead from Noah Wicklow as they run up towards that first corner. Rest of our Comer C50 Bambinos making their way round in the sun-baked Dorset circuit. Noah Wicklow being pushed along up towards the hairpin by the driver of the 33, Jesse Bailey. And this is probably the first Comer race I've watched all weekend where the leader hasn't had nearly a second gap at the end of the first lap. Calmon Simon is back with us after his issues in the opening race of the day. It was a bit of a mishap regarding his engine. He might have accidentally caught one of the switches on it, and that's why he rolled to a halt. But we are away and crossing the line for the first time. And it will be Ernie Wade who leads us from Noah Wicklow and Jesse Bailey, Ollie West and Arthur Bowers with Will Wainwright, Calmon Simon, Arlo Gamble and Benjamin Chivart with Jacques Wong in P10, Henry Hales 11, Hendrix Fallat, John Stevens, Oliver Daniels and Wraith Owen complete your top 15. It's the top 3 will try to break away as it looks like Noah Wicklow went a little bit too tight, scrubbed off some speed, and Jesse Bailey will slot through and up into second place. Wicklow's got to try and go with, but Wicklow with that slow hairpin and a few corners has lost a little bit of ground to Ernie Wade and Jesse Bailey. Await the arrival of the top 2, and Wicklow is falling away. He's lost 1.2 seconds on that previous lap. He did a 50.8. The fastest lap of the race was Bailey in second with a 49.59. Noah Wicklow, who started on pole position and went with the 2 leaders, is falling off the back of Ernie Wade and Jesse Bailey, who at the moment are just working together to push away. See the size of the gap. Now Noah Wicklow's got some company. He's got Ollie West, but it's whether they can push on. The gap's going to be well over 2 seconds, I think, as they cross the line at the end of this lap. So Wade and Bailey cross, and the gap is out to 2.9 seconds. Henry Hales and Benjamin Chivart as Jesse Bailey sets the fastest lap. 31 of Wraith Owen tries a move on Henry Hales. 2 leaders still as they were and working in unison with each other at the moment. As Noah Wicklow's now fallen behind Ollie West. Ollie West up into 3rd place, William Wainwright with them, but this battle going behind has got Henry Hales leading the way from Benjamin Chivart, and it looks like then Logan Edwards, and there's a little bit of contact in the background. Looks like the 21. I think it could be the 27 actually, if Jensen Drummond runs up the back. 21's William Wainwright, he's up inside the top 5. 2 leaders opening the gap up, although it has plateaued slightly at around that 3-second mark, so they're not pulling away quite as quickly this time. But Noah Wicklow, who had some good pace in the opening lap and a half or so, and then drop back. So I don't know whether there's a bit of a jetting issue that's dropping him down the order, but William Wainwright has come through down the inside as well now for 4th place. Wainwright up into P4. Contact warning, it was for Jesse Bailey in the 33. He's in 2nd place at the moment, so whether that's for into the back of Ernie Wade as they continue to bump draft their way away from the rest of the field. The gap is now 6.2 seconds. On that previous lap, Ollie West, William Wainwright and Noah Wicklow were in the sort of high 50s, low 51s. The 2 leaders, 49.5s. The pace at the front, almost identical time. 49.55 for Bailey, 49.552 for the leader, Ernie Wade. And they are just pushing away at the front, the lead battle. And then it's back at Ollie West, who will try and pick up in a few moments as they come through. He's under pressure now from William Wainwright, who, having found a way past Noah Wicklow, and Wicklow has also fallen behind Arlo Gamble as well, who's moved up into P5. There's Gamble in the 72, Wicklow behind, and he's under pressure from Jax Wong as well. Wong's going to try and get a run. He's already moving out of the slipstream slightly. So they go round Billy's and head towards the S's, and Wong is going to try and move through, and Wong is indeed down the inside on Noah Wicklow. Jax Wong in the 67 is through, and down the inside William Wainwright and Arlo Gamble. Gamble with a switchback. I think Gamble's going to have enough. Will he have a second switchback if he can get to the inside? He will do. William Wainwright may well have track position. No, he does not. And Arlo Gamble is through and up into 4th place, and will run to the inside of the track to defend. Logan Hodgetts coming through the camera there in the 74. P8, Arthur Bowers and Henry Hales round out the top 10. We've got Wraith Owen, Hendricks Fallat, John Stevens, Benjamin Shivar and Max Armit in front of Calmon Simon, Jensen Drummond, Harry Voss, Oliver Daniels and Ava Garrett. 2-place game for Benjamin Shivar on that previous lap, 14th to 12th. Jax Wong move on to the inside of William Wainwright. Wainwright will have some track position into the horseshoe and retakes the position. Doing so though will screw off a little bit of speed and allow the drivers to close back in behind Ernie Wade and Jesse Bailey as they were, until Jesse Bailey now out of the slipstream with a lap and a half to go. Ernie Wade back to the inside. There's lap traffic in front for them to contend with in the middle of the chicane, and there's a little bit of contact as Ernie Wade finds his way through on the 19 of Santo Amico. Single file through there. And now Jesse Bailey will have one more lap to try and do what he did at the first corner, but try and hold on this time round. Ernie Wade will go to the inside. These two have earned the right to battle for the lead, and down the inside goes Jesse Bailey into the final corner. And Ernie Wade now, here's the driver riding shotgun. They've earned the right to turn this into a 2-car battle. Last lap board is out, 10th between them, but it's 9 seconds back to the rest of the pack. Jesse Bailey, cart length to the inside to fend off Ernie Wade into the S's for the final time. And I think Bailey will be right on that white line. He is up towards the hairpin, but Ernie Wade's not quite close enough. Wade goes wider. Can he carry more speed? Still a few cart lengths, and Jesse Bailey has timed this one to perfection. The run out of the final corner on the previous lap to cross the line. And then he's opened up a few cart lengths for a fairly comfortable final lap for Jesse Bailey. But he will round the final corner, see the checkered flag, and Jesse Bailey wins heat number 2 at the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship round 6 at Clay Pigeon from Ernie Wade. Then we await some 10 seconds further down the road after that battle for the lead. It should be Ollie West. It is Ollie West. In 3rd place, Jax Wong P4 with Arlo Gamble, Noah Wicklow, Logan Hodgetts and William Wainwright. Wraith Owen, Arthur Bowers round out your top 10 in front of Hendricks Fallat and Henry Hales, with Benjamin Shivar, John Stevens and Max Armit. Your top 15, Calmon Simon, Jensen Drummond and Harry Voss, with Oliver Daniels and Ava Garrett, the final driver, on the lead lap with Santo Amico, crossing the line in P21. So Comas are making their way off the track. Next class out for you here today for their 2nd heat of the day here at Clay Pigeon is Honda Cadet. So Hondas will make their way out in a few moments. We'll have the grid up on the screen for you in a few seconds' time. In the meantime, I'm going to welcome to the commentary box one of our Intermax drivers, Layla Bell. Layla, how are you finding Clay Pigeon other than very, very sunny and warm?
Quite good.
It's been a great weekend so far for, I think we're just going to play with your settings a little bit. We're going to turn the gain up a little bit. That way we can hear you a little bit better. Honda's out next. A class that I know you take a little bit of interest in. You've got some friends in the Honda class. Who are you watching out for?
Mainly Peter Webster and Daniel Hulse.
So Daniel's had a really good race in heat number 1. Peter's had a strong weekend as well. He took a trophy home yesterday. Yeah. They're heading out, so I'm going to do the grid for us up on the screen, and then we'll come back to yourself, Layla, and you're going to stay with us for the whole of the Honda race, hopefully. Then we're going to have to let you go because you've got some racing to do yourself. Sebastian Burlington qualified on pole position this morning. He starts on the front row with Luke McGall, the Heat 1 winner, alongside Cian Sullivan and Peter Webster on row 2, Arthur Roberts and Charlie Quine on row number 3. Then it's Daniel Hulse and Teddy Roberts with Joshua Knayston Wade and Eloisa Burlington on row 5, Jan Pakesh on row number 6. So, rolling start, Layla. You do rolling starts as well in Inters. What sort of goes through your mind when you're coming up to a rolling lap like this? Are you forming a plan, or are you just trying to get as much heat into the tyres? Is that the main focus?
At the start, it's mainly trying to get heat into your tyres, but then really it's just staying close to the bumpers and getting a good start.
Well, let's see whether we can get Honda going at the first time of asking this time round. We had a few attempts in heat number 1. Let's see what we can do in heat number 2, as it looks like the 64 of Teddy Roberts switches lanes, but looks like we are good to go. And once again, it's Cian Sullivan down the inside from 3rd place, trying to get up into 2nd. Looks like Peter Webster was looking racy at the start, as he got his nose down the inside as well. And once again, it's Burlington from Cian Sullivan and Luke McGall, which is exactly what happened in heat number 1. Peter Webster looks like he's slotted nicely into P4 with Arthur Roberts for company, and then Teddy Roberts in P number 6 as it stands at the moment. We'll head up towards the top bend for the first time. In the background, it looks like we've got a good battle going on as well for 10th and 11th. They'll cross the line for the first time at the end of the first lap, and it will be Sebastian Burlington leading the way from Cian Sullivan and Luke McGall, Peter Webster and Arthur Roberts with Teddy Roberts, Charlie Quine, Daniel Hulse, Jan Prakesh, Eloisa Burlington and Joshua Knayston Wade. In that order at the moment, that's your top 11. Leading trio has seen a change at the head of the field. Cian Sullivan has now found a way past Sebastian Burlington, and Luke McGall up into 3rd place still, as they once again trying to move away in the first race. We saw them break away by a good margin to leave the rest of the field battling out behind. We've got Peter Webster there in fourth place. Charlie Quine came into this later on in heat number 1. Layla, from your perspective, it's a long race, 7 minutes round here. It doesn't sound a long time, but you're going to get 10 to 12 laps round somewhere like Clay Pigeon. Down the inside goes Luke McGall for 2nd place. What's the sort of thought process? Because with it being such a long race, because we're only doing sort of 35 to 40 second laps round here, and the drivers are currently doing 41s, 42s, that you don't have to rush things, but you do have to be mindful that, because you feel like you're doing lots of laps, that, the race could be over before you realise.
Yeah, really, if you make a mistake on the circuit, it's going to take a while for you to make it back up.
Down the inside for 2nd place goes Sebastian Burlington, just as Luke McGall set the fastest lap there, and that's exactly what you were saying, because McGall's gone for the lead really, and then caught the curb on the inside, and now he's having to try and battle back to 2nd place. That's going to allow Cian Sullivan to try and open up a bit of a gap. We know McGall's got some pace after heat number 1, but in going for the lead is exactly what Cian Sullivan did actually in the first race for Hondas. He went for the lead and ended up coming out of a corner in 3rd. In the background, we can see Charlie Quine closing in on the back of Peter Webster and Arthur Roberts. So when it comes to Intermax, we're currently looking at Honda, because we can't have you commentate on Inters because you're actually in it. As see Charlie Quine now, when we say he was getting into it, he's getting into it with Arthur Roberts, slides through on the inside. Quine had track position, but then didn't quite have the grip I think his car expected. Arthur Roberts there clearly not happy with that one. Layla, arm up in the air.
Nope, really not. like when you put your hand up in the air, you can tell that the other person just isn't happy at all.
No, Charlie Quine is on the outside now, running up to top bend. Will he have a little switch back? It's a very, very fast corner, this last bend. Are you taking that flat, or are you having a little dab of the brake in the inter?
A little dab of the brake in the inter.
So differing lines as they run up towards round Billy. Sebastian Burlington with the fastest lap. The leading trio now sees Luke McGall leading the way from Sebastian Burlington, with Cian Sullivan down into third place. As you can see, Sullivan losing 2 places. That would have been McGall down the inside, Burlington taking advantage and going through as well. Slightly differing lines, but it's very difficult round that horseshoe, because you think like you've got through, you're down the inside, but then the right-hander comes at you before you know it, and you're stuck on the outside. Let's see as they come round. We've got 3 minutes to go. The end of this one, which is the 6th lap. McGall, Burlington and Webster. We've had a change finally for 5th place there, with Charlie Quine finding his way past Arthur Roberts. It took him a few laps, and now Cian Sullivan's going to try and find a way past Sebastian Burlington. Through nice and cleanly up at the hairpin. Charlie Quine spent a long time trying to get past Arthur Roberts, and that's allowed Peter Webster to break away into what is now a fairly comfortable, but albeit lonely, 4th place. You can just see him there in the distance with the leading trio in front.
When the top 3 are battling, 4th place and the bottom ones seem to be gaining.
Yeah, it was Cian Sullivan now up into 2nd. We've had that confirmation, and he sets the fastest lap as well, Layla. Let's see now whether it's difficult being in that 2nd place when you're effectively in the sandwich, where you have to try and attack the driver in front, but then be mindful that the driver behind wants to get past. So when you're in that sort of position, how aware are you that in going for a move you may end up falling back a place as well?
I'm a bit mindful. It depends on what corner you do it on. You need to do it on the sort of corner where there's not going to be enough space for the driver behind you to get back.
Yeah, we've seen it here, haven't we, a number of times. If the leader, if one driver can get through, often the driver that's behind will get through as well, because they just don't allow. There's not enough space for the other driver to get back in. And now we've got there, you see Cian Sullivan, he moved out, but he wasn't moving out to try and overtake Luke McGall. He was moving out to defend Sebastian Burlington, because he knows that if Burlington overtakes him at this stage in the race, it's going to open up too much of a gap that they're not going to be able to get back at Luke McGall at the front. Round top bend, a minute to go, so that'll be 3 laps in Honda Cadet. Now let's see whether Cian Sullivan can close up enough on Luke McGall without Sebastian Burlington, in what would be Cian Sullivan's mind, ruining his race. But Burlington has every right to try and find a way through. Cian Sullivan got a good run there through the S's, because Luke McGall went very, very wide, and they'll be side by side round the hairpin. McGall, though, on the outside will have the track position, and there's some contact between the two of them. It's opened the door for Sebastian Burlington. Burlington puts his arm up. I think that was a little bit of an apology to Cian Sullivan. They've come out in the same order, but as we were saying, Layla, the gap to the lead now is out to nearly half a second.
Yep. When the two behind battle, all it does is either leave a gap, like gain a gap on the person in front, or the person behind them will only close in and very possibly get involved in that top 3 battle.
I wonder how mindful now Cian Sullivan's going to be going onto the final lap, because in the previous race he went for the lead and ended up losing a place to Sebastian Burlington. Luke McGall in the lead at the moment. Let's see whether Cian Sullivan will change tactic compared to heat number 1. Onto the final lap they will go. The gap last time was 4/10. I think it'll be a little bit closer, but it's not going to be close enough for Cian Sullivan to make a move up in towards the first corner, but Luke McGall defends it anyway, and that's going to allow Cian Sullivan to close up. He's taken a few kart lengths out of him as they go through the S's, and Sullivan will be quicker on exit, and McGall's going to have to defend this to the inside. Burlington's going to take the line round the outside to try and get the run. Cian Sullivan's going to be on the outside. He moves into the gap to try and depend on Sebastian Burlington, and Burlington's got the nose in. Round goes Cian Sullivan. He drops from 2nd down into 3rd. Burlington will come through. Peter Webster's going to try and take advantage. Can Webster go round the outside of Cian Sullivan? Yes, he can. Peter Webster will take 3rd place. Luke McGaw wins from Sebastian Burlington, and Peter Webster drag race to the line with Cian Sullivan, but Webster takes third, Sullivan in 4, Charlie Quine in front of Arthur Roberts for 5th and 6th. Then it's going to be Teddy Roberts and Jayan Prakash, Daniel Halls and Joshua Knayston Wade. He's going to battle it out with Eloisa Burlington to the line, finishing 10th and 11th respectively. Thoughts on the move, Layla? Because I think we're about to see a replay.
This is the sort of thing that happens on a last lap. It shouldn't, like, it happens a lot. So, like we can see here, Sebastian Burlington goes to the inside and just about puts his nose in to manage to spin Cian Sullivan round, which then helps Peter Webster catch up and get third in the end.
I know what you're saying. That's not the type of move that would probably happen on sort of lap 2 or 3 of a race, but with it being the last lap, Burlington's got the nose down the inside there, and Cian Sullivan tipped into a spin that lost him second place at the time, and effectively third as well, with Peter Webster crossing the line. We're going to move on shortly to Micromax. Layla, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. All the very best for heat number 2 for yourself and your final later on today.
Thank you.
Micromax are making their way out onto the track now. We'll move on very, very swiftly for their rolling start and grid. Alfie Garrett will lead us out then and onto pole position, with Ansel alongside the top 2 from the previous race, once again going off pole from the qualifying. This morning, Logan Jones and Ethan Lloyd, Toby Cannon and Marley Fisher row 2 and 3 respectively, in front of Daniel Stangarian and Oscar Churches. Then it's Jack Daniels and Isla Parsons, Morgan Weston and Xavier Ramsey, who had the off earlier on in heat number 1 but had some great pace. Then it's going to be, so that rounds out your 12 in our micros. We are just about there at sort of forming the grid up. You can see the final few are rolling onto the back. So we should get this one going at the first time of asking, all being well, as they come round the final corner towards the start line. Ansel on the right, Alfie Garrett on the left, Garrett on the pole, and we are away and racing as they run up towards the first corner, and Ansel's wet round the outside to lead once again in front of Alfie Garrett, the top 2. 2 and 3 wide, that's Marley Fisher in the 81. And round the outside at the S's. A late dive to the inside, further down the field at the hairpin. No position gained though, as they had to slot back in, as we've got a very, very wide looking Isla Parsons there. Driver who finished P5 on track in the first heat, but then picked up a 5-second penalty for a front fairing being dropped down. As Toby Cannon and Logan Jones battle it out to round Billy's, and Toby Cannon holds firm. Marley Fisher to the inside of Isla Parsons. Will promote Fisher up into P number 6. The top 2 once again trying to break away from the rest of the field. Ethan Lloyd in 3rd place, looking to go with. Last time he got dragged into a battle with the drivers behind him. Logan Jones was in there as well and dropped a few places after that. So if he can go with, leave Cannon and Jones to battle, but they appear to be working together, as does the rest of the field actually on this lap. We've only had 1 position gain, that was Marley Fisher on Isla Parsons at this corner on the previous lap. They're probably just taking their time on this one. It's a long race. So wide goes the 17 of Toby Cannon. It's going to give Logan Jones an opportunity of a switchback, but Cannon will then still have track position, or at least he should have. Fortunately for him, Logan Jones just got too much of a drive out of the horseshoe, and Logan Jones moves himself up into 4th place. Alfie Garrett, fastest lap on the back of Ansel, just pushing his way. Both of their way actually at the moment away from Ethan Lloyd, who's done really well to hold the gap to the 2 drivers behind him at a fairly comfortable 7/10, but now Logan Jones has found his way through on Toby Cannon. We'll see whether he can close up. There was 6.5 tenths between Ethan Lloyd and Logan Jones in the battle for third and fourth. There's the two leaders once again, currently on a mission to just work together and push themselves away from the rest of the field. Alfie Garrett once again with the fastest lap in the slipstream of Ansel. Behind them though, there is a battle imminent from Ethan Lloyd and Logan Jones for second and third place. So there we are, we're going to pick them up as they come through. Logan Jones indeed has already found a way past Ethan Lloyd. He crossed the line on the previous lap, half a second back. Got a good run round the first couple of corners and made the move up at the hairpin, and Logan Jones is up into third place. There he is in the 73. The gap to the leaders though is 2.5 seconds. They were a tenth clear on that last lap. Let's see whether Jones now in some clear air can close in on the two leaders, but they seem at the moment intent on just trying to build that gap. Isla Parsons half out of the slipstream in a look down the inside of Marley Fisher, but has to be conscious that Xavier Ramsey, who had great pace in the first race of the day to run up in the second battle before that unfortunate incident took him out and into the wall. He's up into 8th place, and in a few moments time could well be up into 7th place. Oh, had to think about it, didn't he? Maybe came out of the slipstream a little bit too early over start finish and took that longer route round the outside, but it's certainly something brewing there for Xavier Ramsey. See whether he can make something happen. I get the feeling once again it could be on that same corner as Parsons clips the curb on the inside, goes slightly wide, and now let's see whether we get that same move from Xavier Ramsey. He's again going to come out as they go round that left-hander. Is he going to be close enough to make the move? No, he's not. Into the right, but then he's going to take a tighter line. Nose down the inside, which is quickly chopped off by Isla Parsons. He's doing well to hold on to 7th place at the moment, and also at the same time not lose any time on Marley Fisher. Or having said that, she's not particularly defending Xavier Ramsey at the moment. Taking the normal lines, still managing to keep Marley Fisher in sight. So across the line with 1:30 to go. And once again, Xavier Ramsey out of the slipstream early. This time though, no. Still as it was previously, he takes a tighter entry. Parsons still doing what Parsons needs to do. Ramsey close enough this time to have a nose down the inside into the hairpin. It's a late nose down the inside. There's a few side pod bangs between the two of them. Parsons will go wide, and then, oh, I thought we were going to have a slide into there from Xavier Ramsey, but you can see how much of a gap it's opened up to Marley Fisher. An extra 3 or 4 kart lengths for Fisher. Ansel sets the fastest lap with Garrett for company only a tenth or so behind. Now we're going to see a move, are we, from Marley Fisher, from Xavier Ramsey. Still can't find a way through on Isla Parsons. Parsons gets a little bit of oversteer. Parsons will now defend Xavier Ramsey, so a bit of a tactic change from Isla Parsons in that she's defending into the hairpin. It's the first time that she's done that in this race. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Leaders have crossed the line already. They've got a gap of 4 seconds back to Logan Jones, who in turn has 2.5 back to Ethan Lloyd and Toby Cannon, who are in a battle for 4th place. Daniel Stangerine isn't too far off the back either of Parsons Ramsey in the battle for 7th place. We'll cut back to the leaders because I get the feeling Alfie Garrett's going to have had enough of playing the team game in around about 5 seconds time as they head up towards the timing line to be greeted by the last lap board, and Alfie Garrett pushing Ansel, still continuing to follow each other's line. As Ansel off to the inside, as this time there's going to be a wider line by Alfie Garrett that will put him on the outside with the opportunity for a switch back on Ansel, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. He draws alongside, but he's going to be a long way round there. Ansel will park the cart in the middle. There's a late dive to the inside by Alfie Garrett. Has the door closed on him fairly firmly by Ansel, and Ansel will take victory in Heat 2 from Alfie Garrett, with Logan Jones a comfortable third in the end in front of the battle, which saw Toby Cannon get past Ethan Lloyd on the penultimate lap for fourth place. Lloyd down into P5, Fisher, Parsons and Xavier Ramsey in front of Daniel Stangery and Oscar Churches, Morgan Weston and Jack Daniels, completing your grid of Micro Max runners. Dipping back into the live chat. Saying Kerry Probert saying good luck to Team Garrett, and Keely Parsons saying let's go Isla. Also watching from while sitting in the sun in Albania. Well, I was out in the sun yesterday setting up cameras, and my head is very, very red and warm. So hopefully over in Albania you've applied some sort of sun cream so that you don't have a bright red head and back of the neck like I do. Kelly Probert also saying well done to Alfie. Thank you for everybody for getting in touch in the live chat. We'll dip back into that later on as we move on swiftly to IAME M1 Bambino. Their engines have just been started. There's an unmistakable rumble when it comes to an IAME M1 engine. Mickey Gonzalez starts on pole position once again with Freddie Baker alongside. Ralph Martin, the Heat 1 winner, goes off P3 with Elijah Sang alongside Bode Batch and Heath Smith off 5th and 6th. Then it's Leo Harang in front of JJ Williams with Ethan Hume and Oliver Woodall, Jesse Plowman and Ollie West on row number 6. Row 7 sees Patrick Wood accompanied by Max Joy with Max Santana and Presley Knight in front of Logan Edwards and Daniel Zhenov. On row number 9, Teddy Smith and Nicholas Answer, Charlie Holmes and Archie Ashworth are on row 11, with the grid completed by Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Freddie Dye, who had a great race in heat number 1 to move himself well up the order. He's going to have to do it all over again in heat number 2 again as we start from the things. We've got a driver off already on the inside with problems. We've got a driver facing the wrong way as well. Driver off in the middle is clearly frustrated. We'll try and pick the number out. It could be Leo Harang, the driver racing under the French flag. It is the driver of the 57. They're going to see if they can get that kart started. His helpers there just trying to get him going. Leo Harang will roll round, hopefully. He's just going to have to get that small Bambino kart and engine with Bambino power off the grass. They're going to see whether they can get that kart going. Now, hopefully, he should be able to roll through. There's a bit of a cut through on the right-hand side, but that kart's being worked on at the minute on the track. Wheels are spinning, that's good. We've got to get it going, and he's sent on his way. Will he use the cut through or will he go round? He is using the cut through. What that's going to do is A, get him to the grid. That's good. B, the problem is there's so much rubber in that sort of cut through that he's going to have so much debris on his tyres that he's going to have to use this first lap to basically scrub all of that rubber that he's picked up, because he will have picked it up. Because when them wheels hit the ground and start spinning, it's going to put loads of heat into them rear wheels. But Leo Harang, who we thought was out of this race, is back in this race. Drivers look up to the board. 5 seconds. Let's have a look for the green light. We're away and racing. It's another good start from Freddie Baker on the left-hand side. Bode Batchik once again gets a lightning start up from 5th into 3rd place. And we're 3-4 wide as they head round Billy's for the first time and up towards the S's, and there's about 7 wide into the S's. How they've all come out of that, I have absolutely no idea, but they have done. There's still 7 wide as they head down towards the hairpin Frantic opening lap for IAME M1 Bambino. Freddie Baker, we've got drivers round at the hairpin though, further down the order. One driver going very, very slowly. We'll try and pick out who that one was when the timing comes through. It's a 17 who's we're following at the moment. That is Freddie Dye. He started in 24th place. We'll see where he is at the end of the first lap. But IAME, for the first time, it's Freddie Baker from Ralph Martin. Once again, the top two from the last race. Martin took the spoils at the end with Mickey Gonzalez, the Mexican driver, in front of Bode Batch and Heath Smith, Ethan Hume and Patrick Wood, with Leo Harang, Ollie West and Elijah Sang, who started in 4th, has dropped down into 10th place. Let's see whether Elijah in the 18, fairly local to here, based in Bournemouth, dropped down. Let's see whether he can battle his way back up to his starting berth. There he is, just about turning into top bend. Gold cart with the orange helmet, as Bode Batch in the 88 is under pressure from Ethan Hume in the 11. Hume in a bit of a sandwich, but now he's going down the inside. Bode Batch goes wide and Ethan Hume is through. Down the inside on Bode Batch and up into 5th place. And Batch is going to come under pressure further down the order, as well as all the way through comes the 88. That's Bode Batch back through on Ethan Hume. The 36 of Patrick Wood ready to pick up some pieces as well. Heath Smith up into 3rd place now. And it made up 2 places on the previous lap, dispatching both Mickey Gonzalez and Bode Batch. There is Heath Smith being pushed along by Mickey Gonzalez. Bode Batch with Ethan Hume for company. A little tap from Ethan Hume just to remind him that he's there, and then wide once again goes Bode Batch. It's the line that he likes to do because it maintains his pace all the way round. What it does do though is it opens the door and provides drivers with an opportunity, as the 24 of Ollie West, which takes a late dive down the inside into the hairpin. He's already found a way past Patrick Wood, tried the similar move into there on the 11 of Ethan Hume, and will get it done into top bend at the end of lap number 3. There he is in the 24. Ollie West, he needs a few laps to get going, it seems, for Ollie West, but when he gets going, he gets going well. Down the inside of Bode Batch, into and then into the S's as well. I was just holding my breath there because I thought Bode Batch was coming back down the inside of Ollie West, but West managing to hold on. And I say Ollie West, a driver that sort of needs a few laps to get his eye in, but when he gets it in, he's as quick as anybody. In both Coma, as he won that yesterday, and IAME, where he had to battle all the way through the order yesterday. We've got a blue flag out for the 61, I believe, of Lucas Oakley Thistlethwaite. Leaders are through. There's Elijah Sang coming back into this. He was down in 10th a few laps ago, and now he's up into P8. There's the lap traffic in front. They're going to sweep round the outside. Sang's going to go to the inside of the lap traffic, and Elijah Sang's going to pick up some pieces, managing to get past the unfortunate Ethan Hume, who had to go all the way around the outside. Sang got to the inside and moves through and up into 7th place behind Bode Batch. Then it's Ethan Hume, then it's going to be the 41 of Oliver Woodall, and Patrick Wood will round out the top 10. Two and a half minutes to go here then at Clay Pigeon, and once again Elijah Sang is going to try to go the long way round Bode Batch, which isn't going to work. Has to drive an extra 10 metres or so by going round the outside, but then we'll take the shorter line into the S's. Thought he found a way through that time, but Bode Batch managing to hold on, taking that wider line but keeping up the pace a little bit more. We've got the field all the way down now to we've got a yellow. We've got a driver off on the infield at the moment with a problem. Looks like it's Charlie Holmes out of 16th place in the 63 machine. No, it's not. It's the 57 of Leo Harang once again, unfortunately unable to make it to the checker. Problems on the outlap and problems with 1 minute and 30 to go for Leo Harang. as Elijah Wood goes down the inside, this time of Bode Batch. Batch is going to have to take the tighter line this time rather than the outside with Elijah Sang. Sang's not going to give this one up, and Sang holds on. Good move, and then they'll run up towards the hairpin. Bode Batch is coming back at Elijah Sang. Sang's going to have to go wide, and that opens the door for Patrick Wood as well, who dropped down the order a few laps ago to the tail end of this battle, is now up into second in this train of karts behind Bode Batch. Leaders have had a bit of a spread out. I think that's lap traffic induced again, as it was in the previous race, because we've got Freddie Baker leading by 2.8 seconds. Elijah Sang has a think about a move on Bode Batch as there's contact in the background. The 41 of Oliver Woodall into the side of the cart behind him. Leaves him there. That's the 45 of JJ Williams, who will drop out of the top 10 from P9. So that's going to spread the field out ever so slightly in that battle from Bode Batch down to what would have been Oliver Woodall previously in P10. As down the inside of Batch into the final corner goes Elijah Sang. There's Heath Smith, who's been trying to close in on Ralph Martin the last couple of laps, but due to lap traffic lost half a second. He was almost there, and we'll have to do it all over again. The time is down to 0 though for Freddie Baker. He'll come round at the end of this one to be greeted by the last lap board. There's the 22 of Mickey Gonzalez finding his way through the lap traffic. We see Archie Ashworth on screen there in the 44. Leader crosses the line now to commence his final lap. He'll be heading towards the first corner. We see Ollie West as he's trying to close through up onto the rest of the pack, but he's going to run out of time, finding his way through some lap traffic. Leader is heading up towards the hairpin now. There we are, we've picked him up on screen in the yellow machine. And heading up towards our static camera for Top Bend will be your race leader. Round the final corner goes Freddie Baker, heads towards the start-finish line as we pick him up just in time to see him take the checkered flag. Freddie Baker takes victory from Ralph Martin and Heath Smith to round out your top three. Mickey Gonzalez will finish P4 in front of Ollie West. Then there's this intense battle that we've followed throughout, which this time round we'll see Elijah Sang taking 6th place from Bode Batch and Patrick Wood, Max Joy and Oliver Woodall completing your top 10. Then there's a gap back to Ethan Hume with Jesse Plowman and Jensen James Williams, Presley Knight and Nicholas Answer, with Freddie Dye moving up from 24th to 16th that time round in front of Charlie Holmes and Teddy Smith. Max Santana and Logan Edwards will cross the line in a few moments' time. Edwards crosses now. Ashworth has already taken the checkered flag in 21st. Lucas Oatley Thistlewaite in 22nd. And then Daniel Zhenoff and the unfortunate Leo Harang, whose cart will be collected in a few moments' time from the centre of the horseshoe, where its cart rolled to a halt for the second time in this race after the outlap, and then with a few laps to go. This cart will be recovered, hopefully repaired in time for the final in a little over an hour's time. So as that cart is recovered back up onto the trolley, we will move on to one of our senior classes. It's time for heat number 2 in Senior Rotax 177. Philip Howarth and Ian Branfield will once again occupy the front row, with Shane Collins and Scott Smith just behind them, Luke Oliver and Rhys Llewellyn on row number 3. Then it's Ashton Parsons and Cole Edwards who move through from 8th up into the top 5 in heat number 1. Stephen Horner and James Frost round out your top 10 with Ben Johnson and Keith Mason on row number 6. Then it's going to be Zach Bolton and Mark Gillibrand with Andy Ward on row number 8. So they make their way out of the dummy grid. They'll have a roll round lap, try and get some heat in the tyres. Keely Parsons saying great racing today. Layla Bell saying well done to Layla. Well, hopefully you heard her talking to me during the Honda Cadet race. If you didn't, just wind it back ever so slightly because she was fantastic in her chat during that race. And, Parsons also offering some great advice on me getting myself some after sun. I'm sure I will tonight. I've got some at home, so I will get the after sun out later on, and hopefully the bright red will be a nice mahogany brown by the back end of the week. We'll find out. Seniors rolling in nicely, nice and slow. Don't want to go too slow though. There's a risk of the plug oiling up, and then when you put the power down, the kart does not respond in the way that you were hoping. Power down then from Rotax 177. We are away. The leader got the jump on absolutely everybody there as they head round Billy's and towards the S's for the first time. Luke Oliver on the outside being forced wide and then has to slot back into position. Single file through the S's, and the race leader with his Nauseo panel flapping around ever so slightly under braking up towards the hairpin. Yellow flag is out though. Not sure why. We'll figure it out in a few moments. We'll, if we're missing somebody or we've got a driver off towards the tail end of the field, we'll see in a few moments as they come through for the first time. And the timing stacker appears on the left-hand side. Philip Howard with the gap of 1.1 seconds. Back to Ian Brandfield and Scott Smith with Luke Oliver, Reece Llewellyn and Cole Edwards. Then it's Shane Collins, Ashton Parsons and James Cross with Stephen Horner. Rounding out your top 10. Mark Gillibrand up from 14th to 12th. Zach Bolton, Andy Ward. It was Keith Mason on the opening lap who had the problems. He's dropped down from 12th into P15. Leader is currently off on a one-horse race at the front. Gap out to by another 2/10 to 1.3. Late move down the inside there, like the look of things by what looked like Stephen Horner for 10th place there in the blue car. We'll keep an eye as to whether we'll pick the numbers out quite right. Make their way round the horseshoe. There's the 12, that's Keith Mason. As we've got a spin in the middle of that was Zach Bolton going round, I believe, in the 69 machine. No, it was not. It was the driver in front of him. It was Mark Gillibrand going round. I think he clipped the curb on the inside and it's just tipped the kart round. I don't believe there was any contact from the driver behind. Howard then leads. There he goes through your shot in the 20. Brandfield, Smith and Oliver, the trio behind. We'll have Brandfield has broke away slightly from Scott Smith. This time Cole Edwards has only managed to get up into P6 so far. There he is behind the black Nauseo panelled and white bumpered Reece Llewellyn. Yellow and pink machine of Reece Llewellyn, of Cole Edwards trying to chase down Reece Llewellyn, and then Shane Collins, who was on the second row, is now down into 7th place. There's Reece Llewellyn, the driver in front on this train, set the fastest lap on the previous lap. So maybe it could well be wise that Cole Edwards just tucks in and pushes, because Reece Llewellyn's got the pace. Can they close up? Radiator flap adjustment to try and get some more air into the radiator. That's clearly up to temperature now for Reece Llewellyn. That previous lap he closed the gap ever so slightly to the two in front. feels like he's got enough pace to get past and then close up on those in front. There's that curve on the inside, which isn't really a curve. It's a bit of concrete that actually goes away and downhill rather than up like a curve normally would, and that's what tipped Mark Gillibrand into that spin earlier on. Howard continues to lead, and indeed this time round puts in the fastest lap. So half of the defend there from the 22 of Rhys Llewellyn. Very much under pressure now from Cole Edwards. Behind them, Shane Collins, and then there's a gap back to Ashton Parsons, James Frost and Stephen Horner. Another fastest lap from Philip Howard. He really is turning the screw at the front here. Gap out to 1.5 seconds. This race in the middle phase just appears to have plateaued ever so slightly. Wait it kicking on again, we're getting the second wind, but drivers at the minute just seem to be just settling into a bit of a rhythm. No overtakes on the previous lap here in Rotax 177. Doesn't look like we've had any on that one either, as another fastest lap from Philip Howard. I do expect this one to, as I say, get its second wind as we head towards the checkered flag. Rhys Llewellyn is closed in on the back slightly of the 97 of Luke Oliver. 1/4 of a second out on the previous lap. Keeping an eye on the battle between Shane Collins. He's managed to break away from Ashton Parsons and James Frost as well. Personal best from Luke Oliver responds to Rhys Llewellyn's attack on that previous lap. There is Rhys Llewellyn in the black with the yellow accents on his suit. Look that, like there in front, Luke Oliver dipped a wheel just onto the grass ever so slightly, and will that allow Rhys Llewellyn to close up? He does indeed set the fastest lap on that previous lap, and he was another 0.2 quicker than Luke Oliver. 40 seconds to go, 2.5 laps. Leader Philip Howarth is heading towards the timing line imminently, and he will have a gap of 1.6 seconds. But now looking over his shoulder, the 97 of Luke Oliver, and Luke either defends off to the inside or just got a little tap there. I'm not quite sure what happened, but he ends up losing 2 places to both Rhys Llewellyn and Cole Edwards. Didn't seem too upset by it. He took a defensive line off where it was grippy. Opened the door for the 2 drivers that have been slowly reeling him in throughout this race, Rhys Llewellyn and Cole Edwards. They will move up into 4th and 5th respectively. James Collins now the next driver to try and take advantage, but we are on to the final lap of Rotax 177. As our race leader makes his way up towards the hairpin for the final time. The gap's been steady between himself and Ian Branfield for the last couple of laps, maybe saving the tyres a little bit. Philip Howard for the final later on today, but he'll come out the final corner to take victory in heat number 2 for Philip Howard. Ian Branfield finishes in P2 with Scott Smith and Rhys Llewellyn, Cole Edwards and Luke Oliver, Shane Collins, Ashton Parsons, and it's James Frost and Stephen Horner rounding out the top 10. Drivers rolling off then into the pit lane. Reminded myself of yesterday's result with Howarth taking a heat and the final. The only other driver to win this weekend, Shane Collins, with a second place in heat number 2 yesterday. Ian Branfield with a trio of third places yesterday. He set himself up nicely to challenge at the front once again. He'll start the final in P2 with his 2 second places in the heats. We move on very swiftly once again to a packed grid in junior Rotax. Quickly into the live chat while the grids will appear on the screen shortly. We've had Joe Brennan on saying good luck to DJR, team from Joe Trina and all the team at Biopharma Dynamics. Up on the screen then, the results from qualifying, which sets the grids for both of the heats. Jasmine Taylor and Emily Cotty on the front row, Harris Roberts and Jarek Metters on row 2 with Albert Witten and Ben Horner on row number 3. Then it's Riley Bishop and Rory Hinckley with Kieran Denyer and Tom Holden in front of Owen Keenan and Archie Dyson on row 6. Row 7 sees Harry Hurst-Grover and Jack Dimbleby in front of Max Rowley and Max Gray-Trex, Rufus Holmes and Amalie Ackett on row number 9. Noah Sales and Harini Siddiqui round out your top 20 with Lucas Reeves and Alex McCullough on row 11. Then it's Lewis Holt and Arthur Frey, 23rd and 24th. Toby Dukes and Finlay Hands, who retired in heat number 1, in front of Jaden Robinson and Oliver Lomax. Freddie Snelling and Elliot Foster are on row 15. Harry Cottrell, also a retiree from heat number 1 with a damaged rear axle, starts on row 16 alongside Sam Flynn. Archie Flynn starts 33rd. Karthik Kumeta, who's had a retirement as well in an incident with Finlay Hands at the hairpin, starts in 34th place. The field have not been slowed down quite as quickly as they had in heat number 1, and the tail end of the field are just about in place. Will we get going at the first time of asking is the question. As they cross the line now, Yasmin Taylor will take them up towards the first corner, but once again it's Emily Cotty. We've got a driver wide and a driver slow on the exit, and we've got, oh, that's the, what we've got there is a 56 machine. Pick that out slightly. They got very, very lucky going through the S's as they bounce their way through. It's the 96 rather than the 56 of Albert Witten up into 3rd place, having started P5 with, oh, chain guard from one of the 2 leaders has come off on the bottom left of the screen. Let's find out, is it Cotty, is it Taylor? But one of them's lost a chain guard. Yellow flag out at the first corner, one driver off, on the only driver who hasn't crossed the line on timing. We've had a few at the moment. That's the 13 of Arthur Frey. He is off, missing a few on that first lap, but Cotty or Taylor, one of them appeared to lose a chain guard at the final corner, top bend. Keep an eye out on the live timing. We'll see which one it is. Believe it could be Jasmine Taylor, who was in 2nd place, who's lost a chain guard, still under waved yellows as the car at Arthur Frey is being recovered. We've got Rory Hinckley, who hasn't completed the first lap as well, and I think we've had offs as well for Hani Sadiq and Amalie Ackett, who are down the order. Rory Hinckley has finally completed the first lap, so he has managed to get himself back on to track. But Cotty at the moment leads from Taylor, Albert Witten and Riley Bishop, Jarek Metters and Owen Keenan, Kieran Denyer, Harry Hurst-Grover up inside the top 10, now up into P7, Denyer down to 8, Holden and Rowley complete your top 10 as Jarek Metters sets the fastest lap. Top 2, 1.2 seconds down the road as Harris Roberts sets the fastest lap. He was in the top 5. He's now down in 29th. I did say at the start there was a driver going off and very, very wide, and I think it could have been Harris Roberts because he started inside the top 5 in 3rd place and he's currently in 29th. 72 of Archie Dyson goes down the inside of the 33. of Max Rowley. That's for 10th place. Oh, alerted there to the noise of chassis being decimated by some concrete rumble strip. There's Toby Dukes there in the 39. Looks to make up a place, going well up into inside the top 20. 17th on the previous lap. Think he'll be a little bit higher than that this time round. We'll get confirmation. Crosses around this time. He is in 16th place as Emily Cotty sets the fastest lap of the race. Contact warning for Max Rowley on the messages in the commentary box. Still no confirmation or mechanical flag for the chain guard. For what we believe to be Jasmine Taylor in 2nd place. Problem with these junior Rotaxes is that they go very, very quickly, so it's difficult to actually pick out that there's a missing bit of equipment off the back of a cart. We'll keep an eye out on the remainder of this race. Nonetheless, when it comes to post-race scrutineering, going to become very clear very, very quickly that what we believe to be the 84 machine is missing a vital piece of equipment. Harry Cottrell has retired once again, unfortunately, completing only 2 laps this time round, with Arthur Frey off as well, which we know. Albert Whitten holding off yesterday's final winner, Jarek Metters. Jarek takes a little bit too much curve there and goes slightly sideways. Jasmine Taylor sets the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. Yellow flag at the final corner. See whether we can figure out what that is for. May just be a precursor to something down the first corner. Nothing out on the start line post though, so it will be a driver off the track towards the last bend. Trying to figure out who it is. There's a stationary car on the outside of the top bend. I don't think we're going to be able to pick it up on our camera. There's a 66 already off. That's Freddie Snelling. He's out of the race as well. He'll drop down the order from 26, but we do have a car off at the last bend. Should be able to be recovered fairly quickly into the pit lane, but I can't figure out what number it is. We're going to try and find out from the comm box as Emily Cotty responds to Jasmine Taylor's fastest lap on the previous to open up the gap by 0.2 of a second to her nearest rival. Albert Whitten and Jarek Metters remain 3rd and 4th respectively. Only changed towards the top 10 with Rufus Holmes up from 13th to 12th. Max Rowley, who had a tough day yesterday, now running in 13th place. He waved yellow still at the top bend. Having a quick look to see if we can figure out who it is. It's one of the Dean Dukes racing cars. I think it's the 26 of Oliver Lomax is the driver who is off at the at top bend. It is indeed Oliver Lomax. The wave yellow still out, I believe, on the post up there. It is still being waved. It's down the inside into the hairpin. The 35 machine of Riley Bishop makes up a place. Currently running, a quick look at the numbers. We'll find him in a moment on the timing screen, but Riley Bishop down the inside to make up a place at the hairpin. 20 seconds to go as Emily Cotty will now start trying to find her way through the lap traffic of those drivers that went off on the opening lap, one being Amalie Ackitts. It's Emily Cotty. We've got one of the cars there, and it looks like it's in the JDR colours with the exhaust bouncing around. It looks like one of the springs that holds it in place has come off. Onto the final lap we go then, as Emily Cotty opens the gap up once again out to half a second to Jasmine Taylor in 2nd place. Jarek Metters has found a way past Albert Whitten and moves up inside the top 3. That was on the previous lap with Owen Keenan. Harry Hurst Grover has finally appeared to have found some pace this weekend. He's been not quite where he wanted to be this weekend as Harry Hurst Grover in the X-Kart number 14, but looks like he's found something in this second heat. Out of the final corner though comes Emily Cotti to take the victory from Jasmine Taylor and Jarek Metters, with Albert Whitton and Owen Keenan, Harry Hurst-Grover and Kieran Denyer in front of Archie Dyson, Tom Holden and Riley Bishop. Just looking down towards the top 20. Good effort from Karthik Kamuta in the 95 machine. Just managed to make his way up from 34th to 21st. The driver racing under the Indian flag has a solid second heat, moving himself up 13 places. We'll keep an eye out on the results from that second junior Rotax race, because we think that there could be an issue when it comes to post-race scrutineering. There was definitely a chain guard went awry very, very early in that race, and from one of the two leaders, we do believe it to be Jasmine Taylor out of second place. So we'll see what that effect that has on the if that is the correct driver that we've picked up. So they went into that top bend. 2 more heats to go, as we are going to spend a little bit of time recovering karts. Arthur Frey's kart will be recovered from the bottom end of the track. We've obviously got Freddie Snelling's kart to be recovered from the middle of the track. Oliver Lomax's will be fairly easy because he was stopped pretty much on the pit entrance, so that one will be back in already. So we'll move on to our penultimate heat of the day from round 6 of the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. It's time for Intermax. JJ Plowman, who was beaten for the first time this weekend in heat number 1, will have the opportunity to rewrite the script in heat number 2. He goes off pole position with Lucas Esser alongside Stanley Stafford and Jensen Sale on row number 2, Noah Moulton and Jack Holmes on row number 3. Row 4 sees Kurt Kaplan alongside Lewis Hall with Oscar Roach and Layla Bell. On row 5, Charlie Hobbs and Alexander Adams. On row number 6, we'll once again see the name of Jay Birmingham in 13th place. He isn't with us here today, unfortunately. Injury cut yesterday in the final means he will take no further part in this race weekend. Hopefully he'll recover in time for fallback, although when I was speaking to one of his team members this morning, I think it's more likely that he may well miss that as well. But we wish him all the very best and hope to see him back on the Rally Replay Super 1 grid as soon as possible. There's Freddie Snelling's machine being recovered back into the pit lane. Back into the comments once again. Emma Parsons saying, come on Emily Cotti, go on girl. And then follows that up with the Rally Replay kids are on fire. Well, I'm going to make a massive punt and say that you are related to Isla Parsons. She's had a great day so far. Disappointing in Heat 1 though. She came through the field up into P5 and then picked up a front fairing penalty that dropped her down, but it was great as well in Heat number 2. Sheba Plumpton as well saying brilliant, and Emma Parsons saying good luck to Layla Bell, and she's about to join us on track here, going off P number 10 in Intermax. Although at the moment, just trying to figure out, it looked very busy down there in the background, but I was wondering what was happening because I couldn't see any inters, because normally at least there's a few of them nosing out, but then they, right on cue, appear round the outside of the barrier on the right hand side of your screen as they head out onto the track. We will be once again, it's going to be a rolling start. Here we go then. Plowman in the white helmet on the front row, Esser in the bright orange. And it was Lucas Esser who took the victory in heat number 1. Putting the curtain down on a 5-session dominance, 2 qualifying, 2 heats and a final for JJ Plowman. Here we go then, can Plowman snatch it back as we go racing in into Max? It's a good start though from Esser, but Plowman should have track position up towards the right-hander to commence a lap at Billy's Bend. And Esser's dropped back to P4 as they go through the S's and head up towards the hairpin. It's the 43 of Stanley Stafford, who's made good inroads. He's up into 2nd place. Esser's back up into 3rd. Jensen Sale down the inside of the 54 of Noah Moulton. They're in a very intense battle over 2nd place in the championship at the moment. And the end of this race meeting will mark the halfway point in the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. Round number 6 coming to a close later on today, with 6 rounds remaining over 3 weekends, the next of which the weekend of the 6th and 7th of July at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. JJ Plowman currently leading from Stanley Stafford and Heat 1 winner Lucas Esser. Jensen Sale and Noah Moulton, with Jack Holmes and Oscar Roaches, with Kurt Kaplan, Charlie Hobbs, Lewis Hall, Layla Bell and Alexander Adams completing your top 12 runners. Plowman with a gap of 3.5 tenths has turned the screw, and it's 5.5 now at the end of lap number 2. So they start lap 3, and down the inside of Lucas Esser's gone Jensen Sale. Esser wide into the S's, Sale down the inside. And the two TWR drivers will now see if they can work together, I think, here to see if they can close up Stanley Stafford in the Winnar colours with JJ Plowman. Gaps out slightly at the front. Plowman with the fastest lap, but it's almost matched, an almost identical time from Stanley Stafford. Noah Moulton currently in 6th place, but it's going to be 7th, I get the feeling here, because down the inside goes Oscar Roach, and Roach has another nibble down the inside into the horseshoe. Moulton's still there. Out wide onto that rumble strip goes Oscar Roach, and he's going to hand over 7th place to Kurt Kaplan in the 88. Behind them the 44 of Lewis Hall. He's got Charlie Hobbs for company as well. Layla Bell just a little bit further off the back of that. At the front though, Stanley Stafford, fastest lap on the previous, was nearly 2 tenths quicker than JJ Plowman, as Jensen Sale goes wide. And he's going to have Noah Moulton going all the way round the outside. Not quite close enough, and Kurt Kaplan's there as well. It's Jack Holmes. It's a bit of a change up here, because Jensen Sale's dropped down the order behind Jack Holmes, and he's nearly a second back, and shows his displeasure over the start line. It's down the inside of Noah Moulton goes Kurt Kaplan once again. Lucas Esser with the fastest lap in 3rd place. Needs to find 6 tenths to get on the back of Stanley Stafford, but on the previous lap he was 2 tenths quicker than both Plowman and Stafford was Lucas Esser, and it did take him a while in heat number 1 to put the moves in. Got there towards the end, but as out wide is forced Jensen Sale, and again he's not happy as Kurt Kaplan goes down the inside, and that opens the door not only for Noah Moulton but also for Lewis Hall as well. In the Dean Dukes Racing colours, in the number 44, Jensen Sale down into 8th place. Behind him, Oscar Roach, as we see Alexander Adams going through the chicane, through the S's. We'll pick the rest of the field up with a slow pan round of the camera to re-pick up this battle. Just behind, now being led by Kurt Kaplan in 5th place. Apologies for that, where he's actually being led now by Noah Moulton, who's found a way through as the camera was panning round. Kurt Kaplan in 6th, Lewis Hall, Jensen Sale, and Oscar Roach on the tail of this battle. A little further back we've got Charlie Hobbs as well. Lucas Esser still with the fastest lap. See whether he can close in. The gap for the lead though is down to under 2/10, and we'll see whether it closes once again this time round. Out at a fraction, still down to 1/4 of a second though, JJ Plowman and Stanley Stafford, as this battle for 5th place. Kurt Kaplan, Noah Moulton, Lewis Hall and Jensen Sale, with Oscar Roach as well. Left-hander of the horseshoe, Lewis Hall, with a look over the shoulder midway round the left-hander just to see where everybody else was. Minute and 20, and JJ Plowman's gone wide at the first corner, and Stanley Stafford accepts the invite with relish. Down the inside Stafford goes. He'll defend at the hairpin to try and just confirm that this place is his. And JJ Plowman, who goes very, very wide, round Billy's at the first corner and then takes a chunk of curb as well. Now sees Stanley Stafford in front of him, and that's going to invite Lucas Esser, I think, into this battle. Stafford through. Will JJ Plowman find a way back at this first corner? Decides not to. He's going to have a little bit of a push on. Oh, Stanley Stafford. Right-hander of the hairpin, pick them up again as we head towards the horseshoe, and Stanley Stafford has got a few cart lengths on JJ Plowman. Lucas Esser's closing in as well on the 5 machine. So go round the right-hander at top bend, 2 laps to go. They cross the line with 5 seconds on the clock, and Stanley Stafford leading from JJ Plowman. Plowman with a nose down the inside. Plowman looks quick round them first few corners because he made that slight error earlier on. Went wide and Stanley Stafford came through down the inside. Can JJ Plowman now press the reset button? He's got 1.5 laps to try and find a way through. Just needs to be close round this last corner, round the top bend, to give himself a chance into and around Billy's and through the S's, but I don't know if he's going to be close enough. He's going to have to be late on the brakes as Stafford will defend, and that could allow Plowman to come down the inside. Stafford though sweeps through, keeps his wheel on the curb on the inside, doesn't open the door for JJ Plowman, and will once again defend to the hairpin as Plowman gets the nose down the inside. He's on the outside. Plowman could be hung out here because Lucas Esser could put the nose down the inside, and Esser does. Esser and Plowman side by side. Esser needed probably another 6 inches to be more alongside Plowman to make that one work. Stanley Stafford though out of top bend will come through to take victory in heat number 2. Stafford wins from Plowman and Esser, with Jack Holmes in front of Kurt Kaplan, Noah Moulton, Lewis Hall and Jensen Sale the 7th and 8th, Oscar Roach, Charlie Hobbs and Layla Bell in front of Alexander Adams, who will catch coming through on camera now in heat number 12. final heat is making their way out. It's senior Rotax. We'll have a grid in a few moments' time for you, but it will be Tom Day on pole position with Tom Taylor. Oh, it's Zach Fletcher, sorry, on the front row alongside. James Kasiolek and Tom Taylor, row 2. Cameron Crockett and Zaki Hussein on row number 3. Row 4 is Lewis Wild and Billy Edgecombe, with Elliot Thomas and George Sanders, Jack Maidment and Dan Milner, with Ollie Naylor and Ethan Priest, John Hobbs and Will Young, Jake Richards and Kyle Ryde in front of Sky Fraser and Alfie Baron Oxbury. Penalties applied in the first race. James Kasiolek and Ollie Naylor, both with 5-second penalties. Naylor moving up, managed to get himself up into P5 at the flag, dropped back down to P10 because of that. We are away and racing. It's a very fast start in senior Rotax, and there's contact already in the middle of the pack. Looks like Zach Fletcher's found his way through into lead. It was the pole man, Tom Day, who had problems there with a little bit of contact, and that's allowed Zach Fletcher to move through and up into lead. Tom Taylor up into second from his second row start. There's a late dive to the inside by Tom Day. It's going to leave him on the outside though. He's going to dive back down the inside though into top bend on Tom Taylor, and he is through, as is the 13 of Zaki Hussein, who's had a great opening lap and moves up a couple of places as well. We're still too wide. Tom Taylor's going backwards at the moment in the multicoloured 77 machine, and he's going to fall behind Cameron Crockett as well. Towards the left-hander of the horseshoe. Zach Fletcher will lead them over the line again at the end of this lap with a decent gap. As he looks over his shoulder, sees Tom Day behind him, James Kasiolek, Zaki Hussein, Cameron Crockett, Billy Edgecombe, Tom Taylor, who we spoke about falling down the field earlier on, Lewis Wild, George Sanders and Dan Milner are your top 10. Cameron Crockett, who had the incident. Oh, and he's had another incident up and over the back of the 13 of Zaki Hussein. And Cameron Crockett, who was involved in a Heat 1 incident, is involved in a Heat 2 incident as well. Zaki Hussein, contact into the rear. One might get another view of that again, but they both drop him well down the order. It's so early in the race. They're 19th and 20th respectively, with the incident there of Crockett and Hussein. Fletcher leads, but the gap is down by a tenth from Tom Day in second place. The gap back of another quarter of a second, or 3/4 of a second to James Kasiolek. Around top bend, 4.5 minutes to go. The gap is down once again between the two leaders. Tom Day takes another 10 out of Zach Fletcher. Sets the fastest lap as well with a 34.575. Around the hairpin, we've got the driver going wide there. It could be pick out another number. It's a 62 machine of Dan Milner bouncing over the curb. We've got the 12 of Jake Richards off and parking his car safely out of the way. I think we've avoided a yellow flag there. To Jake Richards in the 16, in the 12, sorry, will drop down out of 16th place down to 19th. Zaki Hussein out of the race after the incident earlier on with the 5 of Cameron Crockett. Carts bouncing over the bumps. When you walk in the track, you don't really see them, but then once you're out there on just watching the carts, you just realise how bumpy the entrance is to top bend. Gaps down for the leaders once again. Staying with this battle at the moment, so we've got the 56 of Sanders, and when I say the gaps down for the lead, I mean Tom Day's going down the inside of Zach Fletcher into the top bend, and that has allowed the 73 of James Kasiolek to close right back in on Zach Fletcher and Tom Day. There's your leading trio. Behind them, Billy Edgecombe, yesterday's final winner. See whether he's got anything in the tank when it comes to the final later on. He said yesterday that he did get a little bit lucky to an extent. The two leaders came together and it opened up an opportunity for Edgecombe to come through and take the win. Fletcher, Day, Ciolek once again nose to tail round top bend. 2 minutes to go and Tom Day is close enough that Fletcher feels the need to have a defensive line round Billy's, but it's too defensive and then he goes wide and Tom Day is through down the inside. And now immediately Zach Fletcher turns his attention to trying to hold off James Ciolek in second place. Second place, Ciolek with a good run. Not quite enough to try and get up onto the back of Zach Fletcher as Fletcher went wide and Tom Day is through. Behind them, Billy Edgecombe and Tom Taylor, who broke away from Lewis Wild and George Sanders. Jack Maidment, who moved up inside the top 5, is in heat number 1. He's currently in 8th place with Ollie Naylor and Dan Milner, who was involved in an incident as well in heat number 1. He needed a new Nauseo panel on that car after issues in that opening heat. Minute 11, so we're going to see 3 more laps of senior Rotax here at Clay Pigeon. Tom Day with the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap, 34.352. Sees him open the gap up by half a second to Zach Fletcher behind. Stick with this battle. That is the blue car is Elliot Thomas. It looks like Dan Milner's found a way past Ollie Naylor on that previous lap, because it was Naylor who was just in front of the 37 machine. We'll get confirmation in a few moments' time as the screen to the left confirms what we thought. Battle currently for 6th place, being led by Lewis Wild, George Sanders and Jack Maidment. There's your race leader, found with now a gap of nearly 3/4 of a second. He should be greeted in a few moments' time by the last lap board on the overhead gantry, although I think he may cross the line just in time. He does cross the line just in time, and we are going to have 2 more laps of senior Rotax. The pace has been superb by Tom Day, and he's managed to get an extra lap of action in senior Rotax this time round. He will this time be greeted by the overhead gantry, informing him that it is the last lap. Zach Fletcher in second place, James Ciolek, Billy Edgecombe, Tom Taylor, Lewis Wild, George Sanders, Jack Maidment, Dan Milner and Ollie Naylor round out the top 10 as it stands. Previous lap, Lewis Wild dropped down with having, just not sure the timing on the left is replicating what I'm seeing in the commentary box. It's saying that Lewis Wild running in 11th place, so we'll confirm shortly. But as they come out of top bend for the final time, Tom Day will take the checkered flag and the win in heat 2 from Zach Fletcher and James Ciolek, with Billy Edgecombe, Tom Taylor and George Sanders, with Jack Maidment, Dan Milner and Ollie Naylor in front of Elliot Thomas, with Lewis Wild, Ethan Priest and Will Young in 13th, with Sky Fraser, Cameron Crockett, Kyle Ride and Aaron and Alfie Baron Oxbury. And we had drivers that didn't make it to the end: John Hobbs, Jake Richards and Zaki Hussain, retired after 2 laps. Just having a few carts recovered from the track here then at Clay Pigeon for those drivers that didn't make it to the checkered flag. It is time to move on then to the first of 8 finals here from round number 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship from Clay Pigeon. We start with our youngest drivers. It's time for Coma C50 Bambino. So grid set by points from the 2 heats today. Sees Ernie Wade on pole position, Ollie West alongside with Jesse Bailey and Noah Wicklow on row number 2. Then it's Jax Wong and Arlo Gamble on row number 3 with Arthur Bowers and Will Wainwright on row 4. Raith Owen and Logan Hodgett start on row 5, Hendrix Fallat and John Stevens on row 6. 13th will be Benjamin Shivar with Henry Hales alongside Max Armitt and Jensen Drummond, Oliver Daniels and Ava Garrett on row number 9. Top 20 will be completed by Calmon Simon and Harry Voss with Santo Amico on row number 11 in 21st place. Their engines have been started. They'll be rolling out onto the grid in a few moments' time. Before that though, the parent helpers will be sent to welcome them on the grid. As we can see there, sunny it may be, but it's also been accompanied by a fair amount of wind here at Clay Pigeon. It's one of them days where it's lovely in the sun, but it's also very cold in the shade because of the breeze. As the helpers make their way out. Field here at Clay Pigeon, it's quite a unique circumstance in that the entrance out of the dummy grid is just behind the grid area, so we can grid up at least our comas very, very quickly without them having to do a full rolling up lap. So they will come out and then they will stop superbly on their grid mark. Ernie Wade there, like bang on the brakes, straight on the line on the outside. They'll have a few throttle blips to try and make sure the carb is nice and clear. Ollie West, though, the one to watch for me here. He goes off P2, puts him on the inside for the left and the outside for the right. But throughout the day, it's taken him a few laps to get going. Let's see whether he can get going on lap number 1 here and jump into the lead as we get our first final of the day underway here from Clay Pigeon. Ernie Wade looks like he has made a good start. It's a good start from the 99 of Arthur Bowers as well. But Ollie West, with a little bit of assistance by Noah Wicklow, who's got into his rear and helped push him along. We've got Calmon Simon off onto the grass. He gets some snap oversteer. He'll rejoin the circuit down in 21st place. At the front though, we've got Ollie West leading from Noah Wicklow. Let's see whether Wicklow can do a little bit of a switch back here. He can, and he's going to use the curb on the inside to slingshot his way through into the lead. And Noah Wicklow leads from Ollie West. He had a good day yesterday with a heat, qualified on pole this morning. His heats haven't really gone his way for Noah Wicklow. But could it be in the final, as we are 3 wide over the start line? Wicklow, West and then Arlo Gamble in 3rd place, although now Ernie Wade is back through on Arlo Gamble. Gamble back to the inside, then the 33 of Jesse Bailey takes to the grass in an attempt to try and find a way through, and the 67 of Jax Wong, who's had a great day so far, is off and facing the tyres at what looks like the furthest part away for anybody to go and help him down at the entry to Billy's Bend. Henry Hales makes his way through. I'm going to treat his mum now to say that he's Henry Hales from Wales. She likes it rhyming, and she mentioned this morning that she'd like to hear it. So there's the 57 behind the 99 machine of Arthur Bowers. There's all the way round the outside, unfortunately for Arlo Gamble, goes 3 drivers as they all use the slipstream to find a way through. It's Hodgett, Stevens and Bowers, I think, who've It's at least Ernie Wade's one of them. Then it's the 33 of Jesse Bailey. Arlo Gamble drops in behind. She didn't lead them over the line. In the middle though, at the front, Noah Wicklow has disappeared from Ollie West. And we did say it takes West sometimes a few laps. Can he now reel back in Noah Wicklow? But the gap at the front at the moment is massive in terms of Bambino. That's one going through. Ollie West at the moment is falling back into the clutches of Ernie Wade. Let's see whether Wade can close in this time round with everybody else pushing him through. 0.8 of a second as Logan Hodgetts goes round the outside as well. There's your race leader, Noah Wicklow, and there's the rest of the field coming through. And the whole of that train goes down to 2 drivers behind William Wainwright. So that's Max Arnott in 13th place. So we've got 4th to 13th, or 3rd to 13th. Having a look at the, there's your race leader, Noah Wicklow. Have a quick look at that kart later on, but at the moment the battle for 3rd place has now become the battle for 2nd place, because Wade, Bailey, Gamble, Hodgetts, Stevens, Bowers, Owen, Hales and the rest of the field have caught up to Ollie West. The gap for the lead is 3.6 seconds, but can they try and close that in by working together? We know that working together has its benefits, because Ernie Wade has been 0.8 of a second quicker than Ollie West on all of the previous 3 laps in order to close him in, whilst being pushed along by Jesse Bailey. Arlo Gamble's there as well in the 72. He's got an unconventional line into some of the corners, but doesn't seem to be hampering his pace too much. And it's a case now whether they can work together to close down what is a gargantuan gap for the race leader, Noah Wicklow. He had a gap of 3.6 seconds on the previous lap. It's down to 3.2. They've took 0.4 out of him. They're going to have to work together to close that gap that you can see on the screen. In the background, we've got a move down the inside. That looks like it could have been John Stevens trying to make inroads on Arlo Gamble and Logan Hodgetts. We'll keep an eye out as to who comes through in a few moments just behind this battle, because there's another one raging on. There we go. It's still the 72 of Arlo Gamble. As they all move to the inside, they are starting to fall back from the 2 in front there, and so is Jesse Bailey, in fact. But it is Arlo Gamble there who takes that tight line, and again I think it's going to cost him, because I think he's going to see drivers diving down the inside. He is. We've got 2 or 3 finding the way through. We've got a spin. William Wainwright contact, and then Henry Hales makes contact with the driver that was in the middle of a spin. Didn't quite catch the number of the other one, but we caught Henry Hales in the 57. Gets caught up in the spin and he gets lifted into the air. Hopefully he's okay, but Henry Hales looks to be out of the final here at Clay. William Wainwright is on the back of John Stevens, 7th and 8th on the previous lap, but they may well have lost a place or 2 being involved in that previous one. The gap for the lead starting to come down once again, and it's come down massively, 0.8 of a second on the previous lap. So we'll keep an eye on the gap being closed in, but it could be just before they get to the final lap. But at the moment, Ollie West, who we have mentioned a few times, now mention again, takes a bit of time to get himself going. Being pushed along by Ernie Wade, is trying to reel in Noah Wicklow at the front. Logan Hodgetts there in 6th, it's Arlo Gamble now being chased down by William Wainwright. Wainwright in the bright yellow. In front of them, it looks like Logan Hodgetts has found a way through up into 5th place. See if we can get that confirmed. There is, in fact, it's Jesse Bailey falling away at a fair rate of knots. They've gained 0.8 of a second. So they make their way round the S's. And the lead battle has closed once again massively. 1.4 seconds on the previous lap as Ollie West surprises Noah Wicklow with a nudge into the rear bumper. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and Noah Wicklow, who led this race at one point by 3.5 seconds, has been reeled in by Ollie West and Ernie Wade. Then we've got this battle for fourth. Bailey, Gamble, Wainwright, Owen, Hodgetts, Falla, Armit down to P10. Then there's a gap back to Arthur Bowers in 11th place. So this is a fourth place all the way down to P10. Just a quick look. Henry Hales is still going. Back up into 18th place now after his issue earlier on. We've had a change for the lead off camera. Ollie West now leads from Noah Wicklow and Ernie Wade. Just looking out the combox window, you can see the green in front of the red. We'll keep an eye on that. We're going to focus on this battle at the moment for fourth place. Jesse Bailey still leading the battle from William Wainwright and Arlo Gamble, who was a long-time leader, back to the lead battle with 28 seconds to go. So we've got 2 laps of our Como Bambino final, and there's lap traffic to contend with in front. They're all going to find a way through as Ava Garrett, with great spatial awareness, allows the leaders to come through. But Ollie West, Noah Wicklow and Ernie Wade run up towards the hairpin for the penultimate time. Wicklow and Wade, and Wicklow is slow round the hairpin. He's got great straight line speed, but scrubs off round the right-hander at the hairpin. Then the rest of the lap, he's brilliant, because you used it earlier when find a way through to use that curb to slingshot his way down the inside of Ollie West on the opening lap. The final lap will be shown to them on the overhead gantry as they come over the timing line for the final time without seeing the checkered flag, and Noah Wicklow's being pushed by Ernie Wade and he's being pushed into the lead. Wicklow will lead then from Ollie West, and then Ernie Wade comes down the inside. West coming back on Noah Wicklow. Ernie Wade from third place pushed Noah Wicklow past and then found a way through as well. So they run up towards the hairpin. Ollie West, who led them over the line, is down in third place. Wicklow to the inside of Ernie Wade. Ernie Wade side by side up towards the horseshoe. Wicklow with the switchback. Wicklow's alongside. Once again, Wicklow is down the inside as they head up towards right hand. Noah Wicklow, who led the early part of this race, has dropped back into third, having had the gap of 3.5 seconds closed up. Looks to his right, heads towards the checkered flag, and heads the timing line. Noah Wicklow wins at round 6 at Clay Pigeon from Ernie Wade and Ollie West. Arlo Gamble holds on from William Wainwright at the line. Raith Owen, Jesse Bailey, Hendrix Fallat, Max Armit and Logan Hodgetts rounds out the top 10. In our Coma class, John Stevens, Jensen Drummond, Arthur Bowers and Harry Voss, with Benjamin Shivar, Henry Hales, Oliver Daniels and Calmon Simon, Ava Garrett, Santo Amico and Jax Wong. Your classified results, the final 2 didn't make it to the checkered flag, but the 19 that did served up an absolute treat for us here in Como Bambino Racing, with Noah Wicklow taking the spoils. And when he had the gap of 3.5 seconds, I imagine he thought he had it comfortable. It was closed in, but then at the end he managed to find a way back past Ernie Wade and Ollie West, who all 3 of them led that final lap here at Clay. But it's Noah Wicklow who takes the top step of the podium from Ernie Wade and Ollie West. Back into the live chat comments we have. So we've had Aaron Istead and Kerry Probert saying keep pushing Ava. Whilst we're in the live chat comments as well, show some love for that Bambino final. What a show it was. We move on very, very swiftly to our Honda Cadet final. The heat results put Luke McGall on pole position, Sebastian Burlington alongside Cian Sullivan and Charlie Quine on row number 2, with Arthur Roberts and Teddy Roberts on row number 3. Then it's Daniel Hulse and Joshua Knayston Wade, with Jayan Prakash, Eloisa Burlington and Peter Webster, who's been classified in 11th place for this. I need to have a quick look at the results from heat number 2 in Honda to see what's happened to Peter Webster, and it would appear that a non-compliance in scrutineering has had him removed from the standings of heat number 2, and hence why Peter Webster will start this final from 11th and last place. He's got some work to do if he wants to take a trophy home like he did yesterday for Peter Webster, who finished the final in 4th place here at Clay for round 5 yesterday. He's going to have to come through from P11, so we'll keep an eye out on the driver of the number 25 machine. Luke McGall will try to keep his run of wins going in Super 1 this season. He's won the final at round 2, round 3 as well for Luke McGall. So he's had 2 race victories. Cian Sullivan won at round number 1. Ronnie Smart guested at Rowra and took victory on both days of round 3 and round 4. So it's Luke McGall, who's won at round 2 and round 5, will hope to take the victory. Yesterday was a day of progression for Luke McGall. He finished 3rd in heat 1, 2nd in heat 2, and then went on and won the final. And then today he will go off the pole position berth for the final here then at Clay. Having won both of the heats here at the Dorset circuit. So drivers making their way round, just trying to, as we mentioned before, get some heat into the tyres. Cian Sullivan going off 3rd place. Don't think he'll be too upset with that. He's been off 3rd place for both of the heats and come out of the first corner in 2nd on both occasions as Cian Sullivan. So we'll see whether he can do that again. And in fact, he even came out of the false start one in 2nd place as well. So we know that he can do it. Right into the rear bumper of Luke McGall for Cian Sullivan. And let's see whether he can find a way past Sebastian Burlington early on in this final. And indeed, he's going to have that kart to the inside, but he's got Arthur Roberts on the inside of him. Roberts is getting racy. He's squeezed onto the grass on the inside. Cian Sullivan survives and comes out in P2. With Luke McGall still leading the way. Sullivan then up into 2nd place. Sebastian Burlington, Arthur Roberts, with Charlie Quine dropping a place from 4th down into 5th in the red kart. 64 of Teddy Roberts is behind, and Peter Webster is already starting to make inroads into the field from his 11th place start as they run up towards Top Bend for the first time. Over the timing to get confirmation that it is indeed Luke McGall from Cian Sullivan and Sebastian Burlington, the top 3, with Arthur Roberts and Charlie Quine 4th and 5th. 6th place Teddy Roberts, Daniel Hulse, Peter Webster 11th to 8th on the opening lap is the big mover, with Jayan Prakash, Eloisa Burlington and Joshua Knayston Wade unfortunately dropping 5 on the opening lap down into 11th place. There's Peter Webster in the 25. I think we're going to put a bit of focus on him on this one. He's found a way on that one past Jayan Prakash. He's still running in P8, but can he find a way past the 53 of Daniel Hulse and Teddy Roberts as well to try and run up there? And he's not happy with something. I don't think he's happy with Jayan Prakash. He's dropped himself down into 9. Prakash makes up 2 places in the final corner. Driver there in the blue helmet. We've had a change for the lead off camera. Cian Sullivan at the first corner has found a way past Luke McGall. And Cian Sullivan will lead in the 26 machine from McGall and Sebastian Burlington. Still 7 minutes to go, which is the length of a heat. So we've still got effectively a full heat and that final lap to go in comparison to what we have in the final. The final out to 9 minutes, so the first 2 minutes are free. Cian Sullivan aggressively jumps over the curbs and then runs up towards top bend, and this side-by-side contact between Cian Sullivan and Luke McGall as Sullivan went to the inside for a defensive line. McGall tried to run round the outside, and then Sullivan decided that he wanted to take the optimum line into the corner, and Luke McGall drops down into third place. Side-by-side contact between the two of them. McGall lucky to make it round the corner, but slots back into third place and has still got plenty of time to get back towards the front. Burlington with the fastest lap this time round in second place. Sullivan this time decides that he doesn't need to be so tight to the inside on the run up to the hairpin. And we've got a waved yellow at the final corner by the look of it. We've got a driver off. It looks to be Daniel Hulst in the 53 car, off on the outside of the right hand bend. You can see it there on the camera, and Daniel Hulst drops down into 11th place. Don't know if we've had a warning yet for anybody or whether it was self-inflicted. We'll find out later on, because he looks to be fully out of this race. Marshall's trying to help him. He's still in the seat as Luke McGall moves back up into second place. Sebastian Burlington down into third. Cian Sullivan. And they're going to be met at the next corner by a yellow flag, which is now in as Daniel Hulse has rejoined the fray. And Luke McGall gets a good run round the right bend and will take the lead into the top bend from Cian Sullivan. Still 5 minutes to go, and Luke McGall 2 places in 1 lap for the driver of the 15, looking to make it a perfect day. Make the run up towards the hairpin. Peter Webster has progressed up to 7th place, but looks like 6th about probably going to be the highest he's going to be able to get, because once he gets past, if he can get past Teddy Roberts for P6, he's got 3.5 seconds to close in on Arthur Roberts for P5. Battle for 4th place, just in the background there, Charlie Quine and Arthur Roberts. That's the battle we were talking about that they need to catch up to. There is Charlie Quine, the driver from the Isle of Man, with the IM plate on his cart. Arthur Roberts behind as the leaders cross timing. It's been a steady few laps since McGall got to the front. Getting past Cian Sullivan. Not the most common overtaking spot on the track, up in towards the top bend, because it's such a fast entry. You have to get a good run out of the horseshoe and then round right bend as well. Again, I think this one's going to be a little bit like the Rotax race earlier on, where it's going to be a little bit of a slow burner towards the final few minutes, with McGall, Sullivan and Burlington just riding shotgun, the gap to Charlie Quine extending lap on lap, particularly as these three are not battling between each other, so to speak. Or there was Cian Sullivan, and Luke McGall is round! Cian Sullivan had got through. Luke McGall didn't want to give it up, and he was too far back, and the car unseated in terms of its grip levels, and Luke McGall goes round. Hopefully we'll get another look at that one shortly, but Cian Sullivan leads now from Sebastian Burlington, and Charlie Quine inherits 3rd place. Here we go, we cut to it just as Cian Sullivan got a good run down the inside. This was Sullivan's corner, Sullivan was through, and Luke McGall didn't want to give it up. He was just too far back, gets tipped into a spin. Sebastian Burlington incredibly lucky to also still be facing in the right direction. He's in 2nd place. Charlie Quine up to 3rd. Arthur Roberts, Luke McGall down into 5th place. The current championship leader is now going to have to battle his way through and find a way past Arthur Roberts in the 15. McCall down the inside, looks like he's through, he is at the horseshoe. Driver of the 15 past the driver of the 16, and Luke McCall is through, up into P4, and he's got a minute and a half to try and close in on Charlie Quine. At the front, Cian Sullivan has a gap now of 1.6 seconds after the incident at the chicane through the S's that saw Luke McCall go round. McCall is through and back up to 4th place, but he's got a second to close in on Charlie Quine in a little over a minute plus 1 lap. Let's see whether he can. There's Quine in the red, Luke McCall closing in. The gap was a second on the previous lap. He should be there or thereabouts as they cross the line this time. Quine with a look over the shoulder. So they head up towards Billy's. I just don't think he's going to be close enough to make the move this time round. Burlington was a tenth quicker than Sullivan, but it's 1.6 seconds. So we'll pick up the battle for the final step on the podium shortly as Luke McCall pulls out of the slipstream of Charlie Quine and is back up into 3rd place. That will be the end of his progress though, unless there's problems for the 2 leaders. They're some 3.5 seconds down the road now, with what looks to be the top 3 on the podium set. Can Charlie Quine stick with Luke McCall in these final few laps to try and wrestle back the 3rd place? Then it's Arthur Roberts behind, Peter Webster, Teddy Roberts, J.M. Prakash, Eloisa Burlington, Joshua Knayston Wade and Daniel Hull. So there'll be it now some 1.5 laps down for Hulse, unfortunately, having spent some time off the track on the outside of the right hand bend. Round top bend goes your race leader Cian Sullivan. He will commence his final lap. Burlington closes another 2 tenths, but I get the feeling now this is just Cian Sullivan nursing the 26 machine towards the checkered flag. Doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks with a gap of 1.2 seconds. Now Burlington clearly still pushing. There is your race leader though, Cian Sullivan. A very, very narrow 2nd place yesterday for Cian Sullivan. He's still throwing the cart round like a dog toy into the left hand of the horseshoe. Up towards the final bend though will come Cian Sullivan to take the checkered flag. Round top bend towards the start finish line. Sullivan wins from Sebastian Burlington and the recovering Luke McCall in 3rd place. Charlie Quine takes the checker in 4th in front of Arthur Roberts and Peter Webster, with Teddy Roberts and J.N. Prakash in 8th place, holding off Eloisa Burlington at the line, with Joshua Knayston Wade, the final runner, on the lead lap, with Daniel Hulse taking the checkered flag. What will be shortly will be a lap down after his excursion onto the grass at half race distance. Cian Sullivan takes victory then here from the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship, round number 6 at Clay Pigeon, from Sebastian Burlington and Luke McCall. Hondas are making their way off. We're going to go straight into the grids for Micromax because they'll be out on the track very, very quickly. Hondas are almost clear for us to go. Ansell will start on pole position with Alfie Garrett alongside Logan Jones and Toby Cannon on row 2, Marley Fisher and Ethan Lloyd on row number 3. Then it's Daniel Stangarian and Isla Parsons, Oscar Churches and Xavier Ramsey, with Jack Daniels and Morgan Weston completing your 12 runners in Micro. Waiting for our micros to get the go ahead. With the cup off my earpiece just to see whether I can hear some engines starting, but all I can actually hear is the IAME Bambinos getting their engines nice and warm. They'll be out in around about 10 minutes time for their final. And, we await our runners in our micro making their way out onto track. The live chat currently being taken over by the Isla Parsons fan club. Will be eagerly awaiting the start of the Micro Max final. 12 runners head out onto track right now for the start of final number 3 here at Clay Pigeon. So drivers will attack the first half of the lap, just trying to get some heat in, and then will form up as they head towards the right bend to get their grid for their rolling start. Drivers getting themselves in nicely. One coming in slow late here. We've got a driver who left the dummy grid late, just trying to retake their position. We'll find out who that is as the field come through and over the line, and we are rolling round. False start. So whomever it was the 14 of Xavier Ramsey, will be able to take his position where he should have started, which I think was P8. So Ramsey should be able to slot in, having left the dummy grid late. So, false start flag shown. We'll reform up. Ramsey has indeed just found his way past a few of the carts. He'll form up. I think feeling the pace was a little bit too high for the starters liking that time round, because all the marshals posts are just indicating for them to slow it down. Ansel as well, the pole sitter, just telling them to slow the pace slightly because he's getting pushed behind from some of the drivers who are impatient to get this one going. Will we get the green and the go-ahead this time in Micro Max? It looks like we will. And we are away and racing. It looks like, no, another false start flag for our micros. I get the feeling that one was less about pace and more about the two trains being very tightly packed and close together. We'll see this time round. Will it be third time lucky for our Micro Max runners? Field now a lot slower than what they were previously. This is senior Rotax 177 slow pace. So the memo has been sent and received and appears to have been read by our Micro Max runners as they head up towards top bend. Going to get this race underway at the third time of asking, are we? Toby Cannon's out of the train. He's in the tram line though. Should we be able to get it going? No false start flag this time. We are away and racing, and Ansel leads from Alfie Garrett round the first corner. Once again, they're all going to slot in nicely as a few make their way over the curbs in evasive action of other carts, but they have got round up towards the hairpin with Ansel leading from Alfie Garrett. Looks at the minute like a 1-2 RCE. Then it's Logan Jones in the 73 behind. He's qualified in third place. Can he go with the two leaders? He's had to come through the field in the two heats to get up to third. Let's see whether Jones has got the pace now that he's got what he will feel is his rightful position to be with this leading trio. make it a trio rather than a duo, which it's been all day really, because Ansel and Alfie Garrett have worked together to push away from the rest of the field. Can Logan Jones stay within touching distance? As wide goes the 17 of Toby Cannon. And that's going to drop him, I think, from 6th place. I think that's allowed Daniel Stangarian to come down the inside. Keep an eye on the timing to see whether we're correct, as Ansel and Alfie Garrett are first and second. Logan Jones in 3rd place, with Ethan Lloyd, Marley Fisher, Daniel Stangarian indeed is past Toby Cannon for 6th place. Cannon down into 7th. Xavier Ramsey, Isla Parsons, Oscar Churches and Jack Daniels, Morgan Weston in the 27 is in P12. Can Logan Jones try and close that gap back up? In 4th place, this is Ethan Lloyd with a train of carts behind him from Marley Fisher all the way down to Isla Parsons, I think in 9th place in the 50 machine. See her there in the white just on the background. Logan Jones in 3rd place with the fastest lap of the race. Keeps him in touching distance as Toby Cannon gets a good run nearly down the inside of Daniel Stangarian, but can't get it done through the S's. Can he do it into the hairpin? He can indeed, down the inside for Toby Cannon on Daniel Stangarian, back up into 6th place for the driver of the 17. See whether Logan Jones puts in another fastest lap. He was a 10th quicker on the previous. See whether he does. No, it's Ansel this time, and Jones has fallen away by 2/10. The leading trio will stick with this battle though for 4th place, with Ethan Lloyd, Marley Fisher, Toby Cannon, Xavier Ramsey down the inside. It looked like in the background of Daniel Stangarian. Indeed he is, by the look of things. He's through. Cannon getting racy now, gets past Marley Fisher, and will try and get past Ethan Lloyd. 2 for 2 for Toby Cannon. Gets 5th place into the hairpin, gets 4th place into the horseshoe. Great move by the 17, and he's going to go from 6th to 4th in half a lap. Ansel with the fastest lap. 3 wide over start finish. So they slot back into single file. So 22 of Stangarian's through as well. Ethan Lloyd back down the inside. Marley Fisher, as Toby Cannon will be happy that these lot are battling behind him, because it's opened up 2 or 3 cart lengths. It means he doesn't have to defend up to the hairpin. It should give him now a good run towards 4th place, because Ethan Lloyd's under pressure from Marley Fisher, Daniel Stangarian as well. Xavier Ramsey and Isla Parsons is on the back, as is Oscar Churches and Jack Daniels. In fact, we go from 5th down to 11th in one battle in Micromax here at Rally Replay SuperOne. Marley Fisher levers his way through on Ethan Lloyd at the first corner. Isla Parsons closes up on the back of Xavier Ramsey there. Easy spot with everybody else in orangey colours is Isla Parsons in the primarily white suit and cart for her. Here's your 2 leaders. Ansel leading from Alfie Garrett and Logan Jones. It's a small gap back then to Logan Jones. It's the 2 leaders run nose to tail. Jones is going to have just enough in terms of being close enough that if these 2 start battling, then they're going to have an opportunity for Jones to come through and challenge for the lead once again, as he did in the first few laps. Toby Cannon now under pressure from Marley Fisher. Now Fisher's broken away of the battle with Ethan Lloyd. Lloyd still in 6th, Stangarian, Ramsey, Parsons, Churches not too far back either, neither's Jack Daniels. Fastest lap so far, Alfie Garrett, as we patiently await the arrival of the field as they head round Billies and towards the S's. Then we pick them up and run up to the hairpin. Cannon still leading from Marley Fisher. in this battle as Isla Parsons makes a late dive down the inside of the 22 of Daniel Stangerine. The door was always going to be closing there from Daniel Stangerine, who was taking the normal racing line. Isla Parsons arriving late to the party, and Daniel Stangerine is tipped into a spin and drops down to 11th place. There he is crossing the line. Imagine when they watch that one back on the Insta360 camera that's mounted on his nose panel later on. It'll be an unpleasant surprise for them halfway round the lap. Change at the head of the field off camera sees Alfie Garrett not only set the fastest lap but also lead, with Marley Fisher now in front of Toby Cannon as well for 4th place. Fisher up to 4th, Cannon, Lloyd, Ramsey, and then Parsons, which she's now 1.5 seconds back after that incident with Daniel Stangerine, in 8th place. Churches, Daniels, Weston, and Daniel Stangerine has now dropped all the way down to P12. This is the lead battle at the moment then. Alfie Garrett leads now by half a second nearly from Ansell, who's led and won both races so far. Alfie Garrett appears to have played a very smart and very long game that's gone both heats and 3/4 of this final to then take the lead and drive off into the distance. The long game for Alfie Garrett. See whether Ansell's got anything left in his pocket. Run round the right hand bend up towards timing. 3 laps to go. They'll get round next time with enough on the clock, but then it will be the end of the countdown and the last lap board on the overhead gantry. So 3 to go. Gap fairly equal on that previous lap. Garrett did have a slightly faster time, but nothing to write home about. Toby Cannon up into 4th place as Ethan Lloyd tries a nibble down the inside of Marley Fisher. And Xavier Ramsey as well is looking to get himself in the mix. The the yellow and purple helmet, orange cart. Up to the top bend. The gap before the lead goes out once again. It's another fastest lap from Alfie Garrett, putting enough daylight between himself and Ansell. As the time elapses down to 0. Wide goes the leader in the train, Toby Cannon. He's got enough to hold on from Marley Fisher. In the background though, Xavier Ramsey goes down the inside of Ethan Lloyd. Can Lloyd get back and keep a nose in? No, he can't. Great move from Xavier Ramsey, and he is up into 6th place with 1.5 laps to go. Alfie Garrett will round the final corner in a few moments' time to greet the last lap board, and does so. Xavier Ramsey there with a bit of a thumbs up to whomever's watching him. They must be happy that he's moved up a place. Gives him a little thumbs up as well. Still got a little bit of work to do though, Ramsey. Got to take it to the checkered flag, currently in P6. At the front though, with 2 corners to go. Alfie Garrett, beaten in both heats. At half race distance, he found a way past Ansell and he's opened the gap up. Alfie Garrett wins here at round 6 from Ansell. Logan Jones will join them on the podium in P3. We'll keep an eye out then for Toby Cannon as they head up towards the final corner. Side by side as they go over. And Xavier Ramsey's finished in P4 with Ethan Lloyd, Marley Fisher. Cannon's dropping down the order. He's in 11th. 12th for Toby Cannon. He's off somewhere. We'll try and find out where he is. But it's Garrett from Ansell. Logan Jones completes the top 3. Xavier Ramsey, Ethan Lloyd, Marley Fisher and Isla Parsons, with Oscar Churches, Jack Daniels, Daniel Stangerine and Morgan Weston. Toby Cannon still not taking the checkered flag. And we're not going to come to the shocks. It looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort at the moment. We'll keep an eye on things. We'll report as when we can. It's at the last corner, and Marley Fisher too dropped down the order as well on that final lap in the 81 machine. So Cannon, who was in 4th place, Fisher, who was just behind in P5, would appear to have come together. That's allowed Xavier Ramsey to move up into P4, Ethan Lloyd P5. Fisher's crossed the line in P6, just ahead of Isla Parsons and Oscar Churches, Jack Daniels, Daniel Stangerine and Morgan Weston. So dipping into our live chat. Just going to have a quick look. Troy Adams has just said hello, and then finds out when a junior's on, because his friend Jarek Metters is racing. Well, after this one, we've got IAME Bambino, Rotax 177, then Junior Rotax, so around about 20 minutes or so. And he had a great day yesterday, did Jarek. He took the race victory in the final. So having a quick look as well. Lots of love coming in for Alfie Garrett there, taking the victory in that race for our micros. Yeah, some loads and loads of comments coming in, just echoing that what a great race as well in that one. We've got IAME Bambino up shortly, with love coming in for Ethan Lloyd. So IAMEs will make their way out in a few moments. Just doing a report that that Toby Cannon is up and out of his car. Still has appears to be in a bit of discomfort holding his wrist, but he's walking away and is currently walking down pit lane. So he appears to be okay and not requiring too much medical assistance, which is great that we're able to report that back to you and anybody watching at home that is supporting Toby and the class as a whole. Love coming in as well, saying good luck to Ralph Martin in IAME. Well, you're not going to have to wait much longer. The next race is up for you. It's time for IAME M1 Bambino. Have a grid on the screen for you right now, and it's going to be Freddie Baker with the aforementioned Ralph Martin alongside on the front row. Heath Smith and Elijah Sang on row number 2 with Bode Batch and Mickey Gonzalez, the day's pole sitter, on row number 3. Row 4 sees Oliver Woodall and Jensen James Williams with Ethan Hume and Patrick Wood on row 5, Max Joy and Freddie Dye on row number 6. Jesse Plowman starts 13th with Ollie West alongside him. Presley Knight and Leo Harang are on row 8. Max Santana and Nicholas Anser are on row number 9. Row 10 sees Logan Edwards and Charlie Holmes with Daniel Genov and Teddy Smith on row 11. The grid completed by Archie Ashworth and Lucas Oatley Thistlethwaite in 24th place. Good. We'll see whether Leo Harang is out. I know he's got position for the final, but we'll see whether he's out. He is heading out, the 57, just onto track now. In the orange colours, purple helmet in this IAME grid. Great as well to see so many nations represented here in Rally Replay Super 1, particularly in IAME Bambino. Daniel Genov, the 13, racing under the flag of Bulgaria. 2 drivers racing under the flag of Mexico, Mickey Gonzalez and Max Santana in the 22 and the 93 respectively. Nicholas Anser racing under the flag of Ghana. He drives the number 30. And Leo Harang, who we mentioned earlier on, the Frenchman, racing the number 57 machine. They'll roll their way round. A bit of a field spread, still got loads of drivers coming round the horseshoe, but I think that's because they were let out of the holding area in twos, in pairs. So Freddie Baker, he's not wanting to waste any time. He wants to get this going. He's already in his grid slot, so he's drove round that outlap like it's a race lap, but he's just going to have to wait and be patient. He's going to get a pep talk, though, from his dad there on the left-hand side of the front row. As we can see, it's the right-hand side from the driver's perspective, and does mean the driver on the left-hand train on a standing start will often have the advantage, and we'll see whether that is the case this time round. Ralph Martin and Freddie Baker blipping the throttle. Then they're going to press the accelerator down as hard as they can and then just lift off the brake. It's a great start by Freddie Baker. Unfortunately, it's Elijah Sang who's going very, very slowly in the gold cart in the middle of the pack. He's been swallowed up by the rest of the field and then gets some sideways contact round the first corner as well for Elijah Sang. He's dropping down the order. I think he'll be on the periphery of the top 10, having started in P4. Once again, it's been a great start from Bode Batch, up from 5th place into P3. At the front though, let's see whether it's going to be the same as it was in the previous 2 heats, where both Freddie Baker and Ralph Martin push away from the rest of the field and make it a 2-horse race. What has happened in both of those two though is that lap traffic has got itself in the way of those two and has split them later on in the race by around about 3 seconds. 1 in the favour of Martin, 1 in the favour of Freddie Baker. Baker then leads from Ralph Martin, Bode Batch and Heath Smith, Mickey Gonzalez in P5, Ethan Hume, great start up into P6 on the opening lap from Patrick Wood and then Ollie West. So big movers on the opening lap. Ollie West 6 places gained on that opening lap for the driver of the 24, who will already be picking up the trophy and probably already has done. In fact, from as we do trophy presentations throughout the day, as we go, we don't wait all the way till the end. It allows some of our younger drivers to make their way home for the end of the race meeting. There is Ethan Hume in the number 11 kart running in P7. He's got Patrick Wood for company, who's all over his rear bumper is Patrick Wood. Driver of 36 machine. The colours of Passion Karting. The 41 falls back. That's Oliver Woodall, and then into the side of Ethan Hume goes Patrick Wood. 2 drivers racing out of the same awning. Both Passion Karting drivers coming into contact early on in this race. Baker and Martin still lead then, as down the inside once again goes Oliver Woodall, this time on Patrick Wood. So head up towards Billy's. Now Elijah Sang is starting to come back into this. In 11th place, he's there with Max Joy in the background. I think they're going to close up because the drivers in front are battling through there. Mickey Gonzalez in the 22 on the back of Heath Smith. And it has allowed Elijah Sang indeed to close right back up. At the previous lap, he had a gap of around about 2 seconds as Mickey Gonzalez and Ollie West go side by side, and West is through. Up into 5th place now. Gonzalez down briefly to 6th and tried to battle back there down the inside for P5. Couldn't get back through though. Ethan Hume still in 7th place. Leader of this train there in the 11. Then it's Patrick Wood, but then it goes deep down into the order with Wood, Joy, Elijah Sang involved as well. We've got Oliver Woodall, Leo Harang, Jensen James Williams as well. And there's a small gap back to the 13 of Daniel Zhenov. Bode Batch and Heath Smith go side by side over start finish. So Batch takes that wide line all the way round the outside. Normally it doesn't do him any harm because he keeps the pace. This time though, he goes a little bit too wide and Heath Smith comes through to provisionally take the final step on the podium. Still with just under 5 minutes to go in this 9-minute plus 1 lap final for our IAME Bambinos. We've got Elijah Sang round up at the hairpin. He's going to try and keep the kart going, but it's rolling very, very slowly. It's going to take a little bit of time for the engine to get back up to speed. And Elijah Sang, who'd worked hard to get himself back inside the top 10, was in P12 at the time of the incident, has dropped down the order. Leaders now, I think, are starting to catch some lap traffic as they have split by 1.5 seconds again, as has happened in the previous race here in both Heats 2 and Heat 1 as well. Heat 1 went the way of Ralph Martin. The gap opened up to nearly 3 seconds because of their way finding through the traffic. This time it's Freddie Baker, as happened in Heat number 2, where the gap's going to open up. And the gap is out now again to 2.2 seconds, 0.7 quicker on the previous lap was Freddie Baker. He's well on his way to victory here at round number 6. Heath Smith, Bode Batch on screen at the moment, 3rd and 4th respectively. Since Heath Smith's got through, Bode Batch hasn't been able to fight back, and the gap's going out by a 10th or so lap on lap. Heath Smith heading towards 3rd place. Still 3 minutes to go, plenty can happen, particularly when they find their way towards some lap traffic, which they will do certainly before the end of this race. Oliver Woodall makes up a place, as does Max Joy, as Patrick Wood drops from 8th down to 10th. Leo Harang up from 12th, 11th to 12th in that one. There's Ethan Hume on screen with Oliver Woodall for company. We have had a bit of a split between the pack, which was tightly nailed together earlier on. It started to fragment ever so slightly, although these two are closing in on Mickey Gonzalez, who's dropped down. Oh no, it looks like he's gone back up the order again. It's Ollie West who's dropped down slightly. Not on the previous lap, we just missed out where he was, because before he was in front of Mickey Gonzalez and now he's half a second behind. Ethan Hume holding firm from down the inside. That's Max Joy finding a way through. It's the 36 in fact, so it's not Max Joy in the 33, it's Patrick Wood who's moved all the way up onto the back. Max Joy's dropped down slightly by the look of things. He wasn't behind Patrick Wood, it was Leo Harang. As down the inside of Ethan Hume goes the 41 of Oliver Woodall into the horseshoe. Hume's going to be wide and then cut back through in his quest to try and hold on to positions, because now he's got Patrick Wood, who we know isn't shy of sending a move into this first corner. We'll see whether he does it once again. No, it's Ethan Hume down the inside as they both find a way through on Oliver Woodall, and they're going to be 3 wide into the chicane. And Woodall's come out of that somehow, still in the lead of this battle, because both Ethan Hume and Patrick Wood were through and down the inside, and they're 4 wide as they head up towards the horseshoe. Make their way up towards the top bend. There's going to be a huge reshuffle of positions as Leo Harang has dropped down the order on the previous lap down to 23rd and looks like he is out of the race. Tough day for the driver of the 57, retirement in heat number 2. So it's Oliver Woodall leading this train, but out wide goes Ethan Hume, and Max Joy's already come through down the inside. Patrick Wood and JJ Williams are going to try and find a way through on Ethan Hume and have done into the right hand hairpin, and they'll be 3 wide up to the horseshoe. Hume's on the outside. Will he get a switch back? He falls back ever so slightly, clipping the curb on the inside, and he'll drop down, I believe, to 11th place as he continues to battle away. Timers down to 0. There'll be the last lap board next time round for our race leaders. So we get confirmation of movement. Jensen James Williams up into 9th place, leaves Patrick Wood still in 10th. Leaders got a gap now of 4.6 seconds. It's comfortable for Freddie Baker at the front. He'll be taking the last lap board shortly. Indeed has done just now as we catch the sight of second place Ralph Martin in the green. Then we'll pick this battle up again as they come through for third place. Ollie West got past Mickey Gonzalez on that previous lap. That moves him up into fifth place. As Freddie Baker makes his way towards the checkered flag up round top bend, and we'll be heading out of the final corner for Freddie Baker in the 92. There he is as he heads towards the checkered flag. Freddie Baker wins at Clay Pigeon at round number 6. Then there's going to be a gap back to Ralph Martin in P4 in P2. The 32 machine crosses some 5 seconds back from Freddie Baker. Heath Smith and Bode Batch finished 3rd and 4th respectively. Ollie West, we await his arrival. There he is in front of Mickey Gonzalez for 5th and 6th respectively. Oliver Woodall and Max Joy cross the line 7th, 8th. Then it's JJ Williams, Patrick Wood and Ethan Hume. Freddie Dye in P12, Daniel Zhenov 13th, Jesse Plowman, Max Santana and Nicholas Anser with Elijah Sang and Presley Knight in 18th. Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith with Charlie Holmes, and then Archie Ashworth and Lucas Oatley Thistlethwaite completing your 23 remaining runners. Four finals down then here at Clay, and 4 to go. As we move into the senior ranks, it's time for Rotax 177. They'll be heading out very, very shortly. So the grid will be up on the screen, which will sadly mask the blue skies of Clay Pigeon in Dorset for you here. We're going to we'll have Rotax 177 up for you in a few moments time. It will be Philip Howarth on pole position because he's won both races so far today, with Ian Branfield alongside him, Scott Smith and Cole Edwards on row number 2, Rhys Llewellyn, and then the only other driver who's won a race this weekend, Shane Collins, on row number 3. Row 4 sees Luke Oliver and Ashton Parsons with James Frost and Stephen Horner. Then it's Ben Johnson and Keith Mason on row number 6. Zax Bolton will start in 13th with Mark Gillibrand and Andy Ward in 15th as we pick up our runners heading towards the hairpin. Endeavours to get a little bit of heat into their tyres. Field is nicely coming together. Philip Howarth just backing the field into position. Ian Branfield alongside in the 46 machine. Rolling slowly, 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 and then in a minute Howard's going to put the power down as they head towards the start line. He got a good start last time and managed to get the jump on the rest of the field. Ian Branfield's looking, they're waiting, and some of the field behind are getting impatient, and now we're away and racing. Very, very late to accelerate for Philip Howarth, and it allowed the driver in 3rd place, which has been Scott Smith, to get on the power. And they make their way through. through the S's for the first time. Everybody through nicely. Scott Smith, though, anticipated that one with Philip Howarth, and he managed to jump through up into second place. Further down, we've got the 81 of James Frost there, I think, getting down the inside into the horseshoe. Howarth then leads over the line at the end of the first lap from Scott Smith and Ian Branfield, Cole Edwards and Shane Collins, with the Reece Llewellyn further down. We've got overtakes going in. Looks like that could have been Mark Gilbrand getting himself involved. The yellow helmet. We'll confirm the numbers shortly if we can when they make their way back up to the horseshoe. But in terms of timing, he was in P12, and that looks like where we were for our runner. Over the line they come then. It is Philip Howarth, Scott Smith and Ian Branfield, Cole Edwards and Shane Collins, Reece Llewellyn and Ashton Parsons, Luke Oliver, James Frost, Stephen Horner, Keith Mason and Ben Johnson. In 12th then it's Zach Bolton, Mark Gillibrand and Andy Ward. So we've got a driver going very, very slowly. And that, and then we've got one off, have we, at the top end. He's gone very, very wide, managed to save it away from the tyres. They head back, Stephen Horner there. The 66 machine makes his way up and over start finish. And he's in P9. He's a quick look, see the driver was. We've had Luke Oliver drop down the order. And he's pulled off into pit lane, so we were one driver down, 14 to go in Rotax 177. Luke Oliver retires after 2 laps of the race here at Clay Pigeon. At the front though, Philip Howarth leads with a gap of just over half a second from Scott Smith on the previous lap. It's out to 7/10 this time round, with Ian Branfield another 10th and a half back in front of Cole Edwards and Shane Collins. Philip Howarth sets the fastest lap on the previous lap, the only driver with the exception of Ian Branfield, who drops just inside the sub 36 mark with a 35.999 on that previous lap, but Philip Howarth with the fastest lap, 35.932. Can Branfield find a way past Scott Smith? There is Branfield in the red colours. There's another fastest lap from Philip Howarth. Scott Smith leading this battle for second place with a defensive line into the first complex of corners. Cole Edwards is on the back, and get the feeling here that if Ian Branfield can find a way down the inside of Scott Smith, then Cole Edwards could indeed just stick the nose in as well. Appears to be close enough, gets a good run out of the final corner as they head up towards Billy's, and once again Scott Smith doing enough to hold on and then gets closed up round there and through the S's. Hard on the brakes, that right-hander. We saw it earlier with Ian Branfield, was hard on the brakes, sending that kart sideways to get it stopped up at the hairpin. Does exactly the same again this time round. Half race distance in terms of time. We'll still have one further lap at the end. Another fastest lap for Philip Howarth. He's just enjoying himself now. Fastest lap after fastest lap. The gap's out to 1.3 seconds. He's just enjoying himself, as is Ian Branfield. The heavy braking up there into the hairpin, lap on lap. Throwing that kart in. Scott Smith, though, holding firm in second place and has a few kart lengths to at least hold on. We've got the 81 of James Frost off at the horseshoe. Not a corner that you generally get wrong by yourself. There's another fastest lap from Philip Howarth. So James Frost dropping down the order. He's gone down all the way down now to P14, the final remaining runner on track, with Luke Oliver out of the race. go back to the battle for second. Howarth with the gap continuing to extend at the front. Has a gap of 1.5 seconds. Ian Branfield probably about as close as he's been so far to Scott Smith. There's Howarth with a 35.68. See now whether Scott Smith can hold off Ian Branfield for the remainder of this race. Still got 3 minutes to go. Branfield looks like he might have something in reserve as they run up towards the first bend, and Branfield's gone down the inside. We just caught it there in the distance as we follow Shane Collins and Rhys Llewellyn battling over 5th and 6th, but Ian Branfield has gone through up into 2nd place. Late on the brakes down the inside on the entry into Billy's Bend. And he's up into P2. Scott Smith down into 3rd. Cole Edwards now looking interested in the final step on the podium for P3. And Branfield now break away. I think the gap to the lead's going to be too much given how good Philip Howarth has been this weekend here at Clay Pigeon. See him in the distance, some 2 seconds down the road. Branfield's going to need half a second a lap, and I can't see that with how quick Philip Howarth has been, but stranger things have happened in karting. Here's the battle for the final step on the podium though, with Scott Smith and Cole Edwards battling it out, and behind them Shane Collins and Rhys Llewellyn are in a very similar battle as well over 5th place. They could work together for the next minute or so. I get the feeling they could well be on the back of this train in front, because I think Scott Smith may well defend that final step on the podium quite hard against Cole Edwards. Down the inside though, Shane Collins goes Rhys Llewellyn. Working together they are not in the battle for 5th place. Llewellyn tried the move into the left-hander at the horseshoe, door closed by Shane Collins. And for 3rd place, Cole Edwards has found a way past Scott Smith as well, as we focused on this battle for 5th place. And Shane Collins is through down the inside of Rhys Llewellyn for 5th place. Can Rhys Llewellyn battle back in front of them? As we said, Cole Edwards is up into P3. Scott Smith down into P4, couldn't hold on in the end. As Cole Edwards finds a way past as the time heads into the final minute here at Clay. Philip Howarth is over the line though, so we are going to get 3 laps, because I think he'll get round comfortably. He's lapping in the 35 seconds. He's 2.5 seconds down the road almost from Branfield, and another second from this battle on screen between Cole Edwards in the black suit pink helmet and Scott Smith black suit yellow helmet just behind. So can't skip over the bumps on the entry up there into top bend. All of them almost in unison there, having a quick look to the right, seeing where the rest of the field are. Philip Howarth again 2 tenths quicker. He's on his way, 1.5 laps away from a Clay Pigeon double. Won the final yesterday. But, again, could be well on for it again, as Shane Collins begins defending 5th place from Rhys Llewellyn with a very, very tight line into the horseshoe that time round. And don't think Llewellyn was too close. That's going to allow Ashton Parsons to maybe get in the mix as they commence that final lap. Parsons is a second or so back, but gained nearly half a second just because of that one battle on that previous lap. Howarth then leads by 2.5 seconds, and that's Rhys Llewellyn going slowly. He's obviously, looks like he's gone for a move on Shane Collins. Is Collins still on track? We'll find out in a few moments. Philip Howarth though out of the final corner. It's a Clay Pigeon double for the 20. He takes victory at round 6 of the SuperOne Championship from Ian Branfield and Cole Edwards, then Scott Smith Where's Shane Collins? There he is. He crosses the line for P5 with Ashton Parsons in 6th place. Then it's going to be Ben Johnson. Rhys Llewellyn crosses the line in 6th in front of Stephen Horner, with Keith Mason rounding out the top 10. Zach Bolton, Andy Ward, James Frost and Mark Gillibrand complete the 14 on-track finishers for Rotax 177. Congratulations to Philip Howarth, adds to his victory yesterday with another today, joined on the podium by Ian Brandfield and Cole Edwards. Junior Rotax is next. We have 34 of those, so it's time to move on to Junior Rotax. Juniors then will be out shortly. We'll have a quick look at the grid, and Emily Cotty goes off pole position. Jasmine Taylor alongside Jarek Metters and Albert Wilton on row number 2, with Owen Keenan and Archie Dyson on row 3. Then it's going to be Riley Bishop and Tom Holden, Harry Hurst-Grover and Kieran Denyer. Round out your top 10, Jack Dimbleby and Ben Horner behind them on row 6. Max Rowley starts 13th, Rufus Holmes in P14 with Noah Sales and Harris Roberts in P16. Then it's Toby Dukes and Max Gray-Trex on row number 9. Archie Flint and Lewis Holt on row 10. Harney Sadiq and Alex McCullough just behind them. Then it's Lucas Reeves and Rory Hinkley on row number 12. Row 13 sees Jaden Robinson and Amelie Ackett, Elliot Foster and Arthur Frey, with Sam Flynn and Finley Hands in 30th. Then it's Karthik Kumeta, Freddie Snelling, Oliver Lomax and Harry Cottrell. Drivers in the final 4 rows all have had a retirement at some point throughout the race day today. See whether any of them can make some good progress. Emily Cotty and Jasmine Taylor go off the front row. 3 weeks ago they stood on the podium 1 and 2 in the Wessex Championship Sunday. Joined on the podium that day by Eva Morris, an all-female podium here at Clay Pigeon. In that round, they go off the front row together again. We've got one driver going slowly off the back. We'll see whether we get going at the first time of asking and who that might be with a problem. And it looks like we are away and racing in Junior Rotax as we head down towards Billy's Bend for the first time. We'll follow the field through as they start to form into single file. Not enough though when we've got Max Gray-Trex. Is that, no, I don't know who. We've got 2 or 3 across the grass. Look like Gray-Trex's colours, but I don't know if he was that high up. We'll figure that out in a minute. It could have been Kieran Denyer, it was, in the 57, who's off, and we've got an exhaust off, I believe, as well for somebody. We'll figure out who that is in a few moments' time. We'll know, because something will be making one hell of a racket just behind the driver. Over the line they'll come then for the first time, and it's still Cotty leading from Taylor and Albert Wilton, Jarek Metters and Riley Bishop, Harry Hurst-Grover. 92, I think. No, we haven't got a 92. We'll figure out who has the problem in a minute. Then it's Tom Holden, Jack Dimbleby, Archie Dyson and Owen Keenan. That's your top 10. Kieran Denyer, it was, who went across the grass on the opening lap. He's back up into 11th now with Harris Roberts, Max Rowley and Max Gray-Trex in 14th. Gray-Trex in the same colours as Kieran Denyer, red cart and then an orange helmet. Over the line they go for the second time, and it's Jarek Metters with the fastest lap this time round. And dropping down the order is Archie Dyson. So I think it was a 72 with the problem, as a waved yellow is out at the S's. And then there isn't one, there is for the hairpin, so we'll figure out what's gone on in a few moments' time. Cotty, though, leads from Jasmine Taylor with Albert Wilton and Jarek Metters. There's your top 4, and they've got a bit of a gap back to Riley Bishop and Harry Hurst-Grover, Tom Holden and Jack Dimbleby. And now Owen Keenan jumps up into P8, Dimbleby 9. Harris Roberts appears inside the top 10 after a trying day for our driver from Merthyr Tydfil. Yesterday he was up there for the final, battling for the victory when the rear bumper departed. had the bolt pull through and he was called into the pit lane under a mechanical flag. He's had problems today in heat number 2. That means he started this final from P16. He's up inside the top 10. Cotty from Taylor, Wilton and Metters. Harris Roberts, fastest lap and another place gained up to P9. 3.8 off the lead. Two leaders have got a little bit of a gap to Albert Wilton and Jarek Metters. It's only half a second or so, but it's enough that they can take it comfortable in terms of not having to defend, particularly for Jasmine Taylor, because she can just concentrate on her attack of Emily Cotty, which comes with a fastest lap as well for the 84 machine. So, watch the rest of the field make their way up towards the hairpin. Max Rowley with an overtake down the inside in the 33 machine as Harry Hurst-Grover comes under attack from what looks like Harris Roberts now. Is Tom Holden in front or is Tom Holden behind? Tom Holden's in front as he is now up into P8, and Harris Roberts is going to dive down the inside of Harry Hurst-Grover. Hard on the brakes, a great overtake from Harris Roberts. He's on a mission at the moment to make his way up towards the top 5 is Harris Roberts. There's a gap if he can get past Holden. Down the inside goes Max Gray-Trex on the number 62 of Hani Sadiq into the hairpin. If Harris Roberts can get past Tom Holden, which I think might be about to happen. Oh, it's a carbon copy down the inside from Harris Roberts. 2 special moves in 2 special laps for Roberts. But see the gap that he's got now to try and close up. But if he's got some clear track, there's no reason why he can't catch up to Riley Bishop in the remaining 4 minutes. Bishop with the fastest lap on the previous was half a second quicker than Holden, who was the driver behind. Now it's Harris Roberts, and Roberts has got some clear air. We'll see whether he can catch up, because he's already broken free. And on that previous lap was a 10th quicker. But Riley Bishop's going well, and I don't think he's going to be too far off this battle for the front. And the problem that they've got now is there's lap traffic in front for Emily Cotty to contend with. And she's closing up on the back of what looks to be Finley Hand. We'll have a quick look as we try and pick up the leader in a few moments' time. There's Harris Roberts. Emily Cotty's nose looks very, very depressed in. I don't know if she's already found lap traffic in front. There's a few drivers to try and catch up, but in a few moments it just looks very, very low. Be interesting to see whether it's wobbling round. Nonetheless, even if it is, there's absolutely nothing they can do about it now. But they will likely, for me, catch this lap traffic on the run down towards Billy's Bend and the S's, which is very, very single file. There's your top 5. Riley Bishop's caught up and he's right in the mix as well, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Personal best on the previous for Tom Holden and Jarek Metters as well. At the front, Emily Cotty still leading, 2 minutes and 40 to go, with traffic in front for her to contend with. And, a quick look over the shoulder. They're going to head up towards that first corner at Billy's, and then the lap traffic's going to be just in front of them as they head towards the S's. And will Cotty put the move in down the inside? Could this be what she needs? And will it split the leaders as Jarek Metters goes down the inside? It has split the leaders. The top 3 are through, and then behind them Albert Wilton, Riley Bishop have not managed to get past the lap traffic at the same time, and have still not managed to find a way through. But Riley Bishop is still on Albert Wilton. Bishop up into 4th place, the driver of the 35 machine is up into P4. Cotty, Taylor and Jarek Metters. The 3 that were on the podium yesterday are the 3 that are battling for the podium once again. Yesterday it was Jarek Metters, Emily Cotty and Jasmine Taylor. At the moment it's Cotty, Taylor and then Metters. Top 5 are through on the traffic now. But it means that Wilton is going to be out of contention. Bishop has made up a place because of it, and Harris Roberts is still trying to close in and still in P number 6 as it stands. Still a great effort though from P16 for Harris Roberts. Minute and 5 to go. Cotty, Taylor and Metters. And I get the feeling we're not going to move too far away from this battle between now and the checkered flag. Support coming in for all 3 drivers in the live chat. Who's it going to be though? With 40 seconds to go, it's going to be 3 laps and Cotty's wide. Taylor's down the inside. Metters is going to try and get through as well. Jasmine Taylor leads with a minute to go from Emily Cotty. And Cotty, who's pretty much led every lap of the races here today in Junior Rotax, is now sat in a sandwich in 2nd place. And right on the back of them has come Riley Bishop. He's come out of nowhere. As the drivers came round that first corner, they've lost so much time that Riley Bishop's made up nearly a second to close up onto the back. I thought he'd been robbed of a chance finding the way through the traffic of battling for a podium, but he hasn't. He's there and he's right in the mix. Lap and a half to go. Taylor, Cotty, Metters and Bishop. 4 drivers, 3 steps on the podium in Junior Rotax. Taylor will lead them for the penultimate time round the top bend. 35 seconds between her and victory at round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship, and Cotty's not close enough into the Billy's Bend and through the S's to make a move up towards the hairpin. Will Taylor defend? Parks the cart in the middle of the track. That's not going to be the quickest line. Cotty's gone wide and that gives Cotty a run up towards the horseshoe. Can she get a good run up towards top bend? It's going to be the final opportunity. One more go for Emily Cotty to try and find a way through. Jasmine Taylor out of the final corner. Taylor will win at round 6 from Emily Cotty and Jarek Metters. The same podium as yesterday, but in a completely reverse order. Taylor was 3rd yesterday, wins today. Cotty with a brace of 2nd places, and Jarek Metters adds 3rd place to his win here yesterday. Riley Bishop with a great run to P4. We're in front of Albert Wilton, Harris Roberts, and then we've got Tom Holden in P7. 8 with Kieran Denyer, Harry Hurst-Grover, Owen Keenan rounds out the top 10 in front of Dimbleby, Flint, Dukes, Rowley, Holt, Greytrek, Sales, Ackett, Hinkley and McCullough. Your top 20 here in Junior Rotax. Great race. Great battling throughout that one. Jasmine Taylor played the long game, took the move down the inside of Emily Cotty when Cotty probably wasn't expecting it round Billy's Bend, and then held off all the way to the end, and she was very, very happy with that one over the line. Great win for Jasmine Taylor as she takes victory here at round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Cart's going to be collected as the man with the trolley looks like he's making his way out onto track, so that leaves us with 2 more races to go in our SuperOne round number 6, the penultimate one of which is going to be Inters, as the cart being collected is that of the 62. I'm going to turn the commentary notes back 1 page. That was Hani Sadiq who's being collected, and looks like he went off 2 laps before the end. Will be classified in 29th. Other drivers that had problems, Rufus Holmes. Harry Cottrell's had a day to forget. Only completed 5 laps of that one. Didn't complete any laps of the first race, and only completed 2 laps of heat number 2. So he's completed less than 1 full race over 3 races, as as Harry Cottrell. Very, very tough day for him. Archie Dyson, who we knew was out anyway. Elliot Foster not classified after the first lap, and that was the 33 runners. Intermax then is your penultimate final, and we will be back with you in a few moments' time for that one. Inters will make their way out once harness seats cart's been collected from the hairpin down at the far end of the track, and it will be JJ Plowman on pole position from Stanley Stafford, with Jack Holmes and Lucas Esser on row 2, Jensen Sale and Noah Moulton on row number 3. Row 4 sees Kurt Kaplan and Lewis Hall, with Oscar Roach and Charlie Hobbs, then Layla Bell and Alexander Adams round out your 12 runners that have scored points so far today in our Intermax class, and that will complete your grid of Inters. Good support coming in from everybody in the live chat. Keely Parsons saying the girls are going well. Well, they were top 2 in that one, and support coming in as well from Troy Adams for let's have a quick look for Jarek Metters in that one, and also Keely Parsons saying Riley's having a storming race. Riley Bishop did have a fantastic race and had a chance of a podium right towards the end. Looking forward to this Intermax final. Troy saying come on to Kurt Kaplan, and we've got support coming in as well for Layla Bell, as the number 30 machine is being recovered back into pit lane as well. That was Elliot Foster. His race lasting less than a lap, unfortunately, and wherever he's gone into something with a fair bit of foliage, because it's all stuck to his wheels and it's mud and dirty. That's going to require a little bit of cleaning when it gets back into the paddock. So, final few carts being recovered in from our junior Rotax final. The balcony here at Clay Pigeon providing it's the first time. I was only up there yesterday morning, and it was very cold in the morning when the sun wasn't on. It looks like the sun now is shining, and you can just look at the heat coming off the track. This is our camera this is the camera all the way from down at the hairpin, looking back towards the dummy grid, and you can see the heat on the track that's coming up. That's why the camera looks like it's shaking, but it's not. That's the heat haze coming up off the track, and how warm it is here at Clay Pigeon. 12 drivers making their way out onto the grid. So there is Layla Bell in the pink cart with the white helmet. She was in the commentary box earlier on today. We had a great chat with her. Field making their way round. One driver going slowly will need to catch up towards the end, but I think they will. They'll have enough time, as JJ Plowman backs the field up from the left-hander of the horseshoe. Driver of the number 5 going off pole position in this final. Into the tram lines they go. Engine notes rise as the power goes down, and we are away and racing in Inters for their final. And JJ Plowman leads us away in this contact into the side of Stanley Stafford. Stafford's managed to ride that one out. It was the number, I think it could 36 is Jack Holmes, who makes a very, very racy start and gets into the side of Stanley Stafford. He's now under pressure from the 55 of Lucas Esser, who picked up a 5-second penalty in heat number 2 for gaining an unfair advantage, which means he's slightly out of position because he won heat number 1. and finished inside the top 3, on track at least, in heat number 2. And he's going to go down the inside, is he? Oh, very, very late, and had to take evasive action in order to not cause an incident by taking to the curb, and it's lost him 2 places, and he's not happy that the door was closed on him, but the driver in front, I'm not entirely sure he would have known that Lucas Esser was coming down the inside into that corner anyway. Jack Holmes was the driver in front. Noah Moulton and Jensen Sale are now through and up into 4th and 5th respectively. Plowman leads then from Stanley Stafford and opens up the gap. Late move down the inside, that's Kurt Kaplan trying to find a way past Lewis Hall. Can't do it. Behind them, Oscar Roach as well is trying to take advantage. There's a move further down, but I think that's Kurt Kaplan defending off Oscar Roach on the run up to the hairpin. Roach there in the white suit with the pink shoulders, pink helmet as well, and he's going to try another move down the inside, I think, of Kurt Kaplan into top bend. Kaplan, I think, rode that one out, and he has. So Lucas Esser sets the fastest lap of the race, but he's currently in P6. He needs to find his way back up to what he will feel is his rightful place inside the top 3. He's going to have to find a way past the 3 drivers in front of him, Holmes, Moulton and Sale, in order to get himself up onto the podium. Easier said than done. The top 2 look comfortable. They've got equal gaps of 0.8 of a second between the leader and then the second down into 3rd respectively. That's out to a second each as Plowman gains a 10th on Stafford. Stafford with 2/10 on Holmes. Fastest lap of the race for Plowman at the front. It looks like at the moment he's going to be taking a monster trophy haul back to the Isle of Man, having won yesterday. Could well be adding to yesterday's victory with another one today. No changes through the rest of the field either from that previous lap, with the exception of Oscar Roach and Kurt Kaplan having a switcheroo for 8th place. This time round there has been no changes. Once again though, the gap, as we see the 54 of Noah Moulton taking a huge chunk of curb, and that's not done his pace any good at all. And then down the inside of both of them goes Lucas Esser with a little nudge on Jensen Sale to find his way through. So Moulton was slow, Sale was going past anyway, and then Lucas Esser decided that he was going through on Jensen Sale at the same time into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit, and Lucas Esser will move up from 6th place into P4. Now has Jack Holmes, who we wasn't happy with around about 3 or 4 minutes ago, in front of him for the final step on the podium. This time it's Jensen Sale's turn to take chunks of curb through the S's. Doesn't seem to have done him the harm that it did to Noah Moulton though on that previous lap. Up towards top bend. Half race distance in terms of time is 4.5 minutes, and we are there as JJ Plowman sets another fastest lap at the front. Jensen Sale though is sat in 5th place at the moment, having been overtaken by Lucas Esser a lap or so ago. Thought Esser would have probably closed in a little bit quicker on the back of Jack Holmes. Seemed to have a lot of pace earlier on, but Holmes was holding comfortable in the 36 machine. And then slides wide, very, very wide, and that's going to allow Esser through. Holmes with a slight mistake, didn't make the apex into Billy's, and then Jensen Sale is too going to come down the inside. No, door closed for Jensen Sale, and it's just one overtake for Lucas Esser. Holmes with dropping back one. Jensen Sale now on the back of Jack Holmes. So they head towards Billy's. Through the S's, you see there, they don't even straighten up, it's just right, and then hit the curb on the inside, hit the curb on the outside for the S's, and then wide goes Lucas Esser. He's made a little bit of a mistake, should get away with it by parking the car on the apex of the horseshoe, and does exactly that. Could give Jensen Sale a run up towards top bend. Plowman still leads with a gap of 1.6. This battle raging on for the final step on the podium, and back down the inside goes Jack Holmes on Lucas Esser, and Jensen Sales coming through as well. So Esser from 3rd to 5th in the blink of an eye, drops down the order. Two drivers in the TWR colours, both Sale and Lucas Esser. Jack Holmes though back up into 3rd place, the 36 with TWR as well. Around the right hand of Billy's and through the S's once again, minute and 55 to go. Plowman opening the gap up to Stanley Stafford to nearly 2 seconds. He's got a similar gap back to this battle behind as they continue to rage about who's going to be on that final step of the podium. Holmes, Sale, Esser. Let's not discount Moulton as well, currently running in 6th place. There's a gap back then to Oscar Roach, Lewis Hall, and there they are. And then everybody else has got around about a second between them, between Charlie Hobbs, Layla Bell. Kurt Kaplan's dropped well down the order. He's had an incident earlier on in this race that's dropped him out of contention. Lap time wise, it was on lap number 10. He had lost 5 seconds to the rest of the field, and that's why he's down in 11th place. Trying to battle back, but we'll need 3.5 seconds to catch Layla Bell. Plowman already over the line to start lap 13 as Jack Holmes, Jensen Sale and Lucas Esser take differing lines towards the start line, and Jensen Sale's line has taken him down the inside of Jack Holmes, and he's going to be followed through by Lucas Esser, and Holmes is going to do what Esser did a few laps ago and go from 3rd to 5th round the first corner and through the S's. 30 seconds to go. Plowman will get round, so we've got 2.5 minutes for Jensen Sale to hold on. He's the 3rd driver to be in this 3rd place berth in the last 5 laps, with Lucas Esser and Jack Holmes. Another fastest lap for JJ Plowman. He knows these tyres don't have to do much more work after the next lap and a half. Holmes has a nibble down the inside of Lucas Esser. Esser closes the door, and then Holmes with a little nudge, and will Holmes go down the inside? He will, because he's been helped out there by Noah Moulton. And is Esser slowing? No, he's just slotting back in, but he's lost a lot of time there. And down the inside, Noah Moulton is going to put him on the outside for the right-hand bend. So they head up, and yes, indeed, the 55 is slowing and pulls off into the pits. Lucas Esser, who was in 4th place on the previous cross of the line, is off into the pit lane as the last lap board comes out. Moulton's down the inside of Holmes for 4th place. Looks like Sale's going to take 3rd, but great move from Noah Moulton. The last couple of laps, he's really stepped up and put some overtakes in. Having sat in 6th place, he's now in P4, in front of Jack Holmes, who drops down into P5. Out of the final corner, though, will be JJ Plowman. The driver from the Isle of Man makes it a clay pigeon double, taking victory on Sunday. Stanley Stafford crosses the line in P2, and Jensen Sale completes the podium in P3. Noah Moulton, Jack Holmes and Oscar Roach complete the top 6. Lewis Hall, Charlie Hobbs, and then it's going to be Layla Bell, Kurt Kaplan and Alexander Adams taking the checkered flag. Lucas Esser will be classified in P12 despite not taking the checkered flag. 7 down, 1 to go. It's time for senior Rotax here at Clay Pigeon. Tom Day starts on pole position. Tom Taylor alongside Billy Edgecombe and George Sanders on row 2. Jack Maidman and Elliot Thomas on row number 3. Row 4, we'll see Lewis Wild and Ollie Naylor with Zach Fletcher and James Castiolek in front of Dan Milner and Cameron Crockett on row 6. Row 7, Zaki Hussain and John Hobbs, Sky Fraser and Kyle Ride with Ethan Priest and William Young on row number 9. Row 10, Jake Richards and Alfie Barron Oxbury, they make their way round. One of the things I want to point out here for senior Rotax, massive shout out to Kyle Ride, who in the number 97 car. You'll be familiar with the name if you're familiar with bikes, because he normally races in the British Superbike Championship. This weekend is his first ever kart race weekend. The first time he sat in a Rotax was on Friday for practice, and I think he has acquitted himself very, very well to four-wheel action. We're speaking to him yesterday. He has enjoyed himself very, very much here this weekend here at SuperOne. We're away and racing. That's Ride with the bright yellow helmet in the background. You can pick him out later. Right the way round the outside though goes Tom Taylor on the opening lap, and it's a false start, so we're going to try again. That's why the field is slowing down. So it's going to give me an opportunity to also speak about the driver of the 21 going off P3, Billy Edgecombe. 3 finals for Billy so far in the SuperOne Championship on rounds 1, round 3 and round 5. Billy wins on Saturday, so Billy Saturday, we're going to see if we can have a Billy Sunday, because he's not won on a Sunday so far this season. It's been George Sanders at round 2 and round 4. Let's see if Billy Edgecombe can take victory on a Sunday in the SuperOne Championship. The current championship leader in the blue goes off P3. Let's see what we can do this time round then. Into the tram lines. And we're away and racing, it looks like, because once again Tom Taylor's gone round the outside to lead us over the line. And then up through the S as we go, as we've got the 37 of Elliot Thomas going up and over the grass. That's going to drop him down the order. There's not a lot of grip on the green stuff. Tom Taylor leads us, then Billy Edgecombe up into second place. Tom Day in P3. So down the inside of the 23 for fourth place. And Moore overtakes up into the final corner. We'll confirm the standings in a few moments' time as they cross the line for the first time, as Edgecombe asks Day to push him onto the back of Tom Taylor. Taylor leads from Edgecombe and Day. Wild, Maidman. Then it's Ollie Naylor, Dan Milner, James Castiolek with Cameron Crockett and John Hobbs rounding out your top 10. Zaki Hussain, Jake Richards up from the back row of the grid up to P12. Elliot Thomas, who was on the grass in front of Ethan Priest. Kyle Ride, William Young, Sky Fraser and Alfie Barron Oxbury. Year 19. Taylor leads by 9/10 of a second. We'll see whether Edgecombe and Day have closed in. So they cross the line now, and the gap's out ever so slightly. So it's been a good start and first few opening laps for Tom Taylor. Great move down the inside there by the driver just in front of Elliot Thomas, because that's allowed Thomas to get down the inside as well as he recovers in the 37 machine from his trip across the grass on the opening lap. I think it's the 12 of Jake Richards who's with him as well. Was in 12th place for Richards, as Zach Fletcher is reinserted into the standings in 6th place on the timing as he crosses the line this time round. Side by side into the first corner, the 69 of John Hobbs has to pull out of that move as James Castiolek sets the fastest lap of the race, currently running in P10. Moves into the hairpin for 5th place. That is Zach Fletcher, and I think it's on Jack Maidman into that corner. We'll confirm whether it's happened, but what has happened is Tom Day has found a way past Billy Edgecombe for 2nd place, and we'll see now whether Day can close in on Tom Taylor as he sets the fastest lap of the race. Edgecombe in third, Lewis Wild in front of Jack Maidment as Zach Fletcher once again is reinserted into the standings in P5. It looks like he's not exactly picking up on the transponder, but he's there in the 47. You can just see as the first of the red carts as they come out of the hairpin and up towards the horseshoe there in the 47, just in front of the 29 of Jack Maidment. George Sanders, the winner from both Sunday meetings so far this season, is down in P7 with a lot of work to do if he wants to keep that run going. Ollie Naylor, Dan Milner and James Cassiolek round out your top 10. Day with another fastest lap on the previous, I think by the look of things it was, and he's taken nearly 4 tenths out of Tom Taylor at the front. There they are nose to tail as they come out of the hairpin. I think we might pick them up as we go round the right-hander of the horseshoe as we head up now then towards Top Bend. And there we can now see Tom Taylor as he looks over his shoulder and sees Dayglow Yellow behind him. As Tom Day is right on the rear bumper. Coming with them though is Billy Edgecombe. Zach Fletcher is down the inside of Lewis Wild. Made the dive from a distance back. You saw a puff of tyre smoke, but down the inside went Zach Fletcher for 4th place. Up towards the Top Bend they go. And for the lead, Tom Taylor still holding on from Tom Day. Across the line at the end of this lap, it will be half race distance. Down the inside into the hairpin though goes Tom Day. Great move by Day on Tom Taylor. Billy Edgecombe just behind as well, still with the top 2. Tom Day, who's been the fastest driver on track for the majority of this race. Can he now open up a gap to Tom Taylor, or can Taylor fight back now that he's got a hair in his sights? Billy Edgecombe in 3rd place, given that he took the victory yesterday and a huge chunk of points in the championship. I think he'd be very happy with the points haul from 3rd place. Drivers, however, don't always think about point hauls. They want trophies and wins. We'll see gap this time as they come through. It's gone out ever so slightly. 6 tenths splitting the leaders. Zach Fletcher with them as well. Some 6 tenths back. The battle behind though is raging on. Here we go. Down the inside. We've got a move on Ollie Naylor by Dan Milner. And then the 73 of James Cassiolek trying to find a way through as well. Good move from Milner on the brakes. Flick the cart sideways, got it stopped into the hairpin. He moves up into 8th place. Naylor down into 9th with Cassiolek rounding out your top 10. He's got Cameron Crockett right on the back of them as well. As Fletcher drops down the order, then bounces back up again. The transponder issue still hampering the 47 in terms of timing. Jack Maidment's dropped a fair few places. He was running top 5 earlier on. Zach Fletcher with the fastest lap. He's going to be on the lead battle before we know it. And there he is indeed. Lewis Wild, George Sanders are together for 5th place. You'll catch them in a few moments. That's the next 2. And then behind them, we've got Milner, Naylor, Cassiolek, Crockett, Maidment and Zeki Hussein in 12th place. As Sanders and Wild have had a swap round. Sanders up into P5, Wild down into P6. Sanders 2.7 off the lead. Tom Day opening the gap up at the front by 2.5 seconds with 2 minutes and 20 to go on the clock. Leader with a gap of around about 10 kart lengths, equates to 0.5 second. So come up and over the timing line at the end of lap number 12. No changes inside the top 10 on that previous lap. As Day leads the run up towards the hairpin from Taylor, Edgecombe and Fletcher. Day on the previous lap, another fastest lap, 34.480 for Tom Day. The gap out to 0.7 of a second, and he's starting to look rather comfortable now at the head of this senior Rotax final. Behind them, Billy Edgecombe tried half a move as Naylor's going to get back to the inside, I think there, of Dan Milner. Elliot Thomas has dropped down the order, 4 places on the previous lap. And Edgecombe, thought he was going to nose down the inside of Taylor there. They're too wide for what will be 7th place between Cameron Crockett and Ollie Naylor. I think it's 8th place. Crockett trying to find a way through. Crockett does indeed finally get it done. 4 corners in, and Naylor's fighting back. So they'll come side by side. Crockett's got the shorter run. Naylor's got track position as Crockett closes the door on the driver of the 85. Behind them, Zaki Hussein and James Kasiolek were having a great battle as well. They were side by side out of this corner on the previous lap. Everything seems to have settled down slightly with Hussein in front of Kasiolek. 15 seconds on the clock, and Billy Edgecombe is going to go through into 2nd place. That's going to allow Fletcher as well to draw alongside Tom Taylor. So they go through over start line. There's a big clock on the overhead gantry that tells the drivers how long is left, and Billy Edgecombe decided that now is the time to move through into 2nd place and potentially cement his place on the podium. So now Tom Taylor in that 3rd place is going to come under pressure from Zach Fletcher on this final lap. Tom Day is 1.6 seconds down the road. Fletcher on the back of Taylor. Taylor has him scouted round Billy's and through the S's, but the run up towards the hairpin is where it's going to be at, and Fletcher's going to be late on the brakes but can't find a way through as Taylor parks the car in the middle. Elliot Thomas is out of this race. He's just walked past the commentary box window. But here's going to be your top 3 out of the final corner for Tom Day. He's going to take a commanding victory at round 6 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship from Billy Edgecombe and Tom Taylor rounding out the podium with what appears to be George Sanders, but it's not. We're going to have Zach Fletcher go up into 4th place. There we go on the timing. Sanders is P5, Wild, Milner, Crockett, Hussein and Naylor round out your top 10 with Kasiolek, Maidment, Hobbs, Ride and William Young, your top 15 in front of Sky Fraser with Alfie Baron Oxbury, your final runner on track, Elliot Thomas, Jake Richards and Ethan Priest. Not taking the checkered flag, they'll be classified 18th through to 20th respectively here at Clay. Thank you to everybody that's joined us in the live chat, and appreciate the comments towards the end of the stream there from Keely Parsons, saying we've had some great coverage, great racing, so we really appreciate that. Thank you to everybody at Clay. Thank you mainly to the marshals who've stood outside in the warm weather. Thank you as well to our camera ops who've brought us some great close racing here at Clay Pigeon, out once again in the sunshine. Thank you to everybody that stayed and watched. Thank you to all the drivers for putting on a fantastic show. Thank you to Stuart alongside me and Luke, who's also helped with the production today to bring us the pictures. I'm not going to thank myself because that's just too much, but we've had a great day here at SuperOne. It's been my first time commentating on this prestigious championship. Hopefully it won't be my last, but the chances are you're going to have Andrew Mather or Howard Mitchell for the remainder of the season, your usual voices of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Thank you for staying with us throughout the day. We really, really do appreciate it. It's been a fantastic day's racing here at Clay. Next month for this championship, we'll be at Fullbeck for weekend of the 6th and 7th of July. Alpha will be back for that one. I'll be tuning in to watch this great racing once again from the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Until we meet again on Alpha Live, thank you very much for having me. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to lend my voice to rounds 5 and 6 of the SuperOne Championship. Thank you, and we will see you again.